me the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. The stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down, come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. I've come to rip up my heart, I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. To rip up my heart. In me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. An untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to meet the strange in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the strange in me, the strange in me, the strange in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. To rip up my heart. Sun rising through the trees, winter found her end. I'm just a springtime seed tumbling in the wind. Going back to where I came from, going back where I belong. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes. Of my fertile soil, spread my brothers round. I'll be a happy bean in the cool ground. Going back to where I came from, going where the season's long. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes. Survive the hail in July and the storms in the spring. You know, when the winter comes, keep my leaves toward the sun and my roots deep. And if I make it through, I'll be blooming next to you, and we'll be humming with the birds this time next year. But if I'm lost and can't be found, so my memories in the ground. Going back to where I came from, going where the corn grows tall. Going back to where I came from. Feels like I never left it all. To where I came from, going back where I belong. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes. Sun rising through the trees, winter found her end. I'm just a springtime seed tumbling in the wind. Tumbling in the wind, tumbling in the wind. Sun rising through the trees, winter found her end. I'm just a springtime seed tumbling in the wind. Going back to where I came from, going back where I belong. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes. So till of my fertile soil, spread my brothers round. I'll be a happy bean in the cool ground. Going back.
Good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, and it is day 3 at Longmont Startup Week 2021. So welcome back to our program for today. Before we do our practice for our mindful morning, I wanted to just make a couple of notes here about what we're doing. So we are working with an acronym called RAIN, R-A-I-N, and the first letter is recognize, allow, and today is day 2 on RAIN. So we'll be working with the word allow, and then inquiry and nourish. And this practice is coming from this book from Tara Brach, and there are other resources on the RAIN acronym as part of mindful practice, but I love Tara's work, and she's one of my teachers. So in this book, and she has lots of resources online, you can seek those out. Feel free to reach out to me also if you'd like to have a conversation. I'm on social media as Beth A. Smith. The other thing I wanted to mention is these teachings around RAIN, sometimes the word accept is used, and I choose to use allow for some really specific reasons, because what we're doing right now in the practice is learning to stay with what is, and that has the essence of allowing it to be there. So acceptance is a little bit more active process. So what we're going to be working with today is sinking into this sense of allowing what's here to be here. And then it's really important, especially when we talk about allow, that I mentioned, in these practices, we aren't allowing experiences that are unsafe, whether they be physical or emotional, lack of safety. Those are situations we just leave. And if you need support for that, please reach out to someone that can be of support to help you in a situation like that. We're definitely not practicing allowing or staying when things are unsafe. So let's practice together. So if you would just begin to take a transition moment here and connect with your posture, making any slight adjustments that you would like to be comfortable in your body. Having a sense of uprightness, while at the same time having a sense of being relaxed. And take a moment to find your body, just actually locating your body. Whatever that means to you. And this morning, in this brief practice, we're going to work with sensations on our face. So begin to draw your awareness to your face. Just see what you notice. Any sensations around your eyes, your lips. They may be moist or dry. Your forehead, your cheeks and chin. And as we begin to start practicing more with a sense of space, see what might soften in your face. It can be helpful on the next out breath to allow that out breath to provide the face with some feedback that it can actually follow the breath and relax. See what might want to soften in your face. Often we're unaware of how much tension we carry in our face. And if it's helpful, you can actually smile, an indistinguishable smile, like no one would know you were smiling, just you. And see if that brings a sense of softening, lightness, and ease. And just take one more breath in and out. And as you're ready, you can drop that practice and start to transition. And if your eyes are closed, you can open them. So I wanted to kind of shape a little bit the R and the A of RAIN, which is where we're hanging out yesterday and today. R, recognize, right, is how we start waking up to what's happening. And this A, the allow, is where we start to learn to stay there for a second. And this is developing our capacity for awareness and tomorrow we'll start to transition to more of how we befriend the experience even more. So right now we're working in that awareness area, and the next 2 days we'll start working on cultivating compassion for what is coming up and what's happening. So when we talk about learning to stay, it really is, in my experience, one thing I've learned in this practice is these are like little mini vacations, if you will, right? So many of us have been thwarted from our ability to go on vacation and during the pandemic time, and many of us are getting back to traveling and getting away for weekends or longer periods of time away. But when we learn to stay in the experiences that we're having throughout the day, I like to think of them as like micro vacations, right? Where we don't really need to go anywhere to gain a sense of ease and calm, what we really desire out of vacations, like a getaway or a shift in our everyday experience. So think about that as we talk about allow, that these are like micro vacations and they have so much opportunity in them for us. What we're going to focus on primarily in our short time together is working with more difficult experiences, but it's also really, really helpful. And I'll give you something to take with you today to practice around staying with joy and happy things as well. So when we talk about stay, I always come back again and again to this idea of what we're actually doing is learning how to be in relationship with what's happening as if we were encouraging a child or training a dog, a puppy. So certainly when we have young ones in our lives and our four-leggeds, we know that if we're harsh with them and we're unkind, they tend to start shrinking back and away and avoiding us. So it's the same in our own experience. When we're harsh with ourselves around what's happening in our inner experience, then we actually ourselves start to shrink back and shrink away from the experience. So I share this story pretty often. I have a daughter and she has a dog and his name is Oliver. So I have a grand dog. I'm a grandparent. And he is a miniature schnauzer. So he by nature is very active, right? And we also have a cat. A couple years back, Maya was living with us for a while with her dog Oliver, and they're big friends. Our cat's name is Lily, and they play a lot. Now, one of the experiences that I recognize often and continue to work with over all these years is irritation. Like I feel I get irritated, like, ooh, it's like fingers on a chalkboard. So when Oliver and Lily play together, he barks a lot and he chases her and she teases him and they're doing this. And, the first time it's like, okay, not great. But then about the fifth time, right, that irritation has really worked itself up in me. And while they were living with me, I started, that irritation moved me into not being as kind as I would want to be. And I would go over and sort of, kind of sternly tell Oliver to stop barking and chasing Lily. And, he would do his best to kind of try to do what I was asking him to do. And after a number of weeks, I started noticing that when that wasn't happening and I wasn't irritated and I wanted Oliver to come sit with me or go on a walk or, play in the backyard, that when I would call him, he wouldn't come. And he would just sit there and look at me. And it actually broke my heart a little, like, oh, like that's a hard experience. So again, recognizing I woke up to that and I really changed the way that I was interacting with him. And I would notice the irritation after about barking and chasing number 3. And I would go over to him and I would pick him up and I would hold him. I would tell him I loved him and I would bring him to sit down with me. And what I noticed was my whole experience changed, right? It was less about what Oliver was doing and more about how I was in relationship to myself, and then how that inner tension in me started going out, right? It was that tension that then came out toward another being that I love. So as I changed what I was doing inside, changing that tension, then I was able to do something different that's much more in alignment with my values, and be able to be in direct relationship with what was happening. So this inner tension that goes out, right? That's what we're paying attention to. And then we're holding it, we're pausing here and holding that inner tension just for a few moments and seeing what might happen differently as we practice. We're building a muscle essentially, right, to stay with what's happening. But actually the muscle isn't about overdeveloping the muscle. It's about flexibility. So some folks talk about like having a really strong mind, like, oh, that person's really has a great capability. Their mind is really strong. But really a flexible mind is the one that will go a distance. Certainly a strong mind will be able to do many things in short periods of time, and but a flexible mind actually is built for a longer journey. So that's what we're working with, is really helping our mind, again, as we were working with our face, seeing what will soften, dropping in, hanging there for just a few seconds, microseconds, and then seeing, okay, how can I now go back out into the world? People that do high mountain climbs also know this, this practice of what's called a rest step, right? So and I've been up high a few times, not a lot, but I know people that do this frequently. And it's called the rest step. Mountaineers, as they get up above the tree line, as they're walking, there's almost an indistinguishable rest step in between each step. So that's really what we're talking about here. Is it's not that you're going to take a big long break, or you've got to go on a long walk. It's really about having the ability to, in a moment, turn your attention inside, noticing what's happening, allowing that to be there, naming it simply, allowing it to be there, and then making a choice to go back outside. So I hope it's helpful to have some of those concepts to work with as you consider using these practices in your life. I think there's the quote from Viktor Frankl, and if you know Viktor Frankl's work, he wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning, and his book is written about his experience as a Holocaust survivor. So I trust his experience knowing how to work with difficult things. And he's very well known for this quote, and it's this quote: "Between the stimulus and response, there's a space." I'm just going to stop there for a second and I'll repeat it. Between stimulus and response, there's a space. In that space is our power to choose. In that space is our power to choose our response. And in our response lies our growth and our freedom. So that is just a beautiful quote. And I'm going to say that quote again at the end of our practice today. So you can just hang out there with that quote for a second and see what that means to you. So let's practice together for about 4 or 5 minutes here. And I'm going to use the words in this practice, this guided practice from Ruth King. And I really love Ruth's work. She's a teacher of color that I follow and appreciate her work so much. And let's just take a transition moment and begin to draw your awareness to your body. Just locating your body, finding your body, whatever that means to you. You might find your body breathing naturally for a moment here. And what I'd like for you to do is think about a situation, nothing too difficult, but something that has just that little bit of irritation, frustration, aggravation, something like that, something that you know comes up for you frequently. Something you know about yourself that kind of is like that fingers on a chalkboard for you. That barking dog for you. that subtle wish that something was different for you. Just bring that to mind. And see if you can notice if there's discomfort there, but where it makes you uncomfortable. Is it a lot of mind activity? Can you sense something in your body? Somewhere in your body that's signaling you that this is uncomfortable, unpleasant? And then in your emotions, how do you know that situation from how you emotionally respond? And then here's Ruth's words for us. If you feel some discomfort, consider that your discomfort is a core competency for waking up. So if we deny the discomfort or actively try to push it away, we actually miss the opportunity to build a competency for waking up. So in this way, the discomfort becomes more friendly. And we can start to befriend our experience, trusting that the discomfort is actually an opportunity to wake up. If you feel some discomfort, consider that your discomfort is a core competency for waking up. And I'll repeat this Viktor Frankl quote as well. Between stimulus and response, there is space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. So as we prepare to drop this practice this morning, just following your breath for a few more in and out breaths. Using this moment as a mini vacation. A quiet inner moment. And as you're ready, you can begin to drop that practice. So I'd like to offer you a couple of practices as you go through today. And the first one is around one of these guys. You probably have a phone. So this is related to phone practice. And no, I'm not going to ask you not to use your phone all day. What I want you to do is use your phone all day like you always do. But what I'd like you to do is as you pick your phone up to do something with it, which we do so many times a day, and I know my habit is when I pick it up, I'm really I get really into it. I want you to just stop a second and see what will soften in that moment. So just pick up your phone like you normally would and start using it. And as soon as you remember that this is an opportunity to practice, just pause for a quick second and see what might soften in that moment. And then go right back to what you were going to do on your phone. And see if you can practice that maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times today and just see what you notice. The other powerful thing in these practices is sharing them with other people. So if you choose to do working with your phone and then softening as soon as you notice that you're on your phone, see if you've got a friend or a family member, someone you love and care about, see if they'll practice with you, and then you can talk about what you might have learned from doing that. And then secondly, because our time is limited, I want to offer this practice of allowing joy. So as you go through your day, I was up early this morning and had coffee up here at Ziggy's, and I just sat for a bit and really enjoyed the moment, allowing the moment of having coffee and sitting alone and listening to the sounds of cars going by and people talking in the distance. So also use this as a way to practice with pleasant experiences. Because the reality is, if we wait to try to practice when we're having a really difficult experience, unfortunately, we'll be like that puppy that tries to run away from us. And we won't have cultivated the skill to stay when it matters most. So amplifying joy is this practice, is just feeling a moment of seeing someone you haven't seen, or greeting someone at work or in your social life, and just feeling the joy of seeing someone you care about. Those are just some ideas of how to practice for today. Learning to stay, no matter what the experience is, if it's happy, light, and pleasant, or irritating and uncomfortable, disappointing. All of these are things that we can use to practice. So tomorrow we'll move into inquiry, and we start really working with cultivating more compassion for our experience. And then Friday we'll conclude with nourish. And as I say always, right, you don't need to attend all of these. You can attend one and use those practices. But these practices really do work beautifully together, but they don't always need to be sequenced. So appreciate you joining so much. Thank you for your attention and your time. And I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday. Be well, friends. Thank you.
Every day on Main Street America, thousands of small business owners open their doors. These owners are passionate, and they pour their heart and soul into what they do. They're up early putting in the work so that other people have a great experience. They know that each day, they create community, one customer at a time. Their businesses are places to meet, places to connect, places to buy your favorite things from some of your favorite people. It's these local businesses that bring a town together. Because when you shop local, you're helping other people that live in your neighborhood. And at the end of the day, community is what Main Street is all about. Sticker Giant proudly supports Main Street communities all across America.
What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? what the future holds. Sunshine above and roots below. Flowers wading through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? Supposed to know what the future holds. Sunshine above and roots below. Flowers wading through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend?
Good morning. It is Wednesday, Longmont Startup Week, Day 3, and we have an amazing lineup for you today. So we're really focusing primarily today's track on leadership, and the whole morning is going to be focused on DEI, B, and A. And if you don't know what those letters stand for, after this session, you're definitely going to know what they stand for. So we're just thrilled that you've joined us, and we have a great lineup this morning and into the afternoon. I want to make a special shout out to Lori Jones and Lisa Metzinger for helping all the behind goes on for Longmont Startup Week, and many others that have really made possible these talks. So I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Beth Smith. I'm the CEO at Sticker Giant. I'm also founder of Boulder Mindful Living. And I'll be hosting this morning and helping. So we do have chat available if you've got questions. I'll be doing my best to get those over to our panelists and our presenters so we can get your questions answered. I'd like to introduce you to Amy Zuckerman. Amy is serving as CEO of Action for Racial Equity Fellow, and then also Angie Robinson. And Angie is currently working on a PhD in employee experience. So we are so excited for them to bring tips for using DE&I in the workplace. So over to you all. We're so excited to hear your presentation.
Thanks, Beth. So together, we're going to be sharing stories and some principles around what we're calling our top tips for managing diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we're going to explain what the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion mean for your organizations, and we'll also cover some concepts that may be new to some folks. So.
And we are sharing the stage. Beth Smith is a friend of mine and asked me to present this lecture. But being conscious of being a white person, it's really important that we white folks share this stage or even get off the stage when talking about diversity. So I called up my friend Angie here, and she graciously agreed to do this, but then she said, come on back and share the stage with me. And so we're going to do it together.
Great.
So that gives us hopefully more perspectives on our presentation and a better all around presentation and what we're going to be sharing with everybody today.
Great. Thanks, Amy. So let's go ahead and get started. This picture, see in a second, the cover of our presentation. It's one of my favorite pictures. Let's see.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go. So you'll notice here, this is what I visualize when I think about diversity. So many workplaces back in the 40s and 50s looked just like this. And though we've moved forward, this is still the makeup of most corporate C-suites and boardrooms and governmental offices, white guys. Right? So now you'll see a few women and an occasional racial minority these days, but and I'm not going to quote a lot of statistics about that, who's where and how many there are. But today we're going to talk to you about why this topic is important, why diversity, equity, and inclusion are important. So as business people, you should know that according to recent research by McKinsey, the most diverse businesses are now more likely than ever to outperform less diverse companies in terms of profitability. Okay? The more representation, the greater probability of outperformance. Additionally, in the finance sectors, healthcare, and in technology, around a third of all comments that were made by employees were around diversity and inclusion. So the employees that are the most engaged, that are responding to those surveys, are talking about diversity and inclusion. So that's why diversity is key to your success. It'll provide you with a competitive edge and help you attract the best employees. And besides, it's the right thing to do. And by the way, it's not always easy to tell whether someone is concerned about diversity or not. I regularly meet multiracial couples or parents of gay kids or kids of gay parents. You can't tell by looking who might be aware of things like non-discrimination policies. Oh, and what's that? Okay, what's a non-discrimination policy? Well, my answer to you would be, if you don't already have an internal HR professional or an external HR consultant, get one. They're going to provide you with the HR basics. They're going to help you understand more about how you set up all your regular HR stuff, as well as some of that diversity issues that are out there. But today we're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion and help you understand more about that landscape. Keep in mind there are lots of other free resources out there, lots of online articles from organizations like McKinsey, Harvard Business Review, Qualtrics, Society for HR Management, a lot of places to find out more about those HR topics as well as diversity. So we're going to start with a few definitions. So, Amy, what is diversity?
All right, let's go to tip number 2. So diversity really is measurement when we think about organizations. So we're going to be talking about that context today. And by the way, I'm not a lawyer and neither is Angie. So I want you to know that before we start in. So diversity is just one part of your organizational structure, but a really key part. And I'm going to go all the way back to when I started my career in this area in the 90s. Back then, we just used the word diversity. And then inclusion was added a number of years later. So then we had D and I. More recently, the E, equity, has been added. So we'll define D, E, and I for you. And then we'll also move over to B for belonging, and then A for accessibility. So a lot of alphabet soup right now. So let's talk about diversity and measurement. The EEO1, that's the Equal Employment Opportunity Form, is required to be submitted on an annual basis for every public organization that has 100 or more employees. If you're a government contractor, that threshold gets lowered to 50 people. And what is on that form is race and gender data, but it's also matched to job level. So you get to see what kinds of folks are in your organization, but also at what management level. This is required by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. If you're listening and you're thinking, gosh, that sounds like a burden, remember that all of this was put in place to protect workers. And what the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, is chiefly interested in is large-scale patterns of discrimination. So every time you hear about a class action suit, this is something that is being run, if you will, managed by the EEOC at the federal level. For our listeners and for our audience, you can benchmark your organization. Now, companies aren't required to share their EEO1 form on an annual basis, but a number of companies think it's a good idea. It'll raise their public profile if they do share that information. So you can get out there and benchmark what your industry looks like. However, because we don't really have standards, a lot of the time for this, what you'll find is a little bit apples to oranges. You'll have some companies say, well, we have X number of women in management, for example. However, they might be counting as management a woman who's at a supervisor level, not yet a manager level, and not yet a director level. And the reason I'm calling out manager and director is that this is where, if you've heard the term glass ceiling, this is where that glass ceiling is. So we have oftentimes a barrier from women at the frontline level moving into management, and then particularly to be a director of the organization. Also, a lot of people think about diversity and they want to change the complexion of their workforce. And I mean that very broadly. And they think the solution is, well, let's just go recruit. Let's get on a recruiting spree and hire more diverse workers. There was a pretty shocking study that found that white people, 3/4 of our, I'll put myself in this group, although this isn't true for me anymore, 3/4 of our networks are also white. 3/4 of our professional networks are also white. So when we go out and recruit, guess who we're recruiting? There's something called similarity bias, which is like, I'm gonna get people from my school. I'm gonna get people who have my same attributes. And guess what? That lowers the actual diversity of our companies. So we could do a whole session on diverse recruiting today. We're not going to do that. I'll throw out this tip right now that there are large organizations have something called employee resource groups or business resource groups. And this is an opportunity for employees who share a minority status, one or more minority statuses, to come together, figure out what their issues are, make recommendations to the company. It's a give and take. It's a two-way street. One way those organizations can give back to the company is through diverse recruiting. So saying, you know what, this is where our folks hang out. And by the way, here's some symbols and images for you to use that will attract people. For instance, you might have an ERG that says, you know, when you all go and set up a table at Colorado School of Mines or CU or CSU, wear a rainbow lanyard, because someone who's in the LGBT plus community and allies might see that across the room and say, you know what, I think that company could be more hospitable to people like me, or people like my children, or people like my parents, and that kind of thing. So Angie, let's go to the next tip.
Okay, so next we're going to talk about equity. So as you can see on the slide, this is a representation of equity. Equity is usually based on the idea of making sure that everyone is treated fairly, paid the same for the same work, get the same benefits, have access to the same resources. But there may be training, language, or other differences that still result in staggered outcomes for different groups and individuals. So I've worked for a number of companies that have provided those ERGs, employee resource groups, to the staff. And those groups, as Amy was saying, they form around those DEI identities. So it's not a chess club or Toastmasters, right? These groups are formed with the intention of furthering that identity group, providing company resources and support, usually meeting on company time with a basis in education, dialogue, and understanding. ERGs are great. But what has also been true every time, especially in places like Longmont, is that the women's groups will have 100 to 200 women in them, some of them with serious positions and titles like VPs and lots of directors and a bunch of C-suite people. Meanwhile, the gay groups and the people of color groups might have 10 to 20 participants, and usually no directors or above in the general membership. So the difference in power, influence, leadership skills, business knowledge, and political savvy is huge between the two groups. The women are able to network directly with the high flyers and get to know them personally, form friendships and mentorships. All kinds of good relationship juju is available to them. So we might introduce helpers into the situation. So for example, each ERG will have at least one executive sponsor, perhaps other executives who participate and provide support and air cover that wouldn't necessarily be there in the general membership. So that helps a lot. It's not the same as having a VP as a general member, but at least those resources are available and are participating with the group. And the group members now have access to at least learn about those skill sets and are able to benefit from some of the political influence. This allows members to get some of that relationship juju from the networking and social benefit of interacting with the executives. But with equity, what we're really aiming for is the removal of the barriers, whatever that fence represents, so that everyone has access to all the resources that they need. And this is why diversity and equity this is what diversity and equity programs provide. So, for example, a few decades ago, maternity leave didn't exist at all. A pregnant woman leaving to have a baby basically resigned. There wasn't a job for her when she came back. Maternity leave has ultimately evolved into family leave, where any mother or father who qualifies can take time off to bond with their baby, or others can take care of a parent, a family member, or take care of themselves. So an idea or proposal that may start with a somewhat narrow scope can evolve over time so that barriers are removed for everyone. That's the goal. Amy?
All right, I'll take tip number 4, which is around inclusion. So now we're covering the I. Inclusion really means belonging. And I'd like to share a story about a time where I didn't feel like I belonged. I joined a new team and my manager had me put together a PowerPoint slide with pictures of my life so that I could introduce myself to this global team. And I put my same-sex partner as part of that slide, picture of us together. And before my manager sent it out to the global team, she took the picture out. She took the picture out and sent it out. And, frankly, she apologized to me, like, I'm sorry I took that out, but, and in the long view, as it turns out, there was someone else gay on the team over in Thailand. And so assumptions about cultures and acceptance, we have to be really mindful about that. So for managers and leaders and folks starting up their companies, be really aware of censoring your own employees, because unfortunately, it really reflects your own fear, your own nervousness, your sense of, am I going to be accepted? When your employees might just be ready, and be looking for that inclusion, be looking for that sense of belonging. Google did a really important study about teams. They were looking at what are the factors that make the best teams. What they found was the key ingredient for great teams was this thing called psychological safety. And what that means is that diverse teams, even though they may have normed and stormed, I guess stormed is the word, a little bit more, it took a little bit longer to gel, their results were better. So their approaches were better validated because they had a variety of perspectives. You know, how would this look for you? Well, actually, for me, I think such and such. So diversity of thought came to bear. Also, they created tighter bonds under pressure. So when a customer complained, for instance, they could problem solve. And they also helped each other out more. When someone was in a crunch, needed to stay late at work, they're more likely to stay with each other and help each other out. So psychological safety. One thing, another term that comes to bear here is attrition. So even if you have a really strong recruiting game, are people bouncing out because they don't feel like they belong? I think there's been a lot of talk in the media about people of color leaving organizations, getting fed up, saying, you know what, I'm throwing in the towel here. I don't actually think that belonging and inclusion is a value here. I'm going to bounce out. So take a look at those numbers within your organization. What's the departure rate and who's leaving? And if people are leaving, probably the problem is your culture. Do you have an environment where people want to stay? Are you fostering an environment where that difference is appreciated and openly talked about and there's good communication? So a few different tips for leaders and managers. We talked about ERGs. If you're big enough to have ERGs, just remember it's a two-way street. That is a group of employees that you can go to learn how to make your organization better. Also think about all of the imagery and all of the terms that you use. Very specifically in this presentation, you'll see a lot of people of color, and that's by design, because we know that images, or you might say artifacts, really matter. They send signals to the rest of the organization. There's also a piece around assessment. So how do you know how people are feeling? If you're large enough, you can do a survey and have some level of anonymity. If you're small, if you're a small handful or cluster of people, have an open dialogue. You know, take time in a large meeting or a retreat to have that open dialogue. You're small enough to have that face-to-face conversation. As an employee, it's really important that we have all kinds of conversations, appropriately so, professionally, but that as leaders, we have that openness that people can bring up things. Again, we're trying to lower attrition. Even if our recruiting is really strong, how do we keep folks? And then finally, what expectations are we setting with our managers? Are they clear? You never want a manager coming to you and saying, I didn't know. Oops, I didn't know. Whose responsibility is that? That's the responsibility of the leader. So with that, let's go to tip number 5.
That is
engage in lifelong learning. So this is the symbol of trans. You can see the traditional female symbol combined with the male symbol, combined with the trans symbol. So a lot has changed. A lot has changed. I'll tell you a story from my own life. I got an invitation to attend a webinar on Latinx cultural attributes at work. I attended the webinar. I took copious notes, keeping in mind a Latinx employee that I had at the time. But I did the next step, which I do advise folks to do. I sat down with him and I said, this is what they said in the webinar, but let me check it out with you. What parts of this resonate with you and which don't? So I had a cultural framework, if you will, a theoretical framework, but I checked it out with him. And so that's another tip, if you will, within the lifelong learning. Face-to-face, we need to know, we need to make sure we're not treating people as representatives for their whole diversity category, if you will, and also get that individual flavor. Great way to build the relationship. You know, and I think COVID taught us to be really intentional about our network and our friendships. My guidance is to look around your own professional network and even your friendship network and say, who am I missing? What perspective am I missing out on? I had a friend doing professional DEI work, and he said, you know what? I realized I didn't know anyone coming out of the military. I didn't know any vets. And he said, I specifically went after a potential friend with that identity to learn more. And it changed his life. So we can be really intentional about that. Now let's talk about change. So many terms have changed recently. Okay, here's an example. I was working with a group of women who were going to be recruiting at Colorado School of Mines, and they kept talking. They're gonna, be at a table, and they talked about manning the table and manpower. And I just started laughing. I said, "There are no men here. This is going to be a table of women. Why are you using those words?" And it's because they become habitual, and we don't question them. So instead of manning, say staffing, if you're thinking about using man hours, say FTEs, full-time equivalents. So there's always alternatives. LGBTQ plus used to be gays and lesbians, and then bisexual came up, and then trans came up, and then other identities. And that was not true when I was a young person coming up. And there's been also some dialogue around the word guys. And I have to tell you, I'm a native upstate New Yorker. Guys is like my motto. My friends know me for, it's like, so Amy. But that does not sit well with other people. And so I have to check myself. We always have to think about what's the role of change? How is difficulty around doing new things embedded in this kinds of things? My gosh, just in the past week, let's talk about sports teams. We now have the Cleveland Guardians.
Wow.
I understand I have to look at my notes. The Washington football team, is that correct?
The
Okay.
Washington football team.
And Colorado has a new law, a new ordinance, I believe it's a law, where schools can't use Native American themed mascots and titles. Change. I have bad news, if you will, to everybody watching, which is what we're using this week will not stay. The change is going to come. It will be hard for you. You will have lots of reasons to retrench, but you can't. All right, let's go on to the next.
So I just wanted to drop in. You and I have talked about this, there's back in the day, there were Negroes, and then there were Blacks, and then there were African Americans, and now there are Blacks again. So, things are changing. You need to understand what the current vernacular is and work with it.
Mm-hmm.
Understand where people are coming from when they're asking to be identified in that way. Okay, so next we're going to talk about celebrating and focusing on diversity all year long. So diversity is year round. It's not a parade or a month, it's a life. People live these lives. So, just to share a little bit about, what happened for me particularly in the last year, I found that I was getting really stressed out. And at the time I was the lead of the Pride group at work. COVID struck at the time of my first meeting, so it had to be online, and that was really weird and uncomfortable. George Floyd's murder had been really impactful on me personally. And less than a week later, we launched Pride Month by raising the flag and, having a number of activities throughout the rest of the month. So I tried at one point to express to a colleague that I felt really stressed out. My workload had increased. There was a lot going on with the Pride activities, George Floyd and BLM protests, and everything was happening online because of COVID. Her response to me was that sometimes other people have to step up and take over those activities. And on the face of it, that's great advice. Let someone else lead the ARG activities and whatever those may be. But what I hadn't really communicated well to her was that it wasn't a club or a movement that I was talking about. It was my life. My Blackness and my gayness were stressing me out. It wasn't the Sierra Club or Save the Whales, both incredibly worthy organizations. It was about my identity, who I am. I couldn't turn it off or assign it to somebody else to be responsible for. So, as leaders of your organizations, your challenge is to learn more about diversity, more about the challenges and stresses that diverse people may be experiencing in your local area and your company. George Floyd's death set off a powder keg. There have been horrible incidents that have happened before and since. And many organizations have stepped up and are having those, difficult conversations with the staff and with their leaders. You will need to do the same. Continue to attend these kind of workshops and others that provide more detail and more opportunity for interaction and conversation. And on a related topic, let's talk about intersectionality. So I am Black, female, lesbian, and over a certain age. Each of these identities show up in varied ways in different situations. So while I'm at a pride activity, it might also be important in that moment for me to hang out with the gay people of color group. I participated recently in a gay car parade, also known as a motorcade. And while it was interesting that I was Black, the point that day was about celebrating that I was gay. Or while at a POC gathering, being Black may be important in that situation, be more important in that situation than being gay. It can be distracting or empowering, depending on the purpose or sentiment of the group. So for companies, you'll need to be aware that the anniversary of George Floyd's death will always occur about a week before Gay Pride Month kicks off in June. And now Juneteenth, thank you federal government, will also show up right in the middle of Pride Month. So you'll need to look and plan ahead and know what you and your organization are going to do and what you're going to focus on and how you want to prioritize diversity. Amy?
Yeah, thanks. So our next tip is something called ESG. And let's go ahead and put up the image of our world. So ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. So if you haven't heard about ESG, if you haven't begun reading about it, this is absolutely the moment where financial business institutions in our country are reckoning with ESG. It represents two things. One is a business's sustainability and also social impact. George Floyd's murder resulted in a greater interest and demand to hold corporations' feet to the fire. And two things are relevant here. One is accountability, and the second is transparency. These are not the same. Accountability is holding our feet to the fire, making sure we're doing what we should be doing in a responsible way. The other is telling people about it. Our government does not require everything to be transparent. So that is a question when you're running an organization. So just remember that companies have long been required to report things, particularly with DEI, but not everything. So you have a choice around your DEI numbers as well and how you're growing. All of this is really coming from our customers, our investors and potential investors. You mentioned employees at the start. So many people in our ecosystems are asking for the same pieces around business sustainability and social impact. So let's kind of break this down. Why the E, why the S, and why the G? And I'll try to do this through a racial equity lens and an equity lens kind of across the board. So let's talk first about environmental. What is your organization doing about climate change? Maybe that feels like a really big insurmountable topic that you have nothing to do with. However, what kind of power are you sucking off the grid here in Longmont? What about your water usage? What about the wider environment in which you're operating? So we have an industry right here in Boulder County that puts out, I'll just say gently, a smell. A smell in areas that perhaps don't want that smell. So now there's talk about that, right? I hope everyone knows what I'm doing. Also think about recycling. There's also something called circularity that maybe not everyone has heard about. Circularity means if you produce a widget that gets purchased by your customer, when the customer is through with it for whatever reason, has an expiration, can you extract the raw materials back out of that widget so that what winds up in a landfill is minimized? Circularity. I'm also going to be talking about this through a racial equity lens. So I'd like to admit something. I have been a gentrifier. I have helped gentrify neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. and San Francisco. If your business offices are also gentrifying, think about what are you returning to the community there? I'm not asking you to pick up your offices and move to a more expensive part of town. Not doing that. But what is the ethical piece for your company to do if you are in a situation where you're gentrifying in a neighborhood?
So it's not just a good deal.
No, it's not just a good deal. And this, think about this on a global scale, right? You know, in the 90s, it was very popular for companies to set up manufacturing operations in Asia for what we could call cheap labor. But remember, cheap labor is exploited labor. Okay. So we are, I think probably everyone watching, capitalists. Everyone wants to make some money. What ESG requires of us is to think smartly about, are we being exploitive or are we helping communities? Let's go on to the social piece. So we've been talking about DEI. DEI fits within the social piece. No brainer there. We're talking about the people within our organization. We also need to be thinking about everyone outside our organization, the people. So let's talk about supplier diversity. Supplier diversity means taking a look at your supply chain. Who are all those organizations and professionals that help you do your business? There are some startling, appalling numbers around something called the racial wealth gap in this country. So as you think about your supplier diversity, think about how much money can you be infusing into a minority community? I'm going to use that broadly, into a minority community. So if we think about Black Americans taking up about 14% of the population, are 14% of your contracts going to Black Americans? Again, statistics are appalling. It's between 2 and 5% for corporations, and the federal government is up to 7%.
Not very reflective.
Not very reflective. Now, there's two things that are really important with supplier diversity. One is the spend, and another is the number. Start tracking that. If you're in multiple locations, think about the context in which your business operations are sitting right now. What kind of money are you infusing? And I'm not talking about jobs or contracts such as catering. I'm talking about your CPAs. I'm talking about your professional staff, right? How are we lifting up folks in those professions that may be struggling to get that next break, go to that next level? Also within social is something called employee development. So a number of things in here, including the climate assessment that we talked about, engagement, also training hours. How are you bringing up your staff as a whole? A number of companies require that employees, don't you love this, that employees take 40 hours of training every year. Now, great for the employee to have that opportunity, but just as great is the benefit to the organization, that all of the staff are sharpening their skills. They're getting certificates. They might be getting additional degrees. They might be getting sponsored by someone within the organization. They may be mentored. They might be on a temporary assignment. I've worked for an organization that almost like had an internal job board where you could go and try, work on a project for like 10 hours a month and learn something new. And maybe go over there, and the organization was cool with that mobility. Employee mobility is getting to be a bigger and bigger thing. So I want to wrap up with governance. So governance is how you run your organization in an ethical way. Boy, data privacy of your customers falls into this, and this is a lightning rod, and it should be for all of us, and I know for our federal priorities as well. Also within governance is everything to do with ethics. So think about your training around anti-corruption, anti-bribery, nepotism, all of those pieces that if violated, you've got some ethics issues. You might also think about a number of organizations have ethics hotlines. If you see something, say something. And the organization has to have the climate where a complaint that gets brought up by anyone in the organization needs to be taken seriously. I have worked in an organization where the ethics hotline went to the board of directors. They found out about it. But think about the ESG, the security of that and the strength of that in that context. Also, code of conduct. So we've talked about DEI. Code of conduct is absolutely key. And non-discrimination, you brought that up at the beginning. There are some just beautiful human rights focused codes of conduct and non-discrimination statements that not only cover what we call the federal protected classes, including pregnancy, gender, etc. Here in the state of Colorado, of course, we have gender identity and gender expression included there. I have seen one that included not only political affiliation, but presumed political affiliation. You can't discriminate on if someone is part of a particular political party or none at all, or an independent. I think we've about a third of Colorado is registered independent, so we have to keep that on our map. All right, so let's talk about the reporting, ESG. Scan your brain right now and think about all of the public reporting you do. So this could be your 10K. Are you big enough to do a global annual report at this time? And you can celebrate your accomplishments in ESG through that. There's movement at the SEC through our Attorney General, Merrick Garland. He's a big proponent of more disclosure coming. And again, what this will do is provide some more standards that haven't existed to date. There's a new ISO standard around what's called human capital. It is recommended, it is not required, but watch out for that because that's probably coming in the next year. So more and more transparency, not only the accountability piece, which we all should have been doing all along, but now comes the transparency piece. And remember, everyone in your ecosystem, your different stakeholders are going to be asking about that. Not only your investors and potential investors, but your board of directors should absolutely be on this kind of stuff. There's also global standards within your own industry, which you may already be following and adhering to, but that is part of that external measurement. So I'll stop there with the more structural pieces and move on to the next tip.
So the next tip ties right in with that. Know and communicate your brand. So just a little bit more personal storytelling. My first internship was working for the Sierra Club in San Francisco. My first adult job was working for a small company that installed solar systems and educated low-income homeowners and renters on energy efficiency and weatherization for their home. My third adult job was with a woman-owned organic produce wholesaler. So what's the point here? Many of the things that the hippies were fighting for are now the things that millennials have come to expect. So that we should all get the same pay for the same work, that no one should be discriminated against for any reason, that we all share the same rights and responsibilities as human beings on this planet. And we're all looking for that to match up with our employers. I skipped telling you about adult job number 2 because it was with Chevron. I worked in the benefits department, and although my job was a great one, I helped usually somewhat confused older people understand what their pensions would look like and how they could get them. But it always kind of hurt my feelings that I was working for a major oil company. Generationally, the messaging that I got from my parents was basically that any job was a good job, especially if the company was well known. As Black people, as immigrants to this country, the idea of working for a large, well-known company made sense. You were less likely to be treated unfairly. Both of them were members of unions, and I've got all kinds of opinions about unions, but unions function in a way to empower the individual, allowing them to be able to go up against a large corporation with confidence and support. So while I spent most of my time working for smaller, extremely idealistic organizations that my parents had never heard of, and it drove them nuts. But what I found for myself was that those small businesses, much like your small businesses, largely run by former or aging hippies, were turning their ideals into businesses. I felt certain that a company that was educating low-income homeowners were probably going to have fair labor practices, that the women who were working with small farms to spread the production and distribution of organic produce across America were probably going to support non-discrimination policies. In fact, I wrote their first employee handbook. So that trend is continuing. People want to work for companies that they believe in. They want to buy products and services from companies that are behaving ethically in the business, political, and physical environments. We've all heard of Enron. We know about VW's emissions scandal. We all live with the Sarbanes-Oxley laws every day. So we want to live in communities that are supported by strong corporate and business citizens. So pay attention to your brand. Be mindful of and intentional with your company's behaviors. Be aware of what your stakeholders are thinking of you. That includes your community, your customers, your employees, your competitors, and others. How you communicate and what you communicate about diversity will matter to them on your website, in press releases, in your policies, and your job descriptions. So this ties right back to where we started today's discussion. Your branding communicates to your customers, employees, and potential employees where you stand on diversity and other issues. Promoting diversity will help you outperform your competitors and hire the best employees.
And that is such a great summary, if you will, sitting within this week of building up businesses within Longmont and making our business community strong. So with that, Beth, we'll turn it over and see if there's any questions about our presentation.
I think I'll start with this first one that's come up, and kind of starting here with where we were ending. Would you guys just talk? There it is, guys, right? I'm trying to take guys out of my language as well. Will you all?
We'll allow it this time.
Okay,
You get
all right.
one freebie, that's
Okay.
it.
But I go to my southern roots. Will you all
That's fine.
share a little bit more about ways that you can kind of determine and build your brand, right? So what are some of those ways that this idea around the brand, what are some thoughts there?
You want to start, Amy? Or?
Why don't you?
Okay,
I'll
so,
follow.
to me, I mean, it just really, it ties into just kind of what I was just wrapping up right there, that people are interested in a very diverse number of issues that relate to them in their community and in, what they buy and what they use on a daily basis, who they are and what they do. So, I moved to Colorado, and as I came into this area, I started looking around and seeing what companies were here and became interested in what they made and what they did. And, so the idea of really plugging into your community and understanding what is important to your community, understanding what's important to your employee base, the kind of people that you're looking for to work for you. What's important generally in the nation, in the state, what are the issues that are at the forefront, and really plugging into those and understanding and deciding and prioritizing for yourself and your organization what you want to do, and really starting to support those issues that are important to you, and really kind of maybe talking back, if you're having some issues with some things, like, we fill up a bunch of landfills, but we're working on it. We're working on getting that stuff working it out of the supply chain so that we're doing better. It's just like really being transparent, making sure that people understand what it is that is important to you and what you're doing about it, whether you're supporting it or trying to fix it or make it better in that community in particular.
And that could take the form of some, what they call empathy interviews. So figure out some sources of stakeholders that you have and hear from them. How do they see your brand currently? What do they love about it? What do they have questions about? How do they think you could do that better? And I think when we're building up an organization, we spend so much time defining who we are and what it is. Right? That's kind of it's a very exciting kind of moment in an organization's development. Who are we? What's our mission? What's our vision? But I think we also have to be a bit porous. We have to be a bit porous with it for our entire ecosystem, and go out there and ask. You may not like what people say, and that's okay. That's important as long as you don't stop there. So 360 interviews get at that. I mean, find out what your employees are saying. We've really tried to, I think, lift up the voice of the employee here as well. Find out how do they see the brand? They might say, brand is meh, really love my job. Brand is meh, I could take it or leave it. And you know what? If they say that, they may leave it. Right. And that might be okay for you, but it might be really hard. Again, people bouncing out. And again, who's bouncing out?
I think what it brings up for me, just listening to you both, is how much courage it takes to step into starting a process, right? It's like that in life or in business, the courage to just get started, knowing that those early steps are probably as important as the bigger steps you'll be able to make further down the line. Those early courage movement that you get going, that's really, really important across all of the different aspects of what we're talking about. I'm going to guide us back to where we started and a miss on my part. So we started with introductions, and I had intended to say, let's use our gender markers as we introduce ourselves, and I didn't do it. So I'm going to guide us right back there.
Cool.
With courage to say we missed something. And my gender pronouns are they, she, and I'm in a whole process around learning how to incorporate that, right? So I'd love to give you an opportunity to identify yourselves with your gender identity. And then also, as you're doing that, talk about why it's important, right, as allies, as I see you as people with different gender identities, why allyship is so important in everything that we're talking about. I think you hinted about it, but I'd love to hear you talk about the importance of white allies and LGBTQ plus allies. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll jump in here. So my pronouns are she, her, hers. Allyship has become more critical than ever, I think. Something that I recall happening shortly after the George Floyd murder was that people within my organization stepped up immediately. And it was the first time in my lifetime that somebody stepped up immediately and said, that was wrong. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to handle this, but we have to say, we saw it. We know it happened. We know it's wrong, and we're going to try to do something about it. And that was major. That was like, it blew my mind, right? That it was exactly the time for allies to step up and say something, just, even if they didn't have solutions, and it was probably better that they didn't come in with solutions, but that they were really considering that, something wrong happened here. We are broken, and we're going to step and do something about it. So I think that's, allyship is often, can be active. It can be, waving a flag at the parade. It can be marching in the parade. It can be helping plan the parade. It can be, it can be all many different aspects of participating with marginalized groups and minority groups. But I think also one of the biggest, there are kind of, to me, a couple of components. One of them is around education. Make sure that you are not barging in guns blazing because you know exactly what to do and how to do it. That can set us back decades, in fact. And then that the other thing really is about allowing the people, the actual DEI people to lead, but be there listening, supporting, understanding, asking intelligent questions, because you have actually educated yourself somewhat. So you're not starting from square one asking, why can't I touch your hair? Kind of questions, right? You're coming in a little bit more prepared to have intelligent conversations, but you're not trying to lead them and run the group and those kind of things. I hope I answered that question. Yeah. I have a lot to say about it, but
my pronouns are she, hers. And allyship, I'm coming out of the 90s with my definition, which was allyship is an active principle. To say that you're an ally is not really an action. It might, well, I don't know. I'm going to go back and forth on that. I also think that the notion of allyship, I'll use some academic term here, is being interrogated right now. My hope is that we don't have to talk about allyship because we live in a society. I wore my Dr. King shirt. We're living in a society closer to Dr. King's ideals. Right now, it is important to partner with some reflections on the past years. I think there are signposts over the last 4 or 5 years, and everyone has a few that really touched them and perhaps changed their life. One thing that changed my life was when the Muslim immigration ban came down. Muslim travel ban, even more severe. And you know what happened? People filled the airports. And there was a man in LA who held up this crude sign on a piece of cardboard with a marker that said, "Not today, Satan." And you know what? That had such a big impact on me. Who wants to go to the airport if you don't have to? And the airports were just filled with people. And I thought that was such a beautiful showing of humanity. You know, and I think with the demonstrations that happened over the past year and a half, you know what? White people showed up in really big numbers. So great, let's all celebrate that. But you know what I've heard from colleagues is, where were you before? And we need more of you. Recently on LinkedIn, someone posted a picture from the 60s of a lunch counter sit-in. And in this situation, you've probably seen similar photos. There's two Black people sitting at the counter, completely surrounded by a white mob that was completely filling the diner. Between them was a white woman. And behind the white woman was a white man hovering over her, pouring an entire salt shaker on her head, or entire sugar shaker on her head. And, you know, someone, it was a white colleague who posted it and said, you know, or maybe it was a Black colleague, I forget, who posted and said, you know what, our white allies have been here all along. And you know what the next comment was? We need more of them. So there is no rest, I think. I think we have to have a really strong sense, and maybe this is where the bravery comes, Beth, is to really know internally, where does our compass point? Because if we have that alignment, the actions are just the actions. The actions are, you know, it's a no-brainer. You know, I think about times in my life where I just said, you know what, I just need to go do that. I didn't ask anybody. I didn't say, hey, will you come down to the Capitol and, you know, testify in front of our state legislature about Columbus Day? I just did it. I just did it. People are like, well, where were you today? I said, down at the Capitol. Oh, really? Yeah, I just felt that need and I went. Don't ask permission, just do. Just do. Be in alignment. And, you know, it comes easy. It comes easy. Don't brag about it afterwards. I certainly didn't do that. But I think that's where the actions come. I mean, if someone wants to call you an ally, that's fine. But I think we need to work toward a much bigger vision for our society.
Well, I love that piece around, right? We have this old word that we know, ally, and we don't know what the new word is yet. So we're still using the old word while we're sort of finding how that's going to fit. I think I'm just going to ask one quick question here. So we're talking about the vulnerability, right, of all of us, and knowing something needs to happen, but not knowing what to do. So I'd love to just end with both of you, if you could tell our listeners one small thing, right? So from the grand to the right now today, like what's one small thing? I love the idea around intentionally finding a new friend from a community, like having a very intentional thought there. And just if something comes to mind, something right at the ground level that you can do today that can start to put you into action and cut against that vulnerability we all feel.
Well, I'm gonna take the you know, what do you call that? I've lost my sports analogy. It's like the softball. I'm gonna take the slow pitch, right? You know, I think that probably the most important thing that people can do right now today. It's like we Google every darn thing else. Start looking for resources that you can count on, that are trusted resources for yourself that you can learn from, kind of before you start kind of fumbling around out there. Just kind of find some ways to enrich yourself and to understand for yourself what's going on, what you see happening, who are those trusted resources, who are those people that you can go to and kind of say, what was that? I didn't really understand what happened. Just kind of find resources for yourself to strengthen your own knowledge around diversity issues, and particularly locally, because they're different in everywhere. You can't look at what's happening in Minnesota and understand what's happening in Longmont. You need to understand what's happening locally.
So Amy, just a brief response from you as we sort of round out our time here.
There are diverse chambers of commerce right here in Longmont. Great place to diversify your supply chain and potentially even recruit new members to your organization.
Beautiful, wonderful. I think you guided us right back to lifelong learning and being involved in your community as well. So appreciate you both so much. Thank you for all the work you put into preparing and sharing how we can be more conscious around so many avenues of DE&I. So if you'll stay tuned, we have Marty Moore coming up next. She's the director of Out Boulder County, and we're going to have a lively presentation from her. So we'll look to see you back here in just a few minutes.
I'm Britt Freeman. I am the creative manager here at Longmont Brewing Company. We have been in business for 26 years. A lot of people know us for our logo, which is a red hand. We do a lot of vinyl banners for our events. We need them usually really quickly about the time we're setting up the festival, and Circle Graphics can come through for us. So we've been working with Circle Graphics for probably 2 or 3 years. And one of the things I really value about Circle Graphics is their customer service and their reps. They're really great at talking through the process of different options or different ideas. The upside was that their quality is great.
The stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. An untamed love, and I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down, come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down, come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. The stranger in me, I've come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love.
Hi, and we're back with Marty Moore. And Marty is the director of Boulder County. And Marty and I have known each other for a number of years. So primarily, we're going to have a fireside chat here about local responsibility. But before we do that, I'd love to shout out some of our sponsors for Longmont Startup Week. And at the platinum level, we have Art Thrift Stores and, of course, Avocet, our great friends over at Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, and then Longmont Economic Development Partnerships, the LEDP. Also, a big shout out to Biz West at the gold level, Left Hand Brewing, our good friends over there, and Docketly. And then also we have downtown Longmont, of course, and then High Plains Bank, our good friends over at High Plains. Thank you for your support here. In-kind sponsorships have come from Handprint Inc., Circle Graphics, our friends over at Circle Graphics, and then Sticker Giant, where I spend a lot of my daytime activity, and then Chop 5. Thank you all for your sponsorships to help make all this happen. Marty Moore has been in this work of doing better for our communities for 3 decades. We're in the same age group, so I say 3 decades now rather than 30 years. I think it doesn't make me feel as old.
It softens the blow.
Yeah, exactly. And I've had the great opportunity to be on the board at Out Boulder in years past prior to your joining Out Boulder. And Marty, the work you and your team and the board at Out Boulder are doing in our community is second to none. So we know at the heart of what you do is a lot of LGBTQ plus work. But we're really going to talk about a more broad perspective there around local community responsibility, right? So,
yes, that's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah,
and thanks for the kind words.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, kick us off. Can you kind of build a framework for us when we say local responsibility, what that means, and kind of share with our listeners what we're even talking about?
It means there is much to do, so we must proceed slowly.
I like that.
It also means that one of the things I was thinking about this morning when I was walking here to the studio was about civics. And, 3 decades ago, which means I was in high school longer than that ago, we talked about that in school. And we talked about what the responsibility to community is. And in thinking about local business and startup companies and thinking about responsibility, that comes into play. It's not just running a business. It's thinking about, and how this session is framed, about responsibility. It's framed around what is community. Mm-hmm. And then in thinking about a business, because we run a business, right? And the good things come out of business, is what are the benefits of thinking about local community and your responsibilities as a leader of a crew, of somebody in the PTA, et cetera. What are those responsibilities? And it's part of who we are, and it's part of what makes us stronger. And I want more people to think about what their responsibility is to community. In these days of social media, when it's really easy to throw a stone while you're sitting in your bedroom at night on Facebook, this is ridiculous. That is not helpful. What is helpful is thinking through the problem and finding a solution that you can then engage others in addressing it.
You're just making me think. This morning I did the mindful morning, and we were the piece I was talking about is the recognize and allow and that stimulus response. And I think that we get stimulated by things that we think are wrong or not right, and then we move into this really sometimes hot and hurtful and wrong action. So I like what you're saying is we've got lots to do, so let's move slowly. And it really harkens to some of the business tools that we use and agile methods around, quick starts or good starts, but you're using iterative and incremental gains in order to make really big, amazing things happen. So I think that's really alive and well in what you're saying. I also love what you're saying around community actually is where we live and we work, right? And so that we hear so much about work-life balance, and which I could have a whole nother talk on that, but it's really being in direct relationship to the community in which you work and the community in which you live. I'm fortunate in that I live and work in Boulder County, but I live in 2 different cities. So I live in one city, I live in Boulder, and I work here in Longmont. So I get the full.
And mine's the different, I
Yeah,
live in
you're the
Longmont and I
opposite.
work in Boulder.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I love the dichotomy of that life, right? That I see more of a smaller town experience here in Longmont, where Sticker Giant is nested and located, and then the bigger community in Boulder. I live in North Boulder, so a little bit of a more diverse neighborhood in the privileged and white bubble that Boulder often can be, right? So I just love how bringing those together and having that conversation of the intersectionality of work and life.
Yeah. And I would even say, in the times of COVID, I brought my mask today, not knowing what the change will be in that, and thinking countywide, and, the virus doesn't stop at the county line.
That's right.
And our work doesn't stop at the county line. But, I think it's trite and it's true. All politics are local. And so, what we do well here, which are so many things in Boulder County, whether that be in the city of Louisville or Lafayette or Jamestown or, Longmont, those things bubble up. We're usually the first at, and I'm so excited for Longmont Startup Week because, you mentioned Boulder and Longmont, like Boulder's bigger. I haven't seen the recent census data, but I think they're getting pretty close in size.
Mhm.
And one of the things that I like about Longmont in particular is I find it to be more diverse.
Mhm.
Grocery store experiences are more diverse than walking into a different grocery store in Boulder. And Boulder, I'm not here to discount Boulder in any way at all. One of the things that I want to talk a little bit about today is local community. And I think this might be a good segue into that, Beth, in that who is the local community? And to a certain extent, it depends on where you live, right? And what neighborhood you're in, and where and what housing laws have impacted where you live. And are you so closed-minded that you want to only live with people that look like you and that have kids and go to the same school? And, whatever those choices are that individuals make, and, you can make those decisions. But the richness of our local community is often overlooked in big conversations like this. And so in thinking about local responsibility, you have to think, and we're talking about humans here. We're talking about humans. So what's my local responsibility to the humans who live here? Well, we are a diverse group, and people will often say, well, City of Boulder is 90% white. So we just, that's who we're going to cater to. I think those business decisions are made somewhere along the way. And that's not true. Again, because we live in Boulder County. Boulder County is much more diverse, and the 10% of people of color in Boulder proper matter.
Yes.
And so who is the local community? And so as you're thinking about your startup business, or you're here today because you have a business and you're thinking about new ways that you can engage locally, first you have to define what is local. Our local community is made up of large Nepali community.
That's right.
Our community is made up, if we're just going to talk percentages, large Latino community. Our community has a very small population, but a very active population of Black Americans. Our community is made up of undocumented people. Our community is made up of trans people. Our community is made up of Chinese people, Asian Pacific Islanders. We are rich. And as businesses and as organizations like Out Boulder, we have responsibility to all. And so how do we do that? I think part of it is acknowledging that and making sure that your plan is inclusive. If you don't have a DEI plan or aren't even thinking about it as you're starting a new business, you are behind the 8 ball in so many ways. not just in who you're going to employ and the richness of a variety of experiences, language, abilities, disabilities, gender identities bring. Like, who's going to go to work for somebody who doesn't have a DEI plan or doesn't even think about it? We're in a new civil rights movement. And what does that look like? And how do we take advantage to strengthen the local community? And I think that's a question that all business leaders, myself included, have to continue to ask ourselves.
Well, I think you're leading the community in the fact that you actually run a business. It's a nonprofit, right? So, and I know you care greatly around representation of who's working at Out Boulder, right? And then we do the same at Sticker Giant. We're not perfect, but we are, and it's the courage to say, yes, we have a DEI plan, and we are slowly working through that plan. Is it on the pace we'd like to have it? I would say absolutely not.
Right.
But the fact that we have a plan, that we're getting input from our, we refer to each other as giants, our giants, and that we're absolutely after the iterative and incremental gains that we can make, rather than, we were just talking in the early session. I just think climate change is a great way to think about these things. Is it can be so enormous that when we make the choices that impact the planet, it's easy to just kind of have a throwaway culture, right? It just goes in the trash and it magically goes away. It's like, well, can we just pick up one thing in the public trash that's not in the recycling and move it over? I think it's the same around DEI and B, that it's just so important to have it on your heart and your mind, because then that's where the opportunities come up to really move into that needed action at any moment.
Here's a real case example.
Yeah.
So yesterday, Out Boulder County is working on a contract with the county. This isn't public information, now it is to whoever's listening, but we haven't announced it yet. And so we're building a program that will serve some folks who can't get into long-term therapy because there aren't enough slots for Medicaid or uninsured income qualifying people. So we're all in this conversation and we're talking. There's 3 white people and a bicultural, bilingual person. I can't remember which country she represents. And so we're having this whole conversation, and she asked one simple question that changed the layout of the entire program. It was iterative, right? We were thinking about the pieces, but that one piece of information just opened up these services in a number of very important ways, because she was there as a part of it. And if somebody is not there, my friend Carmen Ramirez always says that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Oh.
And I find that true. And the tough part about local responsibility is there's a lot of tables. And you can work yourself into getting to the table, but then do you have the bandwidth to make full use of being at that table? Sometimes the answer for me is no. I get there, and then it's a matter of being able to have grown your staff to a level where you get to the table, and then there's somebody else that can take your place as you go find the new table to be at. And so, that's a real life example of the importance of having someone there.
Yeah.
We're working very hard to have most of what we do be in Spanish. One of the good things that came out of this pandemic for Out Boulder County was a strong relationship with El Centro Amistad. And we know that LGBTQ people in the social determinants of health line up almost exactly with the Latinx community. And so we were working on the same barriers. Trans people have IDs that do not match them. Undocumented people have IDs that may not match them. And so how do you get to the vaccine? And so we started working closely together on that. And that simple relationship of working across the table and being invited to the same table has changed things for our local LGBTQ people and for families, Latino families who have LGBTQ family members.
Yeah. I just think it's such a great model, right? That Out Boulder County is is fairly centric to the LGBTQ community, but the way that you look at the community and its broad spectrum, right? While that might be your hub, it's all the spokes that are feeding in that are so important. And I think that's new, right? That's new for organizations to really look at it that way.
Well, the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, now the LGBTQ Task Force, under the leadership of Ray Carey,
Yeah.
where I had the honor of working for a while, they were way ahead of the curve. They're the oldest national LGBTQ group. I remember hearing them say that choice was an LGBTQ issue. And I'm like, what? Mind blown. And that was years ago. And I was like, what are they thinking? You know, and so there are people out ahead of it and have been. I think in our situation at Boulder County, there are people who think we move too slow, we move in the wrong directions, and, and they get to have their opinions. It's hard. I find it hard in running a business that is thinking about people with different abilities. That is thinking, like we tried to start with Center for People with Disabilities, who's one of, actually it wasn't CPWD, another disability group. We started a support group for people with different abilities who were trans. And we got it running for a little bit, but we hadn't thought through all the different, what it needed to look like differently.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a space. Are we going to let caregivers in who are not trans? What, do we have to educate them? It's a whole bigger piece that needs to be worked on, and time takes time sometimes. And so there are efforts that we've started that we haven't been able to successfully reach, but it doesn't mean it's off the table.
Yeah. I think what you're pointing to too for our audience around startup and business is when we get siloed, right? If you just take community action endeavors and needed activity and you make them too specific, right? Then they aren't as effective. So it's one of the things I really admire about the work that you and your team and the board there are doing.
One of the great things about Pride is it brings everybody together in one space. And to see the richness, I'm that old dyke who was done with Pride a long time ago, and now we have two. But that's the excitement for me, is seeing all of the intersections in one place.
Yeah. That's the fruit of the intent, right?
Right.
Is actually when you see at Pride so many more people represented. Yeah, I think that's really important.
Yeah.
Where do you want to take us next?
Well, I was thinking about, so we talked about what local community is, and I'd like to talk about responsibility, I think.
Yeah, I think that's great.
It's a big word. I almost looked it up just to make sure I understood it, but I let that go because I think I know what responsibility is, and I hope those who are watching today, if you're not quite sure how that might apply to you, go ahead and take a look at that definition. It starts small, right? You have responsibility to yourself. What's local responsibility? Let's start at home. It's that I need to feed myself. I need to sleep. I need to meditate. I need to pray. Do I get those done every day? No. But that's my responsibility to myself. My responsibility to myself is to be good to my friends, to build new friends. One of the things that's been tough about the pandemic is it's harder to meet new people. But luckily I've got some good friends. So those have taken place, but like taking care of people. I live next to a school. They don't have enough staff to pick up the trash. So when Chewy and I go for a walk every day, I think it's my responsibility to pick up the basketball court. Some kids left their sodas, right? So every day starts with the mailman. Sometimes they have to send out letters to the neighborhood, like don't park in front of the mailbox. It's my responsibility when I moved my car this morning for the painters to not park in front of the mailbox. So there are all these little things that make everybody's day a little brighter. And so, that's friends. But what's the larger community? And back to the civics point. There are so many ways to engage. And I think business has a responsibility to make sure that their employees can engage in those. It's good for business. It's good for human beings. And it's good for the community. I looked last night, I was thumbing through Instagram, and downtown Longmont had a post. And in their post, they're saying, we have upcoming opportunities to volunteer. We have Summer on the Streets, Downtown Summer Concert, Art Walk, the 150th celebration, the tree lighting ceremony. I could go on and on. They're looking for volunteers. How about Sticker Giant, because you all are active. I know from our relationship what you all, the Giants, pull off. Tree lighting? It's not a Christmas tree lighting, it's a tree lighting. I mean, there's pieces of that, right? But like, what a fun activity.
Yeah.
Give the staff a half day off, paid, to make sure that all the kids coming down Main Street and little kids like me see the tree when we're out shopping.
Yeah.
Right? And so there's ways to engage, which then helps downtown Longmont.
Well, I love what you're pointing to, because I think the pandemic has really impacted us in ways that we will be figuring out for a long time to come. And when I was listening to you, I was thinking about how we can become bystanders so easily,
Yes.
right? And it's someone else's responsibility. I'm like you, I pick up trash in my neighborhood. We live next door to where there's a number of kids, right? And kids, I didn't do it when I was a kid, but I pick up their trash.
Right.
But no one's coming to help us if we don't show up. And it's really hard, because right now things are shifting with the pandemic again. And, what's that going to do to our ability to get out and participate? And then for organizations, whether it's the city of Longmont, Out Boulder, and so many great organizations that need and only thrive with people volunteering their time, and also where you give your money matters, right? So I think we've got to really challenge ourselves on that individual level, that hub you're at. I know you're going to stretch it out here in a minute, that we're coming out of this call out culture. And I think what you're doing is calling us in, right? Calling us into our personal responsibility. Right. So that we bring that to work, and we bring that into our community, and we activate that sense of what can be done now, what is in something that we can do now, rather than it's all so big and happening to me. So right. I just love the way you're shaping what that looks like.
My mind kind of exploded as you were talking about that. And one of the things that, in thinking about responsibility, it can come out of like an interesting family dynamic, right? Where you've had to be like over responsible. So like, I don't want to put my like picking up the trash on somebody else, right? So where does that come from? And examining that.
Yes.
And so, time out on that, if that needs to be examined, right? Some of us are over responsible for bad reasons. There's also the piece that the responsibility, it's like the bigger vision that you were touching on, which is, I am responsible for that. It is that one piece of trash, because with it comes my whole body and my whole mind. This is my community. And if it's a business, it's like, this is your community where you thrive for the most part. We have a great business community. Are you a member of, in thinking about this, are you as a business leader, which we know, like Beth, I don't know when you sleep, but it's hard to get that sleep thing in, because there's so much, especially when we're in this new civil rights movement, and like, how fast can we move and where? And the pandemic, right? So there's all these added pieces, and we do know also coming out of the pandemic that people's mental health is poor.
Yes.
It's very poor. We have statistics we haven't released yet because they're so bad, that we want to have the current solution to be able to announce that when we announce the numbers. And so, maybe it's the older woman walking down my street today who stopped at the garden and looked at the sunflower. Right? And so that local responsibility to other humans and to the environment matter. We enjoy a great relationship with Sticker Giant, whether that being at Pride, having all your crew there, people checking in on us, donating vaccine stickers. Like when we ran out because we didn't know what we were doing, your crew, putting us ahead in the line and getting stuff done for the local community, and also the money that you all give. And those sponsorships are important. I know that Avocet and some of the sponsors you mentioned today, like they gave a lot. They gave more than their share. Who wants Startup Week to continue? Who's watching this great programming? You all should just get to your budget right now because you're working on them for the following year, and put $5,000 in it and know that you're supporting the entire community. And if you have a DEI plan and you look at that and you figure out, what are we doing around inclusion? Maybe it's your hiring practices. Maybe it's not money. Maybe you need to look through your forms. On gender identity, is the question male and female? I bet it is. Why is that? We've always done it that way.
Yeah.
And so, on that piece, or, who are the most prioritized? Depends on which crowd you're in. We're either prioritized or marginalized. I just think of
We're
us
either
as special.
dominant or underrepresented,
Yes,
right?
right,
Yeah.
Right.
yeah.
And so whatever the word is, there are barriers in place for people for reasons that others find beneficial. Like, break those down. I think this is something that every company should have, which is a matching gift program. So, we talked a little bit about sponsorship dollars, whether that be to the Longmont Ballet, to El Comité, to Out Boulder County. Those dollars matter a lot, whether it be from an individual or from the company and marketing dollars or community giving dollars, however the company frames that. The one thing that's important, because leaders come and go. So that was that leader's, like, we want to support Out Boulder County. New leader comes, it's like, oh, the gays, they have it great. We need to direct our money somewhere else. If the company has done its job and has a matching gift company, employees have connected with Out Boulder County. They volunteered here, they went there, they have a relationship and know what's going on at the organization. And they might give us $50. And that is an important gift. Because if your majority of your funding as a nonprofit doesn't come from individuals, you're likely to tip over.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are important. What if Sticker Giant then gave $50? All of a sudden you have 100, and it's a benefit for somebody who thinks about local community.
Yeah. We don't have gift matching right now at Sticker Giant, and it is one of the things that is on our roadmap, right?
Right.
So we're not there, but we see it on the horizon. One of the things I think I'll just share that we do in order to not just have a leader make the decision about where the money's going to go, or what where we're going to support the local community. We have a community team.
That's great.
Right. And so it's not me saying give here or don't do that. I actually see what happens at the end of the month and where the dollars went, and we really feature like our in-kind gifts and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. So I think what matters is, and that's what our Giants said they wanted. They wanted to be more involved in that process. And we had it for several years where we had funded money and we would give the money, and it had some of that flavor, but it has a whole lot more of that flavor fantastic. Now. Yeah. And I love the earlier session with that we were talking about. You can have great hiring practices, but what we're talking about right now in organizations, in small organizations, is how do you keep your the diversity in your groups, right? That's by listening and having them tell you where they want to see the impact in the community, and we just follow that, right? Mm-hmm. Sustainability and human services were the top responses from our Giants that said where they want to see us be active. Right, with our time and our money and our in-kind donations. So that's where we're spending our time. We're still a small company, right? We're 118 folks, and we have to be specific, but yet have enough flexibility for our employees to actually say, this is where we want to see more activity. So I'm super proud, as you might imagine, of our community team and the great work and the way they make those decisions together. So
it was nice the other day, knock on my door as one of your Giants.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like, hey.
And then we see each other out in the community. Right. So I think it's we're really talking too about the fabric we're weaving, I believe, right? It's about being connected, and the relationships that are built are really what buoy us through really difficult times. and the good times.
Right,
We
somebody to
celebrate
celebrate with.
together, right?
Yep.
We bring all the largest sticker ball out to Pride, right?
Yep.
This year, and the motorcade strapped on the back of my truck, super fun. That was the first time
I love
Saul had been
Saul.
out. But that's community connection, and that doesn't have a monetary value, but it has a human value. That our companies and our key organizations providing key human services to the folks that live in the community we're surrounded with, that matters a lot to me as well.
Yeah, it's apparent. It's apparent. So thank you for
Thank
all
you.
the Giants do in the community.
Thank you
I
for-
know we're not the only organization that is supported by Sticker Giant.
Well, and I
Mike.
will say to our listeners, you can go to stickergiant.com/, sponsorship. I'm only featuring that as a way for you to gain access to how to get in-kind sponsorships and other types of sponsorships that we do locally and really nationally. So that is one way to get connected.
That's great. Great. One other little, I don't know, the timekeeper, I don't know who's in charge, but this is one of the things that I was
That'd be
writing.
me, Mark.
Okay, so
I'm in-
stop me if I'm running long.
No, you're good.
But one of the things I was thinking about organizationally, and we have to talk about it as staff, because there's budget implications, and I think that it's easily solvable. We haven't talked about it. Is now the new National Juneteenth holiday,
Yes.
right? And is that, as we're planning for the new year, do we trade something out? Do we put in the budget, we're going to get one more? And then not just a day off. Like, what does that mean? Conversations around that. Organizationally, what does that mean? Individually.
Yes.
So things are always changing, and it's a matter of keeping your eye on some of that.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, and I'll just share. We're in some early days around how we're handling that, and we've chosen to, for some business reasons and also for diversity reasons, we've put flexible holidays in place for the first time at Sticker Giant, where we're not taking as many days off for certain holidays that all people don't engage in or support, right? I mean, nobody's not going to take 2 days off at Christmas, whether you're Christian and celebrate that or not. You kind of get the idea. But we're really passionate about giving flexibility, right? So how do we meet our business needs? We're an e-commerce company. We're kind of always open, so to speak.
Right.
And then still have the ability for our giants to make a decision about what day they want to take off. So while Juneteenth can be and is very important to me, I don't want to assume that that's important to everybody in our organization, right? So how do we celebrate that day to draw more attention to it, which we've done some, but we've got a lot of work to do there. And then how do we actually offer that day off for people where that really means something to them? But another person might not want that day, and they might want to take more time at some other time, whether it's related to a holiday or not. So it's kind of the way
Interesting.
we've taken our first run at it, right? We're sort of in our early first run on how to step up into that moment, and we're finding our way.
Thanks for that tip,
Yeah.
because we've got to figure out what we're doing.
Well, and I think every organization has its own complex nature, right? So I want to just that's what we chose to do, sort of as our early decision. But you may work in an organization where it's absolutely right to be closed on Juneteenth. But there may be other reasons why that could be complex for your business. But how do you still meet the moment is the question, and how do you keep meeting the moment? We're never going to be done, right? We're never going to be done.
Never going to be done. The other thing, and Beth, I wonder if you all are doing this, at 118, you may be of the size. Do you have employee resource groups?
We do not, and it is also on that horizon. It came up in the earlier segment too. Even larger organizations struggle with employee resource groups and affinity groups, right? And how to get them well supported. I'm a big fan of teams that get self-organized, right? Like our community team is pretty self-organized. We have a giant that leads that team, Shandell, as you know
Yes,
well.
yes.
And she does such a beautiful job.
I didn't want to call her out. That's who knocked on the door.
Oh, yeah, I knew it was. So we don't want to put something in play that we don't know that we can fully support. And that's a hardship for me because I'm really passionate about having an employee resource group. And we don't have a good idea yet enough, right? And I hope there's one of our giants listening that will hear what I'm saying and then send me a Slack that I read right after this that says, I'll step in, right? I'll help. And that's often how we end up doing things is employees will step into things. We have a sustainability team right now. We knew we needed it. We knew we wanted it. We'd done some things and we had some key employees step in and say, we'll lead it. And they do some really beautiful work. So that's kind of where we are in the size company we are. Feeling uncomfortable that we're not doing enough.
And
yet we're in our moment and we're going to just keep working to move ourselves forward.
one of the things that bothers me, so the salary versus non-hourly people,
Yes.
right? And so one of my employees, Juan, he will always pick up something extra, always. And so he'll end up, he's the Colorado Gay Rodeo after he'd already worked way too many hours because it's an opportunity he wants for the organization. And so I struggle with compensation around that. So we're not building, we're building in a salary and we use the Colorado nonprofit salary guide. We do a little more because Boulder County is more expensive than if you look at that. So, he might say, I don't think he would, that he's underpaid. And yet he's above, oh my God, his number of hours and the work he does in the community, for the community. Like, how do you, so if you get a giant sends you a Slack and says, I'm going to do that, is that because they're a salaried person and all of a sudden you don't have to pay them more and that works out for the budget? It doesn't sit right with me and I haven't figured out a solution. What about you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't have a great answer there, right? I think when people are contributing more of their talent and time, certainly all of our teams that do the teamwork, right, around community and sustainability do it on paid time. So it's a great question. I don't really have a great answer, but thank you for sort of knocking on that
because in
door.
nonprofits, bonuses are kind of like, oh God, you shouldn't bonus anybody. There's this whole, also United Way said you can't spend more than 25 cents on every dollar and keeping the place together, right? And so, I feel like that's outdated, but who's going to push me United Way? But also, so it's a question that I struggle with some.
Yeah, I think, right, it's when opportunity for engagement sort of runs too far, right? And where employees are going to step up and want to do things because they're passionate about it. How do we meet them there, right? Rather than just with the thank you, which I think is a lot, right? But again, it's just back to having the courage to say, is that enough? It's not enough. And sit in that discomfort. I'm still going back to this morning's mindful morning, right? And that's what we were talking about having the courage to sit in the discomfort of things and hold that until something clear emerges. Now, we can't sit in discomfort forever, right? We do need to have an action orientation, right? So it's not just sitting in all this discomfort and saying we're uncomfortable and not doing anything. But it is, what are the small things, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually, that we can show we're making progress? Because I think we all get down on ourselves in organizations and personally that we're just not doing enough. And how can we let that be true while we're still working on today's work? That's my ongoing question.
It's a great question, and I heard the question, and I was thinking about what my answer is to that. And fear is the great roadblock, right? And I have found myself more than once in a situation where because of the call out culture. I'm afraid to take a step that I think is the right step. Because Al Boulder matters, because I also have feelings, I'm inhuman, but that can like freeze you. So I think it's really important to have a team around you in those moments when you get stuck that you trust, and that you know might disagree with you, and that you listen and you make that shift.
Yeah.
But it's a good question you ask.
Yeah. I'm thinking about I've been recently sharing this, and I think it's appropriate here is, I think we get stuck when we start thinking about blame and shame and fault finding culture, right? And our culture is steeped in that, right? Of finding blame and assessing fault. And I think that's what makes us fearful. And it gets us into that inaction place that actually is so detrimental. So I've been working with this inner reflection myself around, it's not my fault, but it is my responsibility. And I know, because there's some power in that. Like, if we can see that the racial divide in our country and the responsibility that we have locally to help more folks in need, those things aren't my fault. But if I get really honest with myself as a human, as a community member, and as a leader in a business, how do I step into responsibility, right? And then how do I not get too overly, active in that responsibility? Because we can do that too, right? As being white and privileged, that we step into the responsibility by starting to look around us and then bring more people into the responsibility that we share together, right? And for me, that's what makes it all worth it, because we all have such feelings of aloneness. The pandemic has amplified those. You pointed to the impacts on mental health there. It's time for us to link arms on these things and make some of these close in, like what's here today, this week, how can we continue to keep moving forward? Because we get weary in the journey when we get alone, right? And I'm sure you can relate as the executive director of a nonprofit, how weary it can be in the human service providing world.
Yeah, and especially as a small nonprofit.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm excited. We, in fact, somebody right now, I couldn't join in the conversation, are reviewing the final resumes for a deputy director. And it will be nice to have somebody to collaborate with. I'm a big collaborator.
Yeah.
And I believe I collaborate with my staff, but there is that weird power dynamic also, which I often forget about, which is like, I'm the boss, right? And so I don't think about it enough. But it'll be nice to have somebody when I'm stuck, to be able to talk to. Some people call them a work wife. And so
Your dream come true,
my dream
Marty.
come true. Now, if I could just find a pool boy, it'll all work out, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited about that, because it does get lonely.
Yeah, I think you're really pointing to something that's important, and we'll talk about this and maybe make some closing comments here. I think, it's easy in leadership roles to forget the power differential, and I'm guilty of it myself, right? I'll say, hit me up on Slack. I walk around and ask people how they're doing, and the distance between the truth of what they want to say to me because of the role that I have, but that keeps me humble and makes me really stay available and have lots of casual conversations and make myself visible, and all those things are really important. But I actually know, safe enough at work that is an endeavor that never goes away, right? To have a safe enough place at work, because in reality, what we know is people didn't grow up with that idea.
Right.
People may not have that idea in their current living situation. So us as leaders at work saying, oh, we want to create a safe enough culture for you to just speak your mind and tell us what you think. People are going to make mistakes. They absolutely are going to make mistakes in an attempt to do that, and people still aren't going to trust it, right? But we do have a responsibility, back to it is our responsibility to over and over again continue to cultivate that in the workplace so we can have a ripple effect on people's lives. They leave with that skill, and maybe they go home to their partner or their kids or their neighbor, and maybe they have a more rich experience of sharing what it's like to be them, because they were able to do that at work. That's always my hope, right? Is somehow
The
at
ripples.
work, what we're doing
Right.
has impact on people's families, the community, and honestly, our world at large.
I would agree with that. I love
Yeah.
that. I love that visual.
Well, I'll just close with another appreciation for you and the work that you're doing in our community. And I love, again, I'm just going to say it one more time, that the concentric hub of what you do at Outboulder is around services for the LGBTQ plus community. But you know you can't do that in that vacuum or that silo. And the work you're doing with the Latinx community and veterans and the aging community, right? It's and accessibility for our differently abled community members, our homeless community members.
Yes.
All of those I know are at the heart of what you all are doing there. So
And hate crimes. I mean, we didn't
yes,
even get
to
to
domestic
Yeah.
violence, and the numbers off the chart because of the pandemic, and the numbers off the chart in same-sex relationships, which
Yes, it
many
is.
heterosexual people don't really consider, that the hate crimes there and the domestic violence are quite a lot.
But
So-
let's leave somewhere happy. Where are we going to leave?
Yeah, my goodness,
There's
I
so
got
much.
us
I'll
down
see
a
you next week
downer.
here.
Yes, well, I'll just pivot to the next session is a panel. Really looking forward. Marty is going to join us on this panel. And we have Regina Smith coming from Naropa, and Amy and Jackie. No,
Angie, sorry.
Angie. Oh, Angie
Terrible
will
of
be
me.
back as well. So take a coffee break, and we'll see you right at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. Thanks for joining us.
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural flavor. Add our delicious roasted chicken breast and house-made dressings bursting with flavor. Mix everything together and taste why chopped salads are simply better. Come into Chop 5 and enjoy our watermelon chop for only $8.99. Order online at chop5.com and find out how Chop 5 is chopping up fresh flavor, and eat with no regrets.
Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave and friends with the dark. But tonight you're lonely and far from home. Tonight you're broken but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go. You are not alone. Let go, let go, let go. far below. Tonight you're broken. Till tomorrow, let go and hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll. Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave and friends with the dark. But tonight you're lonely, far from home. Tonight you're broken, but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll. When the car came, you fell on the floor. The doctor said 6 months, if you're lucky, a couple more. Now you're tired of moving slow. You found that bourbon in the bottom drawer. The night you're sinking far below. Tonight you're broken. till tomorrow. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll. Let go, hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. No, you are not alone. Let go, and let the whiskey flow. Let go, let go, let go.
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural flavor. Add our delicious roasted chicken breast and house-made dressings bursting with flavor. Mix everything together and taste why chopped salads are simply better. Come into Chop 5 and enjoy our watermelon chop for only $8.99. Order online at chop5.com and find out how Chop 5 is chopping up fresh flavor. And eat with no regrets.
Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave and friends with the dark. But tonight, you're lonely and far from home. Tonight you're broken but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll. When the call came fell on the floor. Doctor said 6 months, if you're lucky, a couple more. Now you're tired, moving slow. You found that bourbon bottom drawer.
It's almost time.
Tonight you're sinking far below.
Hi, and welcome back. We are getting ready to kick off another session here, but before we do, let me let you know what's coming up this afternoon. Lori Jones with Avocet's going to step in and take the moderator role, so we're looking forward to that. And the topics are going to be at noon, how to counter the Great Recession. So that's about the big talent tsunami that we talk about, I believe. And then at 1 is a panel with heart-centered leadership continues. And then rounding out the day at 2 will be entrepreneurial leadership realities. So some really great sessions, and we'll look forward to having Lori come in as the moderator. Let me give a shout out again to our sponsors, Arc Thrift Store, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, and Longmont Economic Development Partnerships, all at the platinum level. Gold level is our friends over at Biz West, and Left Hand Brewery and Docketly. I don't know who Docket Set is. They didn't sponsor, but Docketly did. At the connected level is downtown Longmont, and our friends over at Longmont are at High Plains Bank. And then in-kind sponsors were given by Handprint Inc. and Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Chop 5. So I'm Beth Smith. I'm the CEO at Sticker Giant, and I'm also the founder of Boulder Mindful Living. And we have a great panel here today. What I'd like to do is have each panelist introduce themselves, and they will also introduce themselves with their pronouns. Mine are they, she. Pronouns help folks understand how we identify in our gender identity. So it's really helpful for folks that are non-binary and not in the gender continuum in a traditional way to hear all of us really say where we are in our gender identity. So Regina, will you kick us off?
Sure. I'm really happy to be here. I'm Regina Smith. My pronouns are she, her, and I currently am the Vice President for Mission, Culture, and Inclusive Community at Naropa. I also do equity-informed executive coaching and other work in the community.
Wonderful.
My name is Marty Moore, and I use the pronouns of she and her. Thank you for asking, Beth, and making that a part of today. And if you didn't get enough of me last hour, here I am again. I'm the Executive Director of Boulder County.
Lovely.
I am Angie Robinson, pronouns she, her, hers. I am currently working on my PhD in employee experience and employee life cycle.
And I'm Amy Zuckerman. My pronouns are she, her. I am a fellow with the CEO Action for Racial Equity, which focuses on new and improved public policy, lifting up the lives of our 47 million Black Americans.
Wonderful. So this is a really particular honor for me. Marty and Amy and I have been friends for quite some time, and I have new friends in Regina and Angie. So we're so glad to have you here. And a particular too is inviting in a university here locally to this business conversation, and an alma mater of mine. So we're really glad to have you here with us, Regina, to join this conversation. So what we thought we would do is really take apart the DEI, B, and A letters, the acronyms, and have our panelists really engage on those different topics. And then we'll switch after we do that to talk about how COVID has really impacted diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and accessibility. So let's start with D, right? Diversity. And we got some great information in the tips earlier this morning, but I think it's really important that we put personal voices to these. I mean, you can go out and you can Google them, you can take classes on these things, but I would really just love to hear as we go through each one of these letters and these in the acronym, what that actually means to you personally, right? On a real personal level. So I'm going to let the first person with a microphone to their mouth begin.
Well,
Thank you, Amy.
I'll jump in.
you.
So I'll take the D. So in the presentation that Angie and I led together, I explained how for organizations, diversity really is about measurement. Diversity really is about counting. I'll say that and kind of have that boundary around it. People use the word diversity all the time, and I think they mean perhaps two things. Well, I would like them to think about two things. One is diversity of thought, and then also diversity of identity.
Mhm.
So I think both things are important to organizations. I think, you mentioned personal. When I'm on a team, it's always fun to have people like you. That's fun. You've got probably the same cultural touchstones and words and phrases and all that kind of stuff. But really, if I'm thinking about the efficacy of the team and the outputs of the team, I want diversity of thought. If I'm going to build a widget, I want 6 people sitting around and saying, have you thought about this? Or my concern is, or an innovation we might try is this. That's what I'm looking for with that. But I don't want to minimize the conversation that the world should be having and hopefully is having around diversity of identity. And the social movements, if you will, that are happening today, honestly, have always been happening. This is not new. Protests are not new. And in fact, I'm going to pass the mic and the torch really soon because I realize I'm going down a deep well of passion. I may not come back from, so I'm going to pull us back up. But I do believe when we talk about diversity and we talk about change and we talk about social movements, I don't believe much has ever really happened in this country without social protests, from worker rights to employing children. And there are, of course, some wonderful historical resources where we can learn about the role of citizens speaking up in this country to make our country better, if not perfect. Certainly, we're always a work in progress. Yeah. I'm going to put a pin in it there. So D for me.
D. All right. Thank you for that. Riffing on diversity, I think Amy covered some good ground there.
So I think I'm gonna jump on this one. So I love what you're saying about diversity of identity, and that's really, to me, that's really kind of the point of how you get to diversity of thought, is that you have to bring some people in that have other experiences, that have, that we all didn't come down that, like that picture that I showed in the front of the slide deck, where it's just like a bunch of white guys all had the same experiences, did that same thing, all work at IBM, all work at NASA, all do, it's like, no, we don't all have all that same thing, and we come with different kinds of intelligences and experiences and ways to communicate and ways to relate to each other and ways to understand problems. I think one of the things that I've learned my entire life is that I think completely differently than anybody else I know. I will dissect a math problem completely differently than anybody I know, right? And that matters. And that's personal to me, but it's also, part of what I learned in my life and what I got from my environment and in the experiences that I've had over my life. So, understanding that and tying those things together, that it's that, my identities that I bring a wealth of other experience and knowledge with me, including things like, one of the things, I just want to throw this out here because it happens all the time. It's around communication, where it's like, when I talk to my family, it's loud. Everything's loud. We're talking loud, and nobody's mad. That's how it is, right? And but you can't carry that into our workplaces because everything's calm and you don't ever raise your voice and you only you don't even look at people askance because but it's like communication is different, and it's hard for me to tie that thing down and hold it. I need to be able to express myself, and that differences of expression and differences Beautiful. Of how we are actually speaking to each other and trying to get to results that we're trying to achieve.
I'll just say I love that, because the way we express ourselves is tied to our identity, right? And culturally, and the way we're raised, the experiences we've had, we express ourselves extremely different. So thank you so much for bringing that in. Please, Regina.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say I had a work experience earlier in my career where one of my white identified coworkers did say that every time that I spoke, she felt like I had like an emotional charge to what I was sharing. And I was like, well, actually, if you were at a family reunion of mine, or if you were in a room full of me and my cousins, I'm the most soft-spoken one in my whole family. So clearly there's a cultural difference that you're then overlaying with an interpretation because you don't have a lot of experience working on diverse teams. And so I do think that diversity is the starting point for a lot of the other things that we're looking for in organizations, such as inclusivity and belonging. But you can't have belonging if you only have a few people who express themselves in a certain way. And I wrote an article on how professionalism is actually based on norms that are not culturally inclusive. And so things that we may consider unprofessional, like, why are you so passionate when you're speaking? That's not professional. It's like, actually, that's just not, you know, a white cultural norm or a male cultural norm. And so I think if we want to get to organizations and places where people feel like they can contribute and speak up and bring their best self to work, then we have to have more than just a few or tokenized representation. And I'll also say within higher education, diversity is important because we see that retention of students of color is really based on if they see faculty that reflect them and if they see other staff members and they say, oh, this is possible for me. And if you don't have diverse faculty and staff, then you're less likely to be able to retain both staff members who bring cultural diversity, but also students.
Yeah, I think that's so well said. Thank you. Marty?
As a white person, I have to share an experience. So in response to your Angie and Regina's comment, so we just had a staff retreat, and our staff is diverse. There's 10 of us, and I think, I don't know, 4 or 5 people are folks of color. And so we were at this retreat. We had money from the Colorado Health Foundation. So we were in Estes Park at this nice place. It was so loud. And I was like, oh my God, it is so loud. I took my hearing aids out and I'm like, I have to move away. They were having so much fun. It was all appropriate. But when I went out like down the street and I could hear them, I'm like, we are in a complex. So we have to have some respect. But it was new for Out Boulder County to have that level of sound. And it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think we're touching again on some of the things we touched about earlier in the morning around having to feel uncomfortable, right? This is not going to make you feel comfortable to be all like, oh, let's get diverse here. You need to know what you're signing up for, right? And I'm really passionate about it because I think a lot of people are well-intended, and then once they get on the journey gets challenging, right? And so I think that's, but it gets rich, right? If you could stay in the discomfort that comes up and learn more and then follow that through. I think, Amy, you were saying that this morning around a colleague of yours that shared that they didn't have someone in their life that they didn't have a lot of experience with diversity around veterans, right? So when we hear someone say, hey, that's me, do we take the next step to go actually find an author that wrote a book about African-American culture, or watch a movie intentionally that really like gives us the fabric of what it's like to be in some different cultures, Asian cultures, LGBTQ, what are trans people's experiences? So I think it really calls us into our own self-exploration to be able to pick up this idea of diversity rather than, okay, we're represented now, we look like our community. We'll get into the sense of belonging and how we get to an inclusion that's just table stakes. But how do we care for people once we bring them in, right? How do we care for difference, and how do we appreciate it? So let's move then to the E, equity. What do we mean by equity? And Amy or Angie, if you want to jump in, because your presentation had pieces of this, right?
I can start a little bit and pass to you after. So I think equity has come up in conversations I've been near to, is around pay equity. So how do people with the same amount of experience, same amount of education, get paid the same? Now, we Americans, I have heard said that our core cultural value in the US is fairness. We want things to be fair. So this is a no-brainer. I think probably most, I'm gonna say, I think most of the population thinks that we have equity in this country, thinks that there's no discrimination, except if you have, are connected to stories and experiences where that hasn't been the case. From the workplace, people might find this interesting. When the notion of gender pay equity came to the fore, there are certain large tech companies that immediately did intense analyses of pay at their work and gave women raises. A bunch of women got raises. They went across the board and they said, wow, we've got a vulnerability here. We've got risk here. And some of that was publicized. A lot of it wasn't, because of course, when you say, oh, we had a problem, we fixed it, guess what? People are like, what other problems do you have? So I think about equity in there, just to share a little bit on the corporate side, but Angie, hand it to you.
Thanks. So, I think about equity in a lot of different ways, because what I see and what I find is that, okay, I'm an engineer. I have spent a lot of time in rooms with a bunch of white guys in school, in my professional life. That's what I do. And I'm always scratching my head going, where are the rest of me? Like, where are my peeps? Why aren't there more of me in this room? And there are lots of things, without going too far down the rabbit hole, even when, kind of what the slides that I was addressing earlier, that even when we say, okay, we're going to give everybody the same resources, everybody's going to have Microsoft Excel on their laptop. And it's just like, okay, well, you have an Apple wingding buzz thing, and I have a little crappy iPad that I, inherited from my brother, right? It's like, the disparity in what different people might have to even access that awesome resource you gave them with is huge. And you don't even know that. You don't even know how to recognize that or ask about that or know what that's about. In the ERG conversation, to say, okay, everybody has an ERG, but we don't all know how to use that ERG. We don't all know how to, pull the levers that make that thing work for us in ways that we need it. So I've been seeing people talk about, making sure that the allies get education and the allies get, understanding of who we are. But, it's like, I really want to see, and I want some professional training and some leadership training and some, and some of that extra money for being a leader of an ERG and some of all that stuff that is all about how we make it equitable for us all to be participating, and that we find the ways to absolutely get rid of the barriers that are there, rather than just like make it able for us all to see over the barrier. But we're actually figuring out, how do we get rid of the barriers so that we're all playing at the table there. We're not even on the playing field isn't level. We're not on the same playing field. We're on completely, everything's different. It's there's a pretense, as you say, that there's fairness, and it's like, they ain't nothing fair. There ain't nothing fair about any of this, right? So, I could keep going, but I won't. I really, there are so many things that are just at the foundational level that are unfair, that make it really difficult, that when you even just come up for air, like, understanding study habits. You get into school, but you don't know how to study. You don't have the support that your family might have, because you're the first generation, person in school, or, like I've been working on my PhD for the last 9,000 years. And it's like, it might've been different had I had more educated people around me, providing me with that support and helping me understand what some of the pitfalls were and so on. So I think it's from every level, nothing is fair. So, every step forward is I'm still not at, I have the same education level. I still have the same, background, whatever. Okay, I'm getting the same pay, and I'm still not at the same level with the people that I'm working with. Yeah. And equity is, I think this is the hardest part of it, is really getting to some place where the barriers are removed and we all feel like we are participating and able to participate at the same level.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is just so important because we want to believe it's fair, right? And so again, I go back often to the way we work with our minds, right? And the truth of the experiences, we get seduced into wanting to believe things are fair so much that then we trick ourselves into believing that they are, and we can look the other way. And we're at a point where we can't trick ourselves anymore, right? The truth of it is it is not fair, and we have work to do. Amy?
I wonder if that's a white perspective, because I'm resonating with it in this moment, and I'm also balancing what I've heard from Black colleagues, particularly since I work on a lot of Black American issues, that it's heartbreaking, perhaps as white people, to realize, gosh, we thought the world was one way, and you know what? It is not, and I mean that with grave seriousness. Yes. I have heard, and well, perhaps this is my own theory, that one of the things that a bunch of white people learned in the last year and a half, and this is maybe a philosophy thing for the deep thinkers at the table, but that other people are having a very different experience of life in this country, and one that I personally, as a white person, I will never have. I will never share that. And so here comes my responsibility, Marty, referring to your session.
Well, and I only know fairness from my whiteness, is I think what you're pointing to. So when I say things aren't fair, I may know them in some sort of up here way, but I don't know them in a real way where I'm fully impacted by it, right? So I think that's what I would say.
Can I tell just a quick question, quick story? So there's equity. So I moved from California to some state that I won't name, and I had been like a major, like a manager at this company, and I, had all these awesome skills, and I moved to this city, and I apply for a job, and I send out my resume. I apply for all these jobs. I'm overqualified for most of them. I apply for all these jobs. They see my resume, they call me, they say, yeah, they screen me over the phone. It's like, hey, everything's awesome. Why don't you come in for that interview? And I walk into that room and you see that look on their face. It was like, we are never hiring you in a million years. I could not get a job in that city in my profession because I sound the way I sound. I present the way I present. My resume looks awesome. And then once that Black person actually walked into the room, it was like, oh, all bets off. We didn't know it was you. You didn't tell us it was you. So you're not getting this job. Yeah. So that equity, fairness, and from, I want to say, from a white perspective, that's probably a story you don't hear. You don't know that story. You don't hear that that's what the experience that people are having. Yeah. Other than, and more, right?
And more than not knowing that story, I think when you hear the story, I imagine there's a lot of intellectual or cerebral response, but when I hear the story, there's a visceral familiarity that comes up in my body. And when I think of equity, I definitely think of, the policies, the procedures, the protocols, the practices, all the P words that we need to be working on to make sure that there's access. But I also think of the word labor and all of the labor that people who have down power identities engage in that's uncompensated. So, I think we're all familiar with emotional labor, and in the places where you don't have power, you are constantly engaged in doing uncompensated labor to make sure that those around you who do have power stay comfortable. Because if they get uncomfortable, then your life gets difficult. So on a daily basis, people of color, women, non-cisgender folks are engaged in this additional labor that goes unrecognized and uncompensated of trying to make sure that even if they bring challenge, it's not enough challenge that they'll become a problem that needs to be solved, but yet creating enough challenge that maybe it becomes a slightly better place to work or there's slightly more freedom. So I think a lot about labor, what we consider work, who gets compensated for the work, and all the work that we do that goes unseen.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I go to solution even when sometimes I don't fully understand the problem. But a couple of things that I've learned along the way in the last few years is the importance of bilingual pay. And it's one of the practices that Boulder does. So if somebody is bilingual, they get they get paid more. They're an hourly person, they get $1 more per hour, kind of thing, to turn it into money. Because that's important, right? For access for everybody. So we do that. And the other thing a former board member brought to my attention, so one of the things about running nonprofits is you have to raise money, right? And so there's this white supremacist setup, right? So you want rich people on your board. Well, white people hold most of the money, right? And so you're set up in this kind of broken system. And so one of the things that nonprofits do is they have a give-get. It's common, right? In the group I worked for in New York City, it was $10,000 if you wanted to be on the board, right? And so when I got to Boulder County and finances were not great, and I'm like, we have to have a give-get, right? Well, what I did is I created a barrier, right? So we want money, and we also want diversity, and where's the value here, and what does that look like? And so the board a couple of years ago decided that instead of having individual give-get, there would be a board give-get. The board as a whole would be responsible. Mm-hmm. Some people have more money, but everybody gives, but to the level. And when Angie was saying something was like, one of the barriers that I had set up was, we're gonna have this give-get and I'll help you get to it, right? But that wasn't help. And so, those things, Beth's talking about iterative, it's like you do the best you can, and then when you figure out you're screwing up, guess what? Fix it.
Yeah.
And so those are some relatively recent, last few years, things that Boulder has done to correct our ways.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
I want to throw in one more thing. I think corporations are struggling trying to address what you were bringing up, Regina. LinkedIn about a month ago did something kind of radical. And what they decided to do was for all of the global leaders of their employee resource group, so Black, African American, LGBTQ, and any other of their employee resource groups, those global leaders get an extra $10,000 on their salary. That's a lot of money. That's real money, as some people say. That's real money. I don't know who else has followed suit, but I think they probably did that in their own building awareness over the past year and a half. That is new. That's this spring. So
yeah, thanks for sharing that. Well, we'll shift to the I, equity or inclusion. Thank you. And I'm going to match it with belonging, because lots of folks see those as very connected. And if you have experience with this, I've had many folks tell me that they've dropped the I and put the B in instead, and some are doing both. Some are not using belonging, but we'd love to just hear your perspectives on inclusion and belonging, their relationship, and how they work together, or maybe some of the problems there that those concepts have. I see some wheels moving. Angie, you want to start us?
Racing to the microphone. So, okay, I said that I thought that equity was the most difficult one. I changed my mind. I think belonging is a really, really challenging thing, right? So that the inclusion part, where we all want to feel like who we are and what we're doing, especially at work. It's like I show up to work and I want to feel like I'm a part of my team. My team values what I'm doing. Who I am is accepted, and it's all kumbaya, and it's none of that's right. I mean, it's like I don't want to sound like a naysaying whoever I am. It's like, and I get along pretty well with people. But it's not like that. So the idea of and just along the lines of what you had said earlier, Amy, where I think we've talked about this for years, that idea of when people say, so what did you do this weekend? And, you have to figure out the terminology to say, my partner and I went to whatever it is, or whatever the thing is that you have to get to so that everybody feels comfortable, but you're not hiding anything. But then you have to watch for the people who are twitching and who just shut down and aren't, you're not going to hear from them for the next couple of weeks. And, so it's a really complex place, because it's about being willing to be vulnerable and knowing that everybody is not going to show up there with you, and still going anyway. Right. And that's a hard place, and I'm going to call myself out a little bit here, because I've been living in Longmont for almost 18 years, and I have flown under the radar, just like, don't make waves, Angie, don't make waves. You're an engineer, just do your job. Everybody's okay. Just like hang out with your drinking buddies. They're okay. We're gonna go to left hand. Thank goodness they're a sponsor. I can say the name out loud. So, just stay under the radar, and I have to say that's part of what the George Floyd's murder. I have a hard time saying that every time I stumble on George Floyd's murder put me in a different place, where that get along and go along thing, it is not a comfortable space for me. I can't stay there. I'm shockingly enough, I'm sitting on this panel. Awesome. But, it's inclusion is a challenge for everybody involved. I have to be willing to go there, and I have to know that I'm challenging the people around there to go there with me. And if they don't, okay, I need to make note of that, where they are in their thing, and figure out how much more vulnerable I'm going to be with them. If they're not there, that might have to be how it is later. It's like I've unfriended a few people over the last year. So it's a challenging place, and it's hard to, as an organization, to set up things where people get to be how they really are, and they feel that way. Back to the loud talking, whatever. It's like trying to learn how it is that people feel comfortable in whoever they are, and helping them feel comfortable, and not assuming that your straight white guy thing is the box that we all fit in, because we don't. And we've learned to fit in it. I know this place really well. I know how to do Angie Robinson, this engineer lady, PhD student person, and I'm trying to learn how to be not that, right? So it's really complex, because I'm uncomfortable, and in my discomfort I might disturb a lot more apple carts than I mean to, but that's where it is. It's like it's nothing. It's not well known. It's like I don't know where the sweet spots are for myself, so I'm still figuring it out. So we're taking this journey together. It's like all of us, right?
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, I think that's right at the heart of it. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just gonna let that one sink in. I think you so well expressed what Regina was pointing to was the emotional labor, right? I think it really ties back to we don't actually know or understand what we're asking of people when we talk about these things in our underrepresented communities, right? And that somehow we're still asking underrepresented people to show up more and be on behalf of all of us that don't have that experience, right? I'll just share a personal anecdote too, is like, I've been out as gay for forever, like since college, right? I left home, had my first girlfriend my junior year in college. But being a non-binary person has been a whole nother coming out. Like, I don't have to come out as same-sex attracted so much anymore, because I'll say me and my wife, right? Being in a relationship privileges actually not having to come out so much, because I can say something about my wife. And we aren't even traditional people. I don't even like calling her my wife. I do that so people understand I'm in a same-sex relationship. And it takes a lot of courage, right? But to say I'm non-binary, I'm still learning about how to do that, how to show up with that, how to do that over and over again. And that's something pretty new in the last couple of years that I've known for a long time, but coming out as non-binary was like, oh, do I really have to do that? Will that make my life better? Like, it's a journey. So I can relate at least on that level. But from a race standpoint, I think you're really pointing to all of the underbelly of our culture, and what we don't get in people's experience, the work it takes just to go do a job, so.
I think what's interesting as I'm listening to you speak is I'm like, well, as a Black woman, I don't necessarily come out as a Black person, but in a certain way I do, because it's like, what kind of Black person are you going to be at work? Are you going to be the kind of Black person who does just kind of go along with the flow and try to fit in with the dominant cultural norms? Or are you going to be the kind of Black person who challenges racism at the very first meeting that you're at? And so you do have these moments, and I think we have these ongoing moments when you're in a new context, or even if it's the same organization and you're sitting down with the same group of people and another microaggression, is said, and you're like, am I gonna have the courage and put in the energy to confront this again? And so I think there is this process where of revealing who we are, that we're always challenged with in the places where we have less power in our identities. Are we going to come out as this type of person? And are we going to claim, when we talk about belonging, I really love Brene Brown's ideas about belonging. And, she has this quote that I have on my door that the first time I saw it, I found it very confrontational, because she says that our belonging and our self-worth are not goods to be negotiated with the world, and that no one belongs here more than you. And I read it and I was like, really? But I realized that I do have to claim my belonging.
Yeah.
And I have to choose that I belong wherever it is I go. And part of claiming my belonging is using my voice and my presence to disrupt the status quo and to call out things that are harmful, even if it's not for me, to anyone in the room, because I've found that the more space I create for myself to be authentic, I'm creating more space for everyone, no matter what their identities are, to be authentic as well. And I think inclusion, is the path to belonging. It's the activist part of what we do in our workspaces. And it involves transparency. The more transparent we are about the decisions that we're making and who has the power and who's getting paid what, the more people feel like they can trust each other and trust the space that we've created. And we also can't have inclusion without feedback and a culture of feedback. And if you're going to have a culture of feedback, then you also have to have a conflict positive culture, which I think is where the rubber really meets the road, is like all of this. We can't have, I have the privilege of working with Dr. Amanda Aguilera at Naropa, and she does a lot of work around restorative community, and we're trying to make Naropa a restorative university. And she says you can't have diversity. I mean, it means that there's going to be different expectations, different beliefs, different needs, different, desires. And when you have that, you have conflict. So then once conflict arises, how you respond to conflict is really the practice of inclusion. Can you make space for conflict? Can you handle it in a way that doesn't other the perpetrator or the person causing harm? Can you repair conflict? Really will demonstrate whether or not you can create an inclusive community and therefore more opportunity for belonging. But I do think belonging isn't something that just exists. It's something that you have to claim over and over again.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, thank you for that. Any other thoughts on belonging, inclusion?
I'll just really appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
I want to go back and think about
just
those.
set me back a little bit. Like that's
good
that's
stuff.
meaty, yeah.
So this is going to feel like a non sequitur. Want to bring up the concept of the model minority. The model minority in belonging. So I'm Jewish. I have a Jewish identity. Shocker for Marty. I've known some of these people a number of years. I have Asian friends. We've talked about being the model minority and belonging. And what we've talked about among ourselves is sometimes we fit in really well. We fit in really well. We succeed in the white power structures, if you will. And then perhaps we outgrow our use. And so it's not a secure place. Suddenly there's all this anti-Asian violence, when before a lot of Asian folks in the US have been really celebrated and acknowledged and made to feel belonging. So it's an interesting thing. I hadn't really planned to speak about model minority, but I think it's a key piece, particularly where I sit, which is I'm part of this big majority of 74% white people in this country with all its rights and privileges, right? And also anti-Semitism is on the rise across the world, and it's vicious. And it's very, this is an overused word, but I mean it in its true form. It's triggering. It's triggering. And it's designed to trigger, right? Some oppressions like that are designed to just instill fear based on an historical fear. So I say that just to layer in the model minority stuff, because it is a key part. And I think when it's just another component of this big mosaic we're in, all trying to figure it out.
Please.
Wow, Amy, when you were talking about that, I took me back to a conversation I had with a trans person I know who does trainings. And people have their idea of what a trans person looks like or what a trans person is. And as they're like held up as, you know, the model trans person, right? And as they were growing out their hair and being comfortable in their own, the struggle to like, am I representing trans people right? Am I doing it the way, am I breaking these molds, and what does that feel like when you're held up as the, you know, the trans person doing this? And one of the things that, you know, talking about being model, and this, I'm certainly not equating this to race, but like being the model lesbian, like I'm dressed, right? I always dress when I go somewhere. It's like I am trying to like open the door for everybody else who doesn't look like me. Like I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna be that perfect lesbian. I'm gonna say thank you, I'm gonna say please, I'm gonna have all the things my mother taught me at the ready. So it opens the door for somebody else. But it really is playing to that, you know, that model minority, even within our own movement. And it's so great when there are people who are not the model, right? But what is my piece in this and opening the door as being that safe, well, Marty's a lesbian, I like her, right? So anyway, that's all I have to add to all your very important comments. Thank you.
Yes, please. I saw you kind of lurching for that
a
microphone. I was
just
waiting
had
for
a
you to grab
flip
it.
thing on that because I don't know. See, I'm telling you, I think differently than everybody I know. So I mean, because when I think of a model minority, I think of that's the person I want to be like, and I'm so glad you're not doing that thing that I do because I'm trying to learn from you. So for me, I'm looking for a different model. So to me, I'm looking for, you know, it's like it is my honor to meet you, Regina. You know what I mean? It's like I'm meeting people and learning how to not be, you know, cis male white Angie. You know, so and I need that. I need these lessons, and that's the modeling that I'm looking for. Thank you. So thank you for the modeling you're doing. Thank you for the modeling you're doing. I appreciate it. I need it.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm so full right now with what's being shared. So I just want to take a minute to take all that in. I think we do. It's again that trickery with ourselves to we belong enough. So then we say we belong, right? Because isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Like, isn't that what all this is about? Like creating a sense of belonging, and then we assimilate to the idea while we secretly keep thinking about how alone and unrecognized we feel. So that I think is just part of my experience and the experience that all of you are all sharing. So that's an important note. Regina, please.
Yeah, you know, I started this conversation thinking, belonging was the outcome and inclusion was the action or the process. And as I'm listening, I'm like, oh no, belonging is a process as well. I mean, I talked about claiming it, but even as you're speaking about kind of model minorities, I'm realizing, the constant effort to liberate myself and to ask myself, like, am I doing this because I truly want to, or because my internalized oppression is saying I need to in order to avoid danger, which, on a daily basis, I'm sure a lot of people who have up power identities don't really think that going to work is dangerous. But, my DNA and my ancestral lineage tells me, looking a white person in the eyes and saying exactly what I think and feel at one point was, you could have died. And so there is this true nervous system activation when I am claiming my belonging. And so just to think about, like you said, we need mentors. We need people that reflect back to us that there are so many different ways to be, and that they're going to be courageous enough to show up in ways that we might still be on the edge of. Can I say that? Can I wear that? Can I move my body in this way? Can I raise my voice? Can I change my tone? And what I hear from a lot of folks is, can I say no? Can I say no to the labor that I'm constantly doing that really isn't recognized or compensated? Can I say no? And if I say no or I challenge someone, can I also not take care of them while they're having the experience of having been challenged? And that's a really hard edge for me as well, is like saying no, not caretaking folks who have more power than I do, trusting that they can get to the edge of their fragility and grow and develop if they choose to, and that all of that is the action of trying to belong, or not trying to belong, but belonging as an active verb. So really appreciating this conversation.
Yeah. I think I'll just make a note for our viewers that whether you're viewing this live with us now or on a recorded replay, we didn't rehearse this, right? So we all agreed to show up and engage in this way. And I think how to continue conversations like this, maybe where there's not cameras, that's really what I'm interested in doing. So if that speaks to you, you can reach out to someone here on this panel. We're all pretty available. Our bios are out there. And I am really actively interested in how we continue to create smaller communities where truth-telling and the exploration of these ideas are genuine, right? That we're not reading them from books or simply telling our personal stories for just the sake of that kind of sharing. It's like, can we look at those personal stories together and learn something from our individual stories that we carry? Because we all carry so many powerful stories. So I just think that was a really important note to make here. We've got one more in our acronym, and it's accessibility. So I'm going to kick this one off. Accessibility really is about our community members that are differently abled on lots of levels, right? Some of that can be unseen difference, and some of it can be very visible around how people are able to move in their body or not. I'm differently abled from being neuroatypical. I'm dyslexic. And so we have 3 panel members that are dyslexic in different forms. And what I've learned about dyslexia over the years, and I have so many strategies I've worked on to be able to be effective in my life, right, to work with my dyslexia, that dyslexia has its own unique properties. Every person I've shared that I'm dyslexic, and we start talking, there's similar things, and there are very different ways that dyslexia shows up. So just in that one thing, I'm learning something new about dyslexia all the time when I share it with someone and they say, oh, mine shows up like this. And I'm like, oh, mine doesn't actually do that, but it does this. And then they're like, oh yeah, mine does that, but it does it like this. And I think that's just an important thing to add into the conversation, that all of difference is so nuanced and is so personally experienced. And getting to the level of having those conversations is really where we begin to understand and see each other in some different way, rather than all of the ways that we organize information in our brains to say, oh yeah, I know I know that experience, or I don't know that experience. So I'm really interested in layering in these nuanced pieces. So around ability, share some of your understandings and experiences there.
You go, Marty, I'll follow.
Yeah, you can.
I was just trying to help Beth out
I
there by
know,
jumping
I
on the
said
mic, but I'm trying to check myself. Okay, good.
Well, at first, as you were talking, I was thinking disability. And then as I was thinking, it was ability. Right? And so I think that is, access is around meeting different abilities, not about serving a disability. And so, you know, one of the things that we were excited about at Al Boulder and in our Boulder office, moving into a different space, is there's a outdated, not ADA compliant ramp. Somebody could actually get into our space. Our other space, somebody
Yes.
couldn't get in.
Yeah.
And we serve community members who are in wheelchairs. And so, you know, we needed to think about that. We're a small org, but how do we do that? So we widened some walls as we could allow, and some of those pieces. With our most recent hire in expanding our BIPOC programming was adding a Spanish language. So, you know, and one of the things that's so great about my office right now, we have somebody who's from Colombia, somebody who's from Peru, and someone who's from Mexico. I walk into the room, I have no idea what's being said. And I am fine with that, as long as they don't say, and then Marty, which I can understand. And those probably happen outside, I don't know. But that's access, right? And so when somebody like walks into Al Boulder, you know, it used to be me like hunting down Juan and like, can you take this call, right? And now, you know, the phone gets answered and somebody could be met in the most common language spoken in Boulder County other than English, right? That's access. Access around, you know, one of the things that there are a lot of folks who have noise stuff. And one of the stuff, because I'm a scientist, noise stuff, sensory overload.
Yes.
Right. I think that's probably closer to noise than noise stuff. And so like our space is small. And what does that look like when people come to groups? Some people can't. And so in coming out of the pandemic, it's like, what pieces did we learn during the pandemic that can serve populations that, or can, serve populations that otherwise wouldn't be coming to Boulder County? Is it the rural piece? Is it the sensory overload piece? Is it the, you know, perfume, somebody walks in with perfume and sends you over? These are things I learned, you know, at going to Creating Change and those different pieces. Well, the other thing that we learned through Zoom that Charlie and Juan got in place is captions that are on everything. We also figured out how to set up rooms for translation. So the speaker, I might be the speaker, I speak only English, that there's somebody who is culturally competent, more than competent, and has Spanish language. Those things we need to keep in place.
Yeah.
And so our team at Retreat was trying to figure out what that looks like and how you merge the two. But we learned a lot during the pandemic about how inaccessible we actually were when we thought we were being accessible.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for that. I think there are ways that we'll sort of start to round out our time here. We had planned to talk about how COVID has impacted DEI, BNA, and there are ways that the pandemic certainly has made things more accessible, right? And it's that accessibility has actually hindered people being able to show up fully, right? They might be able to sign in through a Zoom or a Google Hangout or whatever, but can they really engage fully in that kind of ability to connect, right? So it's like, again, this false sense of connection that can happen. Regina, I'm going to give you the were you going to say something there? Okay. So I think that will kind of conclude our time. Regina, Marty, Angie, Amy, thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing so openly with us. Your generosity and your sharing is something that I know I've appreciated, and I hope that our guests watching have appreciated as well. So I would love for folks listening to think about one small thing you can do today or this week to make your life more available to people different than you. It may be a movie that you watch that has people different than you in it, or you may actively choose to figure out a new friend that you want to make and try to figure out where that friend is going to be. Stay well read, stay well connected, and please continue these kinds of conversations. Reach out to any of us if we can be helpful to you. And thank you as we break now to go into the afternoon. And Lori Jones will be on as the moderator here just soon. Thanks so much.
Downtown Longmont boasts innovative craft breweries, cideries, and distilleries, nationally recognized restaurants, and one-of-a-kind shops and boutiques, all comprising a Colorado Certified Creative District and a National Historic District. Downtown Longmont is your destination for small-town charm and modern urban vibes. With unique small businesses, tangible history, and Colorado's best craft culture, Downtown Longmont has something for everyone. So come explore downtown, take a stroll, make a memory, and discover what's waiting for you, just around the corner or just inside the door.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're so excited to have you join us at Longmont Startup Week 2021. I'm Lori Jones, President and CEO of Avocet Integrated Marketing. We're thrilled to have you join an incredible lineup of speakers this afternoon, including Angela Hayroth. I'm going to get that wrong a few times today.
That's
who
okay.
is going to speak about the counter resignation, a really, really important talk on how difficult it is to hire today and what you can do to retain talent. And then at the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to move into heart-centered leadership, a topic that is near and dear to my heart. And we'll have Kate Nelligan, Nathan Morimitsu, and Kenda Prospero join the panel at that time. And then we're going to round out the rest of the day with Mark Ward of Ward Electric, who's going to talk about entrepreneurial leadership realities, what it means to lead 24/7. Before we get there, though, I'm going to thank some of our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors, ARC Thrift Stores, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric, and Longmont Economic Development Partnership. Our gold sponsors, BizWest, Left Hand Brewing, and Docketly. And then our connected sponsors, Downtown Longmont and High Plains Bank. And then in kind, a ton of you to thank, Hand Print Inc., Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Chop 5. Thank you so much for your sponsorships. We could not do it without you this year. Angela Hayroth, her 20-year career has spanned several Fortune 500 firms in leadership roles across the full life cycle of talent management and employee experience, delivering results and guiding teams in talent attraction, acquisition, retention, development, performance planning, and engagement. This distinctively broad experience has resulted in a unique understanding of how to build and deliver lasting legacy through a focus on talent. Now as the founder of Talent Lifecycle Designs, guided by the belief that every company deserves access to intentionally designed talent programs, Angela builds custom experiences for organizations in one part or many parts of the talent lifecycle. Angela, take it away.
May need technical help.
So I was here on Monday. There are people to come to the rescue. So there is Dave, who's going to help you get that up on screen.
I just missed the share button. That's all it was. Thank you. All right. If there's one thing that keeps me up at night, says this Prudential executive, it's the talent flight risk. Does that worry you too? If you have people who work for you, it should. Why? Well, they're calling it the Great Resignation, and it's alarming. Let me tell you a little bit about it. The data is in, and in April 2021, 4 million Americans resigned from their jobs, the highest in 20 years. 4 million. Let that sit for a second. That is 2 times the size of Metro Denver, and that's 1 month. Statistics vary, but I've seen studies and reports that 20, 30, 40, even upwards of 50% of your people are considering leaving. Some are even saying 80 or 90%. Are you worried yet? To bring this into reality, I have a client who year over year for 2 decades has had a fairly consistent turnover rate of 15%. Yet suddenly it's more than doubled to 35%. This is real, and it's happening everywhere, even lately making national headlines, like these 2 instances. Did you see these? These happened this month in July 2021. On the left, a Starbucks in California, where the employees posted on TikTok that they were fed up and quitting. And on the right, at a Burger King in Nebraska, the employees took to the company sign to announce their joint resignation. Now, the professionalism and choices involved here are lacking, but I share this because it takes it beyond the data in a headline and to reality. People really are quitting en masse. You worried? What if I put this in dollars and cents for you? Turnover is expensive. One estimate is that it takes 20% of a person's annualized pay to replace them. So in my little example here on the screen, if you have 50 people and you lose a conservative 25%, that's 13, at an average pay of $50,000, you take a hit of $130,000. Not to mention lost customer relationships, loss in productivity, disengagement of those who remain, etc. Now, why? Why is this happening? Why are so many people suddenly quitting? This is certainly not a year ago what I thought we'd be talking about in the summer of 2021. Well, it could be that it's pent up from a year of lockdown. People that were planning on leaving over the last several months and have waited for various reasons, and now we're feeling it all at once. It could be they've come into some money with how well the stock market's been doing and how well housing's been doing, and they're exiting for early retirement. It could be that they're seeking remote roles or roles where they feel safer, and their current job just isn't conducive to that. Really, across any of these though, the bottom line is this: people have found their voice. The pandemic really taught all of us that life is too precious to waste somewhere where you're not enjoying it, where you're unhappy. People are no longer okay with bad bosses and stressful environments and dead-end jobs. They're no longer okay being disengaged. They're no longer okay with poor employee experiences. In the past, they may have become disengaged, but then stayed but been unhappy. Today, the difference is they're taking action. To make this crystal clear, creating great experiences at work is not a luxury for the biggest brands like Apple and Google. It's a must for all of you, provided that you want to solve for this great resignation. To level set, when I say experiences at work, I'm talking about two big sets of experiences. This is the employee or talent lifecycle the way I see it. On the left side, the magnet, is the talent attraction side. You pull people in to apply to your openings, attracting them like a magnet. This leads to growing them and letting them flourish like a plant in your company, and therefore another set of experiences like training and performance management. And the middle represents your culture, what you want everything to be aligned to. So let's look at each side of this cycle, the attraction side first, through something called the candidate experience. If you need to create great experiences at work, you start here. Because the current recruiting experience, as you see here, is exasperating. Where candidates in this case feel burned by a convoluted or confusing process. Or sometimes even a hostile or a nasty experience. Oh my. These posts aren't just complaints about a poor employee experience. They reflect the new reality that with the click of one button, a candidate will tell hundreds or thousands of people about their bad experience with you. And what's the impact? Not only will others be discouraged from applying, but you may lose consumers as well. So you counter this with a great candidate experience, which has these 4 elements. First, why? Give people a reason to want to apply and to come to your organization. Remember, people today more than ever have a choice of where they go to employment. So attract them to your opportunity. For instance, instead of using your job postings as just boring role descriptions, use them as advertisements. Entice people to see themselves in that role and in your company. This means you need to know who you are, how you describe your culture, and then tell people about it on those postings and in interviews and everywhere. Next, the dreaded black hole or ghosting. Perhaps you really like a candidate, but there are some things going on in the background of your decision process that are slowing some things down. So you wait to get back to them. But you know what they're feeling? They don't like me. I guess I better look somewhere else. And now you've lost a good candidate. Counter this by over-communicating and keeping them updated across every stage in the process, from interview to selection, even to decline. Put a reminder on your task list or your calendar or wherever it makes sense to you to check in every few days, even if you don't have an update. This is the best way to keep somebody warm. And if you know they're not a right fit, decline them quickly and professionally so they can move on. Next, be caring and supportive. This is not about coddling. It's about caring about the reality of what a candidate is going through when they're in a job search process. Maybe you scheduled an interview during their workday with their current employer and they can't leave. Or maybe they are in the middle of picking up their child right when you called to ask them if they're interested in talking with you. You need to be flexible about your timing and how you reach out, always asking if this is working for them. Another tip related to showing you care is to shepherd the candidate through your interview process. It's always best when people show their best and their real selves up in the interview process. It helps you evaluate them and assess them as a fit to your company more accurately than a traditional stress interview does. So tell them where to park, tell them who they're interviewing with, tell them how to prepare, maybe even give them a few tips on what interview questions you'll be asking. Again, you'll be better able to assess their fit for your organization. This whole element of showing you care is really about putting yourselves in the candidate's shoes and practicing the golden rule. This is really just the human thing to do, but for some reason when it comes to candidates, sometimes we forget. Last, and perhaps maybe most important when it comes to candidate experience, is to define a clear interview and selection process that is consistent across and throughout. Across for all candidates and throughout for each individual candidate. So some tips on this one: ask the same questions in the same way of every candidate for the same role. Everyone who is part of the experience should be trained and polished to think of recruiting as marketing. Use similar language to describe the company and the environment across everybody who's involved in the process. Know who the candidate last interviewed with and who they're interviewing next so that you can help make those connections. Finally, be congruent with who you really are. Don't try to sell the candidate on something that's not reality. So for instance, if you can wear jeans, but most people don't wear jeans, don't sell the candidate on this being a casual environment. Have it be reality and congruent with who you really are. So the 4 elements of a great candidate experience then: give them a reason why to see themselves at your company. Never ghost. Demonstrate care and feeling, and ensure consistency across your process and congruence to your environment. If you do these things, you'll attract people to you just like that magnet, a counter to the Great Resignation. But I want to make one caveat. This is not just about attraction. When you turn a magnet the opposite direction, what happens? It repels. When you've built a great candidate experience, you attract those who are the right fit and you repel those who aren't. That's part of the goal, because that saves you resignations in the long run. Now let's move on to the other side of the talent life cycle, how people grow and develop. This really centers on answering this question: what do people want at work? I'll give you a hint. It's not a ping pong table. Even though many would have you believe it is, check out some of these headlines. The easy workplace culture energizer, creating community and well-being at work. This isn't to say that maybe ping pong isn't the right thing for your organization, but it's not the answer about what people are actually seeking at work. And it's not a shortcut to replacing a real set of employee experiences, though it's been used for that. In fact, what people are seeking is a great environment, an engaging climate, shared values. This is really what culture is. Culture is who you are as an organization. Deloitte, as you see here, found that 95% of employees say that culture, those elements of good environment, engaging climate, shared values, are more important than pay. 95%. So how do you create a good culture? How do you create a place where people want to be? It's all about belonging. All of us, regardless of age, race, educational background, types of positions, we are wired to want to belong somewhere. This is what makes us human. So you need a place, an environment, a set of experiences that drive that fundamental sense of belonging. How? Well, let's explore 4 keys to creating a belonging environment. First is having flexibility, choice, and autonomy. This essentially means that people want to be able to manage their life and their work in a flow and with a freedom that works best for them. People will trade almost anything for increased freedom. We have our ancestors to thank for that. I know this because I had a survey posted on LinkedIn where I asked people, what are the best corporate perks? What was the ones that were most important to them? 503 people answered the question, and an overwhelming 377, or 75%, said flexibility. That ranked far over the other options that I'd given of more time off, better medical coverage, gym discounts, and childcare benefits. Now I realize that LinkedIn is very white collar, and so this is skewed, but it's still a fascinating informal data point. In other words, people will exchange other benefits and perks for flexibility. They'll even exchange compensation for flexibility. And multiple studies show that people will even leave an employer if flexibility is not an option, or if it was and it's being taken away. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. You're thinking this is all about remote or hybrid work, and you may be in an environment that isn't conducive to that. Hear me now. Flexibility is not necessarily remote or hybrid. It could mean flexibility in the way people do their work, or the hours in which they do them, or which days they work on, or a myriad of other options that help people feel freedom for their choices. The best way to figure out which works for you and what is important to your people is simply to ask them. Ask them, what does flexibility mean to you? What kind of freedom is important to you? And then do what you can to fit it into your environment. The next element to creating a workplace that centers on belonging is to give people challenges and the ability to make an impact. We humans, we want to feel like what we do matters. So 1, challenge people with impactful work. Don't think they're capable? You might be surprised. Most people will rise to the challenge you put before them. 2, develop and mentor them, or give them time to take a class or 2. 3, make sure they know how what they do leads to results for the company. Even if it's a distant connection, everyone should be able to articulate how what they do is connected to the company purpose. I once led a session where we wrote customer up on the whiteboard, and we asked everybody to line up to how close or how far they were from the customer. Now, sales and customer service lined up closest, as they should. And then behind them came various groups until eventually we got to the accountants and the tech people and the HR folks. But the point wasn't where they were in the line. It was that they were all part of the line. In various ways, they all impacted the customer experience and therefore these particular company profits. And that connection helps people belong. This is an easy exercise to mimic. So again, you help people feel like they're making an impact by challenging them with impactful work, developing them and mentoring them, and helping them know how what they do leads to the bigger results. And then 4, people feel connected when they're part of something bigger than themselves. So if you give back to the community through donations or volunteering, shout it out. Remind your employees about it a lot. It gives them a reason to be proud and to belong. And if you aren't doing this, start. It can be as simple as a canned food drive or a toy drive in your office, or a park cleanup done as a team. The next key to belonging is feeling recognized and appreciated. And while I've used a trophy here, it's not really about trophies. We all want to feel cared about, appreciated for what we do, and seen as people. So say thank you. Give public kudos. Think about Employee of the Month and other type of similar awards. Provide lunch occasionally. Show gratitude for extra work with gift cards or tangible items like that if you're able to. Simply feeling like people appreciate you propels commitment, it propels self-confidence, it propels well-being, it propels productivity, and yes, belonging. 85% of employees say that if they were told they were valued just once a week, they would be dramatically more engaged. And yet less than half of that report that they are told they are valued. What is the downside here? What are you waiting for? Say thank you. This is why I like to say that gratitude is the heartbeat of engagement. The last element to creating a belonging environment is to create real connections and collaboration. When you're connected to people at work, you're healthier, you use less sick days, you have less absenteeism, you have less workplace accidents, you're more likely to stay longer, and you're more productive. Why? You belong. This is why Gallup is famous, or maybe infamous, for asking if you have a best friend at work. They're trying to assess your connections and how deep those are. So ask people how they are and actually mean it. Check in with them regularly, not just in quarterly performance reviews. Ask them for referrals of their friends when you have an opening so that you're creating some of those connections. Celebrate birthdays and anniversaries. Break rooms, office trivia games, going for a walk together, and yes, maybe even that ping pong table, all lead to deeper connections, which lead to deeper belonging and therefore retention. None of these elements that we've just talked about are generational or white collar or blue collar. They are human. If you design experiences across your talent lifecycle that point back to these elements, those experiences will be engaging. And if you have an engaging environment where people belong, why in the world would they ever consider leaving? This is your biggest counter to the Great Resignation. Build a culture that is so great that no one wants to leave. I'll conclude with this really powerful statement that I read recently. You can try to outspend the competition, or you can try to outculture them. Create a place that makes employees feel special, a place that makes them feel like they're part of the bigger whole, a place where they continually get to learn and evolve, a place where everyone actually likes each other. If you create a culture like that, who would want to leave? Plus, you'll get the best minds out there knocking on your door to get in. This was from Randy Nelson of Pixar when they were still an independent small company. Now, I realize that I've made much of this sound easier than it really is. So if I can help come alongside you as you design your experiences, please do get in touch. Thank you so much and look forward to the conversation, Lori.
Well, I tell you, I am too. We have just a ton of questions that have come in. So this is a very, very hot topic today, and one that I think is on the top of mind of so many employers and managers, and that is ultimately how are we going to keep people, keep them happy, keep our customers happy, and grow the business at the same time, because not all those things are adding up right now.
Right.
We take 5 steps forward, and then we lose a couple team members, we land a huge account, and we've got to deliver. What advice do you have, truly, and we've got a ton of questions about culture. What advice do you have for our viewers today regarding the number one thing that they can do to retain a team member with so much happening, so many moving parts internally?
I think the easiest and biggest thing you can do is have a conversation with people. Ask them what engages them. Ask them what is important to them in a workplace, and see what you can do to fit those things into your process. I've given you some basic ideas here, but they're not necessarily custom for your organization. Don't guess. Don't guess what matters to people. That's what we do a lot as employers, and give them the benefit that they know best. I did that once for a company, and I told the CEO I was going to go ask his employees what mattered to them, and he said, "Angela, please don't do it. They're going to say they want free espresso machines. I just know it." And I said, let's just see what they say. And after some time doing the focus groups, the first thing I came back with is I said, "Guess what? They want espresso machines."
Let's do it.
And then I said, of course, I was kidding.
Yeah.
After I saw his shocked look on his face. It was really, I told him every conversation I had was about, I want to feel trusted. I want to feel like I have some freedom in the choices that I make. I want to feel connected to what's going on. None of it was about espresso machines or dogs at work or some of the other things he was concerned
the appreciation.
about. Right. And just having that conversation itself becomes engaging, because now they know you actually care to know what matters to them.
You mentioned trust. It's obviously one of the key tenets of any employer-employee relationship. And years ago, IBM was allowing all their team members to work remotely, and for many years they allowed that. And about 2-3 years ago, they started pulling everyone in because they saw productivity going way down. And then, of course, COVID happens, and we are all remote for the most part for a very, very long time period. And you must trust at that stage.
Yes.
What advice do you have for our listeners and viewers today regarding how they can build up trust with their remote workers, and what are the brass tacks about how you can create accountability with productivity?
I think that the biggest thing to trust, really, when you understand what trust is to demonstrate that I do believe that you can do this. I'm not going to watch over your back, because that's counter to trust. And most people, again, will rise to the level of trust that you show in them. Certainly there's exceptions, and you should manage to those exceptions. But if you create policies around the exceptions, then you're going to create the distrust from the majority of your people who really are doing a great job and are exemplifying what you want them to do. So just showing that I care about you, I do trust, even just saying that word, I trust you to do what's best. I trust you to manage this in the way that works best for you. And I will back off, and we'll see what happens. And then be ready to come alongside if you do need to provide a little push in the direction of how often they need to check in with you, or whatever it is that's kind of maybe stopping that experience for you. A lot of it, though, is on the leader, more so than the person. A leader often has a hard time showing trust, because when you show trust, you automatically lose control.
Right.
And sometimes we equate control with leadership. And so sometimes it's just that internal realization that I need to be okay not having control, so that I can show more trust, so that they can rise to the occasion.
Culture and remote working seem counterintuitive, right? And you can only have so many happy hours when you're watching people on screen. And one thing that we did immediately, March 13th, once COVID happened, I was worried about productivity. I was worried about meeting deadlines. I was worried about this incredible culture that we built that was out the door. I thought maybe a couple weeks, and here we were months and months and months into it. So one of the epiphanies that I had was the human touch would not be there. How could we recreate that human interaction? So we immediately implemented a morning tag up at 8:30, where we just went down the rundown of the day. People were able to interact with one another, laugh with one another. And then we did an afternoon tag up at 3:30 each day. That human touch, that human interaction really helped the team to feel like they were a team.
Yep.
But the bottom line is once we were back into the office, the culture was magnetic again. What advice do you have for our Longmont startuppers on what they can do to maintain a culture with remote working?
I think you first have to define what makes your culture tick. You talked about for you, it was that magnetic connections to each other. So you had to find ways to keep that in a remote environment. That may be different for different companies. So what is your magic sauce? What makes your culture really special? And then find ways to make that work with a remote environment. You know, it's interesting. Initially, when we all went to remote, I heard that a lot from people of, I feel like I'm not connected to anybody anymore. I feel lonely. I feel like I don't have a team anymore. But I think that's because we didn't know how to do this. This was new for so many people. Even if they had done remote once in a while, it wasn't every day, all day.
Right.
And let's remember, if we rewind the clock to a year ago, we also had our kids, our spouses, and everybody else in the house all at the same time, and we couldn't leave. We couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
And so remote work in that environment was very different than the way remote work is looking today.
And I think productivity also increased
Yes.
for most employers
It
during
did.
that time. So, you know, the mindset that remote working would decrease productivity, I think because we were all so concerned and scared and, you know,
Yeah.
we didn't know what was going to
Right.
happen next. The work ethic just got stronger.
Right. And engagement went up. That's
Yeah.
never happened at a macro level before. Every company that measures macro engagement, Gallup, Glint, several others, all measured a sizable increase in engagement during that period.
Yeah, I believe it.
And gee, what was different? It was that people were home, and it was that for the first time they were having breakfast with their kids, or they were able to walk their dog in the middle of the day, and they started to realize what they had been missing. And I think that's then what you need to be careful of if you're returning back to the office. You want that secret sauce back, like you talked about, but you don't want people feeling like they've gotten something in their life that they've never had before.
Right.
And now they're giving it back up. So that's where finding that balance in a couple of days here and there, or let's be really flexible about what time you show up, or whatever you can do that is conducive in your environment to help them feel like they're holding on to that freedom that they've found is so important.
It really is. We've got a lot of questions coming in, and I'm going to ask one of my questions first because I think it's a good segue to some of these that are coming through. We've talked about culture and the importance of it. Retention completely ties into that. Finding people right now is very difficult. It's not easy. And you went through during your talk today some incredible ways in which we can find great people. We do a lot of recruitment, advertising, talent attraction, marketing, and people do need to up their game. You can't just put an ad, you know, up on Indeed right now that looks like every other ad out there. I spoke on Monday about differentiation. It is absolutely key right now with talent attraction programs that you differentiate and that you don't sound like every other, you know, HR recruiter out there. So we're bringing great candidates in. Where are you finding the best candidate pool coming from? Is it through a recruiter, or can you get great candidates through an Indeed or a Monster?
Yeah, it's you know, in recruiting we call that post and pray.
Yeah.
You post and you pray the right people are going to find the posting.
I like that. I'm going to write that down as a matter of fact.
Yes, it's a terrible strategy because you're just hoping and praying that the right person is going to magically find that posting and decide that it sounds enticing enough to click on apply. So it's not a good strategy. That's why you want to do that more proactive attraction. And I do love that you've correlated it to marketing because so many people forget that recruiting really is more marketing than HR. And so really thinking of it like that, what is it that I'm marketing? How is it that I'm pulling people in? Crafting that job post as an advertisement is really, really important. And then I would say the number one way to find people is through your current people.
Right. Yeah. I think that's fantastic. And even referrals through LinkedIn, asking people to reach out to their, you know, another component.
And your customers too.
Yeah.
Do you know of people, your customers and your partners? Do you know of people that would be, you know how we work, you know what works here, who can you recommend for us? Because great people know more great people.
Right. staying on marketing for a second because that's in my wheelhouse. Messaging is key. What I see in a lot of the recruitment advertising that is out there right now is everyone's talking about themselves, the great culture, the great business, the great opportunities. And it does sound, if they can twist that so that it's more people first.
Yes.
And that you're truly talking about what the individual can gain through working at that business, that in and itself will go a long way to differentiate you from other employers.
That's the biggest shift I make when I rewrite job postings for people. They always start with all of the great stuff about their company. And for whatever reason, that's how they always start. And I always take that and shift it to the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I rewrite the whole thing in that second person voice. You will do this, and you are this kind of person. That helps somebody see themselves in your organization. And that's the very first thing they should read. So they're excited about the role first. And then way down later on, they read about why you as an employer are exciting. So you need to have that mirror.
It's really strategic storytelling. One of our aerospace clients, we developed an ad for them that was bringing the childlike mindset of that little boy, that little girl looking up to the moon at a very young age and thinking to themselves, I'm going to be an aerospace engineer. You bring that emotion back to the ad, and then you tell them that they're going to work on the Mars lander or whatever it might be. And that is really exciting. And that, again, is that emotional epiphany that you can create with people first messaging that humanizes it and helps them really imagine themselves being there and a part of the team.
Or you probably grew up wanting to be an astronaut and you never got to that moment, but now you can work with astronauts, right? So you appeal to that emotional connection, because that's what so much of this is.
Yeah, I love that. A lot of companies are having their team member, like a Myers-Briggs test, some sort of psychological test, not only to equivocate whether or not they can get the job done, but will they be a good cultural fit? What tests do you suggest our audience might deploy, if any? I don't know if you believe in them or not. To ultimately help narrow down whether or not this person is going to be harmonious within that culture, or perhaps be a little bit of an outcast?
I would be really careful with assessments. One of the biggest reasons is they have not lasted through a lot of legislation. So I know some of the folks that we're talking to may not be at the size company where they would need to be concerned about some of the affirmative action type of requirement out there. But it is often it does often fail that test. Where it is potentially discriminatory against any one set of protected folks, and then you cannot use those assessments. And so they often fail those tests. And I really am very cautious about those kinds of assessments because of that, unless you can really prove that this is directly correlated to what we know is provable and works at this company. And even then you have to be very careful. I would say it's one of the worst things we have, and yet it's the best thing we have, and that's an interview. If you do the interview correctly, and the way you do an interview correctly is you list out what's important to me, what are the competencies and the behaviors that I really need in this role. Don't ask, do you have 5.2 years of Java programming experience? Ask, can you give me an example of a time when when you were challenged to show you trusted your employees, or whatever the competency is, and ask for an example about it. And if they can't give you an example, they're probably not going to be a right fit for your organization. It's the best thing we have today, until we get robots that can just, go into your brain and know that you're going to be the best fit. It really is the best way to assess somebody, because those assessments, it's a great idea, but I haven't found one yet that can pass that muster.
Yeah, that's great insight. Dan is asking, is there free or paid source for typical wages and benefits in the local area that he can kind of gauge whether or not his pay scale is where it should be?
From a free perspective, because we have the Equal Pay Act now in Colorado, where you do have to post your pay, actually just going out to Indeed or Glassdoor or those kinds of places and seeing if you've got some talent competitors in the space, assuming they're abiding by the law, not everybody is, you can actually look right up and see today. That's one of both the up and downsides with that legislation, that you can get that information.
That's great.
The best way to get that information though is to pay for it. Places like Mountain States Employers Council and other areas will have salary surveys for you that are based on really technical data, and they can make sure that they've assessed it in the right way for your size organization, your industry, the level that you're hiring for. But just a quick search on Indeed will give you a baseline.
That's great. And I'm going to put a plug in here for Mountain States as well. It is an incredible value.
Yes.
And an incredible resource, especially, I mean, we've been in business 41 years, and it has paid for itself time and time and time again.
It's like insurance or AAA. You
it
hope
really
you
is.
never need it, but if you do.
And if it doesn't matter if you're a startup or, you know, you've been in business a long time, the investment is absolutely worth it. You mentioned something that I thought was really interesting during the talk, and it surrounded the fact that the importance of pay compared to culture, compared to benefits, and people value culture 95%. 95% of the time, it's like number one on their list. I assume that is within knowing that they're within a great pay scale.
Yes, good point. Yes, there's probably everybody's heard of the Maslow hierarchy of needs, which is an interesting kind of psychological study from an HR standpoint. But the better one, if you ever want to look it up, is by Herzberg, Herz Berg, and he has a concept, and he called it. He didn't call it satisfiers and dissatisfiers. It was a hygiene factors, I think is what he called it. And it was back, I think, in the 30s or 40s when terminology was a little different. But what he talks about is what satisfies people at work and what dissatisfies people at work. And he has pay on the dissatisfied side. And what dissatisfied means is once I've gotten to the point that I feel like I'm paid what I'm worth, no additional pay is going to satisfy me more.
Right.
You're never going to turn it down, right? I'll always take more pay, but that is not going to buy me like all of the other things he has on the satisfier list in terms of feeling motivated and feeling cared about and feeling appreciated and all of those things. So it's not that it doesn't matter, but once you've gotten people to that market rate, you need other things to really bring them along.
Right. Yeah, I think that's important. Many more questions here. Let's make sure that we haven't covered some of these already. Some business owners believe in hiring slow and firing fast. Does this phenomenon reverse the philosophy that we're really talking about today?
If I let me make sure I reflect that back to the audience. That it's about making sure that you're finding the right fit. And that you're going slow enough to ensure that you find the right person. But once you've decided they're not the right person, it's better to get them out the door quickly. I would agree with that. I don't think it's necessarily reversed. This day and age, I do think the hire slow is with an asterisk next to it, maybe, because we can't. We're all bleeding. We've got the fire hose turned on us. We need people right now. So you need to be able to make those decisions pretty quickly. If you don't, they've got another employer like literally next door to you that they can walk in and get hired by. So you need to go a little bit quicker in the hiring process. I would agree though on the other side that once you've determined somebody's not a fit and you've done a performance improvement plan and you've decided that this is just not the right person, it's much better to just exit them very graciously but quickly. It's better for the health of your organization.
Right. Dave asks, are there any onboarding tips and tricks that can help keep new employees feeling the connection to their new family? And let's talk about that from the standpoint if they're remote.
Yes.
And then from the standpoint of, if they're actually in the office.
Yeah, onboarding is a whole other topic. It's, I think that onboarding is often done really poorly. When we think of onboarding as paperwork, I have a client who, when I first started working with them, I literally used a 416-page document that every single page had a signature line that the person had to sign. And it was policy after policy after policy after policy, including outdated policies, by the way, saying that women had to wear pantyhose. They weren't even used anymore, but they still kept them in this 416-page document because that was easier than not using it. If you instead think of onboarding, go back to that belonging statement. If onboarding is about accelerating somebody's belonging, think about how you do that in your organization. You probably have stories that new hires don't know. You probably have terminology that new hires don't know. You probably have little places either physically in the building, if you're in the building, or to know about in terms of how we work on Zoom or other video tips that they wouldn't know without you telling them. So for example, if you're IMing each other, do you say hi first before you start talking, or do you just start talking? That's a very cultural implication, and every company is a little different. A new hire won't know that unless you tell them. So think about ways that you accelerate belonging. Think of that as onboarding instead of orienting them to a bunch of paperwork, and then you will be more successful in terms of driving that engagement much more quickly.
That's great. I appreciate that insight. That's another one that's not easy. What are some cultural dynamics that can be indicators that someone might be thinking, okay, I'm going to walk?
Yeah. I think of culture as who you are as a company, and you want that to mesh with who the person is and how they work best as well. And when there's is it discongruence? I don't know what the
I'm going to go with it for now.
Sure, we'll made up a word. If there's not something that works together, you can never force fit it. It will always fall apart at some point. The other way congruence works is within the company. So if you say, like my example with jeans, if you say, well, sure, we're going to say we're casual, but then really you never are, you've just created incongruence with what you say versus what you really are. So if you can create congruence internally, but then make sure that everybody you're hiring really wants to be in that kind of environment. It's not to say that any one environment is better than another. It's that this is your environment. Be honest about that and find people that can fit within that.
Well, and with that, Angela, hey, Roth, thank you so much. We're talking about how to counter the Great Resignation. Your insight has been incredibly valuable today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I forgot to mention something a little earlier to everyone. We have got some partying happening after the event today. And actually, it's not here on my list. So I'm going to talk to you about that a little bit later on. Oh, nope, here it is. It's on the next page. Copper Sky Distillery at 4:00 today, and Quarters Bar and Arcade, 4:00 today. See us there, be there or be square. How about that? And we are up next. We're going to be talking about the heart-centered leadership with Kate Nelligan, Nathan Mortimisu, and Kendra Prospero. Thank you very much.
Individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, like my son Kennedy, have one of the highest unemployment rates in our state. Please make employment of people with disabilities a priority.
In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon. Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. Well, she's been up all night crying, gin tears, wondering how she ever got here. But now there's a sunset, a good tune, it ain't bad for a single girl on a honeymoon. All the drunk boys are lost in her glow, but she just sways right on to Tom Petty singing You Don't Know. And it's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through, and as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It was in an old dark church on the 24th day of June. Jenny's pacing down the aisle, looking for something blue. And thought, well, he's a good man, a nice car, big house, could do worse, but maybe she could do without. Then she thought of New York art school, young dreams, the single girl on a honeymoon, throws her veil into the empty pew and leaves behind the one sure thing she ever knew. It's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It's waking up at midnight after crying yourself to sleep. It's diving in the ocean and feeling so alive that you can't breathe. It's loving yourself so hard, there's nothing more you need. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon, Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon, Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. Well, she been up all night crying Jenny tears, wondering how she ever got here. But now there's a sunset, a good tune, it ain't bad for a single girl on a honeymoon. All the drunk boys are lost in her glow, but she just sways right on to Tom Petty singing You Don't Know. And it's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It was in an old dark church on the 24th day of June. Jenny's pacing down the aisle, looking for her something blue. And thought, well, he's a good man, a nice car, big house, could do worse, but maybe she could do without. Then she thought of New York art school, young dreams, the single girl on a honeymoon, throws her veil into the empty pew and leaves behind the one sure thing she ever knew. It's a lonely night in Honolulu, But from the sway of her hips, it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It's waking up at midnight after crying yourself to sleep. It's diving in the ocean and feeling so alive that you can't breathe. It's loving yourself so hard, there's nothing more you need. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon, and Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon, and Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. Well, she been up all night crying Jenny tears, wondering how she ever got here.
Yeah, this is what you do when you have no choice.
But now there's a sunset,
Are we going right at?
a good tune, it ain't bad for a single girl on a honeymoon.
And we're back. Thank you so much for joining us at Longmont Startup Week 2021. I'm so excited about this next discussion that we're going to have. It's all about heart-centered leadership, something that's near and dear to my heart. This panel discussion will offer insight from men and women who are navigating their journey on leadership, and for the men who work aside them and support them. Kate Nelligan, Kendra Prospero, and Nathan Mortamitsu will take a deep dive into what it means to be women in leadership, discuss the differences between men and women in their leadership roles, share their experiences and barriers or lack of barriers in their careers, and explore what it means to practice heart-centered leadership and those skills that ultimately help them along the way. Welcome, you guys. I'm so excited to have you here today.
Great. Yes, thank you. I forgot we have to use these mics.
Yeah, we do need to pick those up. Before we go any further, Kendra, would you please tell us a little bit more about yourself and really your journey that led you to starting your own business?
Sure. So my name is Kendra Prospero, and I am the CEO and founder of a company called Turning the Corner. We are an HR consulting company that provides full HR services for growing small businesses. So we have the tactical kind of compliance-based HR, as well as the more strategic HR that helps support your employees over the long haul, as well as training and recruiting. So, and additionally, we support job seekers on a job hunt. And it's really through them that we learn what people make someone love and hate a job. And so it's become our mission, and really my life mission, to do all I can to end suffering in the workplace and make sure that everybody loves their job.
I love it. That's great. Ending suffering. Hopefully it never starts, but that is a very, very important thing. Nathan, you're going to provide such a unique perspective with us today, and really working with a female-led organization and the importance of your role there. Tell us a little bit more about your background and where you are today.
So my name is Nathan Mortamitsu. I'm the Director of Operations at H2 Manufacturing Solutions, and we're actually becoming H2 Solutions as of a little later today on our website officially. And I have been privileged enough to get to work for some fantastic female leaders over the course of my career in marketing and in manufacturing as well. And my current CEO, Heidi Hofstetter, is not able to be here today, but she has taught me a lot about leadership and really about leading. One of her main tenets of leading is leading with compassion, not fear. And so I'm really privileged to get to follow in her footsteps and kind of take up the reins and do whatever I can to help her with that path with our company.
Well, we are so thrilled to have you here today. And Kate, what a unique perspective and a methodology in which you really help leaders understand the incredible brilliance that they may have, but really aren't bringing out yet. Talk to us more about your journey.
Sure. So my name's Kate Nelligan, and I'm an equine partnered life and business coach. And essentially what that means is I partner horses and humans together in personal and professional growth. And I do a lot of leadership coaching with high-powered women, CEOs, executives, to really learn deeper emotional intelligence skills. So we're working outside in nature, returning to our true nature, and some of these things that have already been mentioned about compassion and reducing suffering. And for me, it's really about leading with love, which is why this is such a perfect topic. And I think the horses are great role models for how to do that. And we can talk more about that.
I love it. You know, in an era, our Angela Worth just spoke on building, a great culture. And one of the things that she brought forward that is so unique right now is during COVID, when we were all forced, to work within our own homes, the fact that we were able to get out at lunch and walk the dog or go water the flowers or smell an iris was something very, very unique. And we just have not ever done that during the workday. So I love the perspective that you bring with the horses in that training. I think it's a very, very unique one and so relatable today. So there are some key themes that we're going to share with you today, and that we certainly want to be takeaways for all of you note takers out there. Growing emotional intelligence in leadership today, blending softness and strength, gentleness and power, the balance of leadership, heart-led leadership, and how that can ultimately increase profitability, and the qualities that all of us bring to the table that ultimately make that a well-rounded leadership organization, leadership-based organization. Topic number one. Men and women lead very, very differently. What is your definition of women in leadership? I'm going to start with you, Nathan.
That's a tough one, actually. I've been, like you said, privileged enough to work for a lot of really brilliant women leaders, and to me, they tend to represent the best in leadership, typically because they have the most important skill, and that's the ability to listen. And I don't think that's necessarily just a female role. There are men who listen very well, but I've found throughout my career that they are few and far between. And those that do have the ability to actively listen tend to be a little better as leaders. Mm-hmm. So for me, I don't really have a definition, just a kind of
an experience.
An experience, yes.
Yeah, which makes it that much more special. I think that women and men equally have incredible attributes. In the last many, many years, women in leadership has been brought to the forefront because there's so few women leaders. I happen to work alongside an incredible male leader who made me the woman I am today. It's my father, and we worked together for over 30 years. And the gentleness and the communication skill that he brought to the table is what has made me who I am today. And I know that it starts at a very, very young age. There's a misnomer out there that you're born a leader or you're not. Kendra, would you respond to that?
I don't believe that at all. I do think you have more propensities to maybe be a leader. For example, you have to like people. If you don't like people, maybe you're not going to enjoy being a leader. But people can be trained on how to be a great manager and then translate that into being a great leader. And so, I know that for a fact, just because we've trained managers, and I've seen amazing transformation over the years with people. So it is definitely not something that I think you're born with. It's something that is a teachable and very important teachable skill. Matter of fact, I don't know anybody who's truly born a manager. It's something you have to learn how to do. And unfortunately, many organizations are completely neglecting teaching that basic fundamental skill on how to be a great manager. And that's actually what's leading to so many people hating their job. It also hits the bottom line. When you have an ineffective manager, then you end up in a situation where your people are not performing as high as they can, which ultimately is, going to hit your profitability. So it's such an important thing to understand that it is a trainable skill for the success of business.
Kate, when you're working with some of your clients, I'm sure there are turnaround moments, those epiphanies that ultimately you have. Empathy, I think, is a great word to use with truly heart-centered leadership, right? And really getting to the core of motivating someone. Share with us some insights, if you will, on some of those turnaround moments that you've had with some of your clients.
Yeah, I love that. We call it aha moments, where everything sort of clicks and gels. And it's really about alignment, right? Between head and heart in so many ways, where things do make sense. And a lot of it comes from, for me, the actual experience of it in the body and the experience of it in real time. So a lot of coaching can be very mental, or a lot of leadership training can be as well, because we're speaking, we're in a conference room, but this is really actually practicing what it feels like to develop trust with a horse while you're walking, and actually getting it in full congruency between what you're saying, what you're doing with your body, how you're feeling, what you're thinking. And so that's when it does really click for people, when they get this moment of empathy and it floods their system, or they get the moment of trust, and then they can kind of, what I call it is, can you anchor that moment then? Can you anchor these turnaround points and bring that then back into the workplace, or bring that back into your home, so that you remember it and practice it?
And do most of those situations, those aha moments, are they anchored in a situation that they just learned incorrectly, that they're trying to prove themselves?
Yes.
Or where does that come from?
Yeah, I do. I work with what I call recovering perfectionists, and my TEDx talk is on perfectionism, and a lot of it is that, or the type A overachievers, and a lot of it is we have to prove ourselves, because we have these fundamental beliefs that we're not enough, or we're not worthy, or maybe there's something wrong with us. And so what it is that we learn a lot more from animals and nature about being than doing. And a lot of our leadership is actually communicated through our being, in addition to our body language, which is 90% or so of communication. So I think people start to realize that, like, I also will sometimes get women who are not assertive at all, and they have to actually, ask a horse to move and set a boundary in real time. And so they're actually getting the experience of it rather than just the concept or theory of it.
And so you've brought up some inner barriers that ultimately can affect people really moving forward. And Kendra, I mean, you are just phenomenal when it comes to recognizing those and coaching people through that as well. Share some examples, if you will, of some of those inner barriers that you've experienced with some of your clientele in the past, and how you've helped them, or even helped, some things can't change, right? And how you help in some situations the people around them even adapt.
So, I mean, I think I wouldn't mind just sharing my own personal story as a leader. So, I mean, I found for myself as a leader that I had an idea that the only way I was truly successful was based only on the bottom line. And that is a mindset. That is a mindset and a belief system that you only are successful if you are extremely profitable. When in reality, there were many other measurements that were also indicating that I was a good leader. But I wasn't embracing those, and I was ultimately being held back because I was only focused on the fact that the bottom line wasn't the number that I thought it needed to be. When other measurements are turnover, I haven't had any turnover in my organization in many, many years. I also have an incredibly productive staff. Thinking about the adjustment to COVID, we were already a fully flexible environment where everyone was coming and going as they pleased. And so when COVID hit, we were ready for that. We were able to really adapt quickly. But I wasn't counting that. I wasn't counting that as a leader. And so I would still wake up in the middle of the night stressed and worried because the bottom line wasn't what I thought it was. And so I think coming back to what Kate said a minute ago, you get into this mindset where you have a belief system that you're hanging on to so tightly that you actually can't see the greatness that you might bring to the table. And I definitely found that in myself. And so kind of building that empathy around my own leadership and where I felt like I've lacked and where I could use some where I needed to grow has helped me then, be able to help other leaders, because we all do have those blocks or those mental mindsets that hold us into a spot that doesn't let us be nearly as effective as we really can be. And then ultimately, again, get the most out of our people and create an environment where they're thriving and they're loving their jobs.
Well, and you mentioned COVID. I think we're all going to bring up stories related to that because, oh my gosh, did that test us, right? And confidence to me is one of the major keys of great leadership. And it doesn't matter if you're female or male, great leaders have confidence to ultimately bring the team around them to an understanding, to a concise area from which everyone can feel good about what they're doing and move forward and not be afraid. Nathan, walk us back. Our date was March 13th, where I told everyone, you'll be home for a couple weeks, and here we were, months and months and months later. Walk us back to that team and the conversations that you had with the leadership team and what you were thinking through and what you wanted to assure the team about.
So with our team, we actually grew over COVID, which is kind of unheard of for most companies. But we went back a little bit before March 13th to March 6th, where I was down in the state capitol for Aerospace Day at the Capitol, which is a big event. Aerospace manufacturers from all over the state get together with legislators, and some resolutions are passed and lots of networking happens. And that day, I was lucky enough to not go to the after hours event, but Heidi called me in a panic and said, somebody at the after hours event is positive. Did you go? Were you there? Go get tested, whatever we got to do. And I was like, no, I didn't go. Everything's okay. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't at the daily event, so we're all good there. But that really drove home, this is kind of real. And then the 13th rolled around and everything shut down, which for me was kind of a bummer because that was the day after my birthday. So it's like, great, I have a birthday and then the world shuts down. Yeah. So it was also 2 days.
Well, at least you had it before it shut down.
Yeah, it was 2 days after my passport showed up in the mail too.
Well,
so
that was a very good thing too, although you weren't able to go anywhere.
Right?
So
I get my passport and the world shuts down.
Yeah.
But we looked at the world around us, and Heidi is a firm believer, and she's gotten me on this as well, that we measure our success not by the bottom line, which it's still important. We got to pay the bills and we got to make sure everybody's getting their paychecks and the rent is paid. But we measure our impact, our success on impact. And so we wanted to look and see how we could impact the world around us, specifically our state. And if you're in Longmont, you may have seen restaurants that have these little 5-star certifications in their windows, and in Denver and Boulder as well. And we actually developed that 5-star program out of something we created for manufacturers in the state and rolled out to manufacturers, schools, a prison, to help keep people safe. And we were able to bring that to the communities that we live and work in and help provide a level of safety. And when we looked at it, we said, okay, we've impacted the state of Colorado to the tune of about 5,000 jobs. Who knows how many lives that may or may not have saved, but we helped 5,000 people stay employed in Colorado through the pandemic. And even though we're not rolling in money right now, we are very successful because we looked at it from a compassionate point of view instead of a bottom line point of view, and said, how do we succeed for everyone?
I think rolling in money has a brand new meaning post-COVID for any and all business owners out there. How we would have defined that pre-COVID and how we're defining it now is something that is very, very different. This really boils down to effective leadership, right? It's motivating the team. It's recognizing where your shortcomings might be. It's taking a situation that is devastating to many, many people and turning it into something that can really proactively impact people out there. What are the areas, Kendra, from an effective leadership standpoint, that you feel are an absolute must to gain the respect from the team members within an organization?
I wish that Google had asked me this and paid me the $20 or $30 million they paid McKinsey a few years ago, because I've known this answer for a long time. But Google published a study about what their results were as they studied what made a team effective. It comes down to one fundamental thing: caring for your employees. Care for them like your neighbor. You don't have to loan them money or get into their day-to-day lives in such a way where you would a brother or a sister or a son or a daughter or something along those lines. Treat them like you would your neighbor, with respect and reverence and kindness and care. I don't know what's happened in these last, 30, 35 years or so in the workforce. And I'm saying it like that is in terms of the Generation X coming into the workforce. That's my generation, as well as Generation Y. Or the millennial generation. But people have stopped realizing that these are human beings and they bring their whole life to the job. And so it makes absolute sense to find out how their weekend was and what their life is like right now, and what we as leaders and managers can do to help care for them. They're not robots. They're bringing their whole person to the job. And the more that we care for them and the more we let them bring their whole person to the job, the more effective they're going to be. So if there's one thing you take from today's panel, that's all you need to do, is just care for your employees. And then there's at least a dozen more things that are really helpful for making your life a little easier as a leader or a manager that I know you can do and that leaders can do. But that number one thing is the thing that's missing, and it's such an easy thing to do. How was your weekend?
And
simple questions like
that. And Kate, do you think that in some situations people just don't know how to leaders just don't know how to express themselves there?
I think it's sometimes that in the role of like how does intimacy enter into business in a way that feels authentic, aligned, and it doesn't cross the boundaries, right? So there's this element of people needing to get in touch with. We talked a little bit before this panel about like defining soft skills as sharp skills, which I love, or sharpening your soft skills, which I love that concept. But it is like, how do you lead though with your heart from the place of these are people first, right? I love the conscious capitalism movement because it's triple bottom line. It's people, planet, and profit, which is what I think all leaders need to be focused on, is that model. But essentially the caring part is, in many ways, it's the empathy of what would I want if my employee is going through a difficult time right now, what would I want if I were them, right? Asking that question, putting myself in their shoes. But also realizing that slowing down is actually where we create the relationships, because so many people and a lot of the executives I work with, it's so fast. There's so many crises, there's so many things they need to do that it's just on to the next thing. And so they're task driven rather than relationship driven. And I was like that when I used to be in entertainment, and the horses really actually got all of that out of me when they were like, enough of this, because we have a goal exercise. And when people make it all about the goal, they actually stop caring. So it's just about the outcome. So we learn, how do you stay unattached to outcome, allow for something even better to possibly manifest, while really focusing on the relationship, because the relationships, when they're strong, they actually take care of the outcomes, right? And so that's my philosophy on that.
I love it. In an area, a time period rather, that we're referring to as the Great Resignation, people are just leaving jobs left and right because they've realized that they want more, a better home life, a better family life, whatever it might be. This caring concept becomes absolutely critical for retention. Okay, we're going to shift gears here a little bit and talk about some barriers to good leadership, or even barriers that we've experienced as leaders, either through another team member or a client, or what you see day to day with some of the people that you consult with. When we were prepping for this, I talked about the fact that I've never had a barrier, right? I've never had a barrier to what I wanted to become or where I wanted to go outside of some self-esteem issues, as a teenager and through college. And one of the greatest gifts in life was my father recognizing that and helping me to work through that, so that that little engine that could did. And that's why I'm here with all of you today. There just weren't any outside barriers that I ever experienced that disabled me from being able to know exactly what I could do and why I was heading in the right direction. That's not the real world. We know that. Kendra, can you comment on that?
I'm with you, Lori. I have not. I mean, as a woman, and I came from the technology environment. I worked for IBM for 12 years as well. So I came from an environment that's dominated by men, and I've never felt discrimination. I've never felt like somebody was holding me back. So oftentimes when I get pulled into a conversation around that, I don't have that experience, so I don't add a lot of input to it, because I just haven't seen that for myself. And again, yeah, there's no doubt that it exists. There's definitely plenty of people whose first thought when they meet someone, we are all very judgmental people. Humans are just judgmental. And our first thought, sometimes people run with that and make that their last thought or their judgment about that person. And that is not a good thing. And so people who do that, who take their first thought and run with it, and then continue to discriminate or have a moment or take that moment and turn that into the reality of that person, that's not okay. But for me personally, that hasn't happened, where I've noticed it.
Yeah,
so
that's great. Nathan, do you feel that barriers are more like internal and maybe even self-imposed?
Oh, absolutely. I suffer from what many, I think you called them type A personalities, suffer from. I have a lot of imposter syndrome. The fact that I'm sitting on this panel today is kind of weird.
We're really, really happy that you're here, though.
But it's something that I have to work to overcome every day. And there's times when I'm trying to coach my team or lead my team where I'm wondering why anyone would listen to me. And that's one of the big obstacles I've faced. But I've, was kind of blessed. I grew up with a single mother, and she never let any obstacle slow her down. So that was a good role model for me there.
I love it. And certainly leading from mindset and confidence is something, Kate, that you work with day in and day out.
Yeah, and so I would answer the question that I think there's both. I think there are people that are leaders that don't necessarily get along with certain people and their staff and do impose forward movement, or feel threatened by others and can impose forward movement. I've seen it. I've also seen it from women to women, not just from men to women.
yeah.
It can happen no matter what. But I also, as a coach, am mostly working with people on we have a saying that is, outer reality is a reflection of inner reality. So if the inner reality is, I can't do it, or, so-and-so's holding me back, then it's like, how is that actually inside of you? And how do we explore? I was just doing that last night with a client. Like, I don't think anyone's holding you back. I think you're holding your back. How is that? How are you holding yourself back? And so we'll talk through these things. But there is a book called, I believe, The Confidence Gap, and there is research that women do have less confidence than men. And I think it is somewhat biological, hormonal. I think there's pieces also culturally and societal that we do need to address. And so I find that that's where there's a lot of these women's networking groups and support groups, because we want to lift each other up, because we don't always have it. In the past, we have not always had a seat at the table, or even women leaders that I've seen have not always been invited to some of the things that men are doing. And so I think that both realities are real. The one that I'm interested in changing is people's inner landscape, for sure.
I love it. Do you believe that there's a glass ceiling? Kendra?
I'm not sure anymore. I mean, I think that there's definitely some people who, again, take that first thought and run with it. But I think that the work that's happened over the last 100 years, because it has affected such a large part of our population, meaning that, let's just take, for example, women's rights. 50% of the population are women. And so there's a huge chunk of the population that now has moved that movement forward. which then pulled in and made it possible to go more granular, which led to the civil rights movement, which was, a different population group. And then it led to gay rights, and it's leading to, more and more discussions around that. And so I think that women's rights have pulled a lot of rights through our society. And yeah, there's still obviously, there's lots of barriers still, but I think it's not nearly like what it was. And I hope that the movement continues, where we continue to just see each other as equals, because we all are human. I have worked now with thousands of people, and I have never met somebody that I didn't believe in once I got to know them.
Right.
Everybody has a gift to give this world. And I'm a judgy person. I mentioned that a minute ago. Like, I judge everybody. It just doesn't turn into my second thought. It's my first thought. And so, so I'm not saying
I'm not going to ask you what you thought about me the first time we met.
And so, just, I think getting to a place where you just don't let that be your guide, and realizing that everybody has a special gift to give, and we value then more making sure that we're helping them figure out what that is and how that translates into a work environment, how that translates into your family and your neighborhood.
Yeah, I love that perspective. It's really, really special. And, I think a lot of it boils down to, just taking a step back to really look at it and understand. Kate, you come from entertainment. It's a little different there than the rest of us in the real world.
Yeah, I was a leader in entertainment, and was very interesting to watch. I believe in that we are all equals piece, and this is why I love working with animals, because I also believe we're equals to the animals, and that we all have to coexist and work together. But yes, entertainment, I saw it a lot. I saw the Boys Club. It's one of the reasons that I had to leave. It's one of the reasons I am super passionate about coaching women in entertainment still, because I want them to rise up and to experience it. But when I realized that my career trajectory, being a VP at 31, was to keep going up the studio line, I was like, this is actually not what I want, because I felt like I would have to be more and more like a man to actually get to the top. And it was not a fit for me. In fact, I was craving more feminine energy in my leadership and in my way of being, which luckily I got through working with animals.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This concept of heart-centered leadership seems so simple, right? But I think we need reminders of it, right? And I brought the definition of it. Heart-based leadership is the ability of an individual to inspire loyalty and build powerful relationships by being kind, caring, and courageous. Virtually by leading from the heart. And to me, the courageous part is something every single person on this panel is courageous on many, many different levels. And you work with very, very courageous people that lead from the heart. Talk to us about your experience at H2, Nathan, and what you've seen with Heidi.
So Heidi, again, she's got these 4 tenets of leadership, and courage is one of them. You've got to, take courageous acts. And previous to working for her, I tried to take courageous acts in the work that I did, but I never really saw it truly as a leadership tenet. And when the pandemic kicked into full swing, I really learned what that was, because she straight up said, we may go broke, we may go out of business, but we have to do this because it's the right thing to do. And that specific thing at the time was we dove headfirst into helping a local company here in Longmont pivot so that they could continue keeping their employees working. And instead of manufacturing what they had been, which was for luxury items, they transitioned over into manufacturing PPE. And we put all of our heart and soul and everything we had into manufacturing reusable respirators for first responders, domestic violence shelters, homeless shelters throughout the state. And she absolutely was inspirational with her courageous acts there, because she said, I don't care if I go broke, I have to do it. It's the right thing to do. Are you with me? And I obviously said yes.
Right.
I'm still here.
We were celebrating our 40th anniversary when COVID hit. And I remember having a pity party with myself. And I didn't bring it to the rest of the team, but I was really thinking to myself, okay, we're celebrating our 40th year. It might only be me in this incredible office that we have, but there's no way I'm going to give up. And I recall, having a phone call with a couple of our largest clients, and they felt that everything was going to be fine. I'm sharing a courageous act, by the way. That started with quite a fumble. But one call right after another, our largest clients, we've got to go dark. We've got to go dark. One call right after another. And I remember sitting in our upper balcony and thinking to myself, what in the world am I going to do? So immediately I put pen to paper and start doing the math, right? And taking a look at the business that we do have, who it makes sense to lay off, who it makes sense to keep. And I called everyone that night and I said, unfortunately, I've got to lay you off. Fortunately, I've got to lay you off. Kept the team intact. Then I had a conversation with my mom a little bit later on in the evening, and I was very upset and crying. And she said, have you heard of PPP? And she said, they're just starting to talk about it, blah, 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 blah. I called a meeting the following morning with the people that I had just laid off and said, I think I found a way. Stay, don't go. I think I found a way. And it was a real fumble, but I immediately owned it. I immediately turned it into something very positive. I invested in them until we got PPP. We had enough money in the bank to make it happen. But I think some of those fumbles are difficult for leaders to own because you do need an ego to do what we do. We just have to keep that in check. Who wants to comment on that?
Well, I can, as a fellow entrepreneur who went through that. So 2019 was actually a really hard year for us. And so, I had to do some layoffs prior to COVID. We moved on February 29 into a newer space that was smaller and less money. And so when COVID hit, I felt like I was already geared up for battle. Like I was ready. I had already been through the battle and I had recuperated in the medic tent and I was ready to go back out there and hit it again. But my first reaction was absolutely around, okay, cut. What can we cut that's absolutely not essential to make it through this period? And then how do we go get, scoop up as much money as we possibly can through these programs to keep people employed? Mm-hmm. And then very similar to you, Nathan, what can we do to serve? So we just started reaching out to everybody we knew to help them navigate. I think we laid off for our clients, we laid off thousands of people because so many of our clients were having to let go of so many people. And so we just dove in there and helped them figure out how to do it in a compassionate way. We helped job seekers, figure out how to get themselves revamped for new jobs. We just gave and gave and gave as much as we possibly could, mm-hmm. knowing that at some point that would, it was going to come back around. And it didn't even matter if we came back around or not. Everybody was suffering through that, and it was an amazing experience. And what I'll say, I guess, to your comment, Lori, is that I think a lot of us as humans, we want to avoid struggle. We don't want to suffer or we don't want to struggle because it's so hard, but it's through struggle that we gain and learn the most. And struggle has taught me the most lessons on how to cope through the hard times in life. I do think there's a very distinctive line between struggling and suffering. Mm-hmm. And so suffering I don't think is good, but struggle is something that makes us definitely stronger. And I think that, COVID taught a lot of entrepreneurs on how to be stronger.
Yeah, I would agree. One of the major tenets of heart-led leadership is maintaining people's self-esteem. And when you're laying off thousands of people, you have no assurances, right? It is so hard, and all we want to do is assure them that they're going to be okay. And how do you deliver a message like that, Kate?
Well, I think what everyone's speaking to also is that the soft, sharp skill of resiliency, which we got a crash course in over the last year, all of us in different ways, whether it was financially or through health or but I think sometimes these things happen to really uproot us to realize what matters, what's true, what means the most to us. And in terms of delivering the message, I think, again, it is how do we bring in listening? How do we bring in empathy? How do we bring in even just being quiet and holding space for someone to have the emotions they need to have? Because fear brings up a lot of emotions, and that's what happens when people lose their job or when things change. There's fear, and so, but if we live from fear, as you mentioned before, like that's not going to necessarily make us great leaders or make us great humans, and there actually can be a lot of damage done from that. So it's like, how do we shift from that place of fear into, service, love, compassion, and really just the intention, right? So my intention is to deliver this with as much grace as possible. I have a few like CEO clients who had to let go of their employees, and I got them to see like maybe there was some sort of blessing or silver lining in it because they could find different work, or they could have, I've lost jobs before too. It's like you go through this really deep, dark night of the soul, but through that inner work is actually where we do become stronger, more resilient, and we learn skills we would never learn otherwise if life was just always going well.
Right.
So it's, but we have to acknowledge ourselves for the courage that we have to have difficult conversations, to go through difficult times, and not just be like, okay, it's over now. It's like life happens, and our ability to be with it and to stay out of judgment can really change things for us. It can make us calmer and stay out of anxiety too.
Yeah, we never stop learning, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We make mistakes along the way. Years of experience doesn't mean they're not going to happen, or you're going to handle every, situation with the grace that it deserves. We definitely are constantly, building those skills, as you mentioned. Another tenet here is replacing blame with responsibility. Nathan, that is just something that's so important, and really juxtaposing how you own what's happening versus blaming other people for it.
I don't really know that I can say anything better than what you just said.
Okay, do you want to repeat that?
Because really that's what it is, and that's you have to own your mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about your fumble earlier, and when you make mistakes, the best thing you can do is own up to your staff, own up to the people who are going to face the consequences of what you've done, and take responsibility for it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pass the blame on to others. It's very easy as a leader to say, hey, we failed in this because you didn't do this. No, we failed in this because I didn't lead you properly.
Right.
I didn't help you succeed. I failed you, not the other way around.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I always say that all problems are leadership problems. And so everything that's gone wrong in an organization is the leader's fault. Now, that's not a lot of leaders want to accept that, or it's hard. It's a hard thing to have them hear, but all problems are leadership problems. The good part of it and the silver lining is that means if you're the cause, then you can be the fixer. So
yeah, hopefully you see it, right? Another tenet is not assuming or judging, really coming into a situation to understand. And for me, we're quick and, we're constantly moving at 100 miles an hour as business owners and thought leaders. And you hear something and you immediately think, are you kidding me? But then you've got to step back and ask the right questions and really come to learn more and understand. Kate.
I talk about curiosity all the time because I also work with goats, and that's exactly how they are. And so, yeah, and that is a heart-centered quality, is curiosity. And so when people make assumptions, it can really be challenging because we can get upset and then we can stay in our upset. And so there's a lot of, okay, let me be curious why they said, oh, this is not a prestigious position at the company, right? Instead of taking it personally, instead of feeling attacked, ask questions. And there are many times when we don't know in the moment to do that. And that really is about being centered and staying in the moment more, which the animals also teach, so that we can then say, ooh, I'm a little triggered by that, but let me ask a question. Let me get more information and be in that curiosity. And so I love bringing the goats, with people, because they realize like that they can just get curious about the world. And that's a lighter approach rather than being so serious or having a guard up. And when the guard's up, there's a big wall to the heart, whether we're an employee or whether we're a leader.
Right. And, knowing your impact is another key tenet here, and knowing that how your actions may be interpreted, even though the intent might be something different. How, Kendra, do you find that really aligning that and understanding the impact of every move you make, every choice you make, every word you say is really, all eyes are on you?
Yeah, I mean, impact, all that matters is the impact.
Mm-hmm.
Intent has absolutely nothing to do with leadership. Intent is silly. I mean, what matters is how people are impacted and what's been perceived. And so if you have an employee that's really upset over something that you said, it doesn't matter what you intended.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get better at communicating so that you're not creating that sort of negative impact. And so, the number one reason, and then it's something we've heard over the years as well, but now I have the data from Turning the Corner to back it up as well, is the reasons why people hate a job. And there are actually 13 reasons why someone hates a job, and 10 of them have to do with a leader not being clear on who they are as a leader. And so being micromanaged, being undermanaged, not being clear about the goal, not being clear around the strengths and the why of the organization and the alignment of the values. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them I won't rattle off right now, but this all comes down to the leader having what is maybe a belief and intending it to be seen one way, but the impact not being there.
Right. We've started deploying an incredible tool. It's called a Vivid Vision for our clients. And what we have found is that there's so much right inside of our heads, right? And we as visionaries don't necessarily do a great job sharing it with our team. So we've got our values, our mission, our vision statement. We know our what, our, how we do it, our why. We know what our North Star is, but communicating that with the team so that they can actually see themselves 3 years out. A Vivid Vision is written from the perspective of 3 years out and what you've accomplished and what you've gained and what the revenue looks like and how many team members are there. And we pop the top and we've got a party deck on top, whatever that might be, it really helps create that. And become something very sticky. We had a client recently, very successful national footprint, and they're changing CEOs, and there's nervousness, right? And so we wrote the Vivid Vision with both perspectives, and it calmed the team down in such a magnificent way, so that they really understood what the impact would continue to be. Kate, have you seen tools such as that used?
Yeah, it's interesting timing. I'm just starting that with a marketing firm in Los Angeles to work with them because they haven't defined their vision and their mission and their core values yet. And part of why the exercise is so powerful is it goes back to that first piece of, can you listen to how everyone views this company, this brand, our services, our products, and then get it down on paper. And it's not just there to throw up on a website or to throw in a desk. It really is. I worked at a company that defined their leadership style as servant leadership, which is, I think, another word for also like heart-centered leadership. And that's a big buzzword in business. But ultimately, they, before every meeting, there's always a slide up. There's always questions. What's our values again? What's our mission? What's our why? And so it was just kind of drilled in, and people were really, reminded of it. But I do believe sometimes that if you understand people's whys, and we all have different intrinsic and extrinsic motivators, you can really get more out of people. You can get more of that productivity, but you also stay connected to them because you know what drives them.
Right.
And then conversely, the employees need to know what drives this company. What is our what is our definition of success? And so that has to be communicated. But I think these exercises are really powerful, and it's surprising how many companies don't spend the time, even if it's just a half day, to do an offsite or a virtual gathering and get people on the same page with this so that there's real synergy and real connectiveness.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I would actually say that being clear on the values, and not just what looks great on a wall or in a handbook, but I mean, what you really expect from your employees. What does that look like? How do you know you have that? Those are your values, and you want to hire and fire and manage and train and govern, promote, compensate, everything against those values. And if there's one thing I think, given that we're in Longmont Startup Week, startups, if you can start with that, with really being clear on what your values are, what do you really want from your employees, and then you hire for that, you are going to be set up for success. If you are not clear on your values, then you absolutely need to get that work done, and then figure out what you're going to do during an interview process to make sure you're getting those right people. And then also feel the stewardship for the organization to fire people when they're not meeting your values. Because that's the other thing that can go wrong really quickly is, and I know for myself, every firing I've had to do has been because of a value misalignment. And so, but it is the thing that I think can solve so many problems inside organizations when leaders are really clear on that.
Well, and being clear about those, I, at one point in my career, wrote values to try to straighten up some of my team members, which was totally, they're great values. They sounded great, but you know what? No, I'm writing these values to keep everyone aligned, not to change people. These are my values. This is my vision. This is where we want to take the business. And that is never a good thing to do, I learned as well. The final tenet here, very, very quickly, we've just got another minute, is practicing self-care. We're moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. We need to take care of ourselves. I'm going to let you take this, Kate.
I mean, I could talk about the whole panel on just self-care. And it's such an interesting buzzword because people are like, oh, self-care. And then there's a resistance to it. And I'm like, well, if there's a resistance, you're not going to do it. So I don't even love the word self-care anymore. I just think it's more about lifestyle choices and conscious choices. Like, we can't always be committed to self-care when things happen in life. But what we can do is stay present long enough in each moment to be like, do I really need this right now? Do I need more water? What do I need? What is happening with my system? And being responsible for the energy we show up as in any room at any time is what I think of as leadership. But ultimately, I think it's more about conscious choices and as many little ones we can do throughout the day. So greatest self-care for me is just check-in points and having some sort of reminder to be like, oh yeah, check-in point right now. What conscious choice do I need to make for myself? And then we all know this, as we fill our own cups, we overflow, and it is much easier to give from that place than from a depleted place.
And is shoe shopping included in that?
For sure. Anything that sparks joy.
Yeah.
I tell people to make a joy list.
Yeah, I
and
love
that would
it.
be on there for you. So
That's great. Kate, Kendra, and Nathan, such incredible dialogue today. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, your insight, the gifts that you share each and every day with the people that you really ignite and excite to do great things day in and day out. That's it for Heart-Centered Leadership. Up next, Entrepreneurial Leadership Realities with Mark Ward of Ward Electric.
Break down the door, chip off the paint, rip up the floorboards, see what remains. This old heart is collecting dust. Cabinets are empty, hinges are rusted. Time, 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 I'm gonna trust you. Time, 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 I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. 2 a.m. in Nashville, in a dingy bar, dreams being sipped out of bleeding hearts. Me and 3 lonely men, too worn to drive. Bartendrix is playing Dylan, couldn't hurt to try. Time, 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 I'm gonna trust you. Time, 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 I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. So I clean out the closet, paint over the scars, open the window, fill the cracks in my heart. And I'm all out of answers, but I think I've got some hope left to give. I wanna feel love that's real. 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 Break down the door, chip off the paint, rip up the floorboards, see what remains. This old heart collecting dust. Cabinets are empty, hinges are rusted. Time, 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 I'm gonna trust you. Time, 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 I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. 2 a.m. in Nashville, in a dingy bar. Dreams being sipped out of bleeding hearts. Me and 3 lonely men, too worn to drive. Bartenders is playing Dylan, couldn't hurt to try. Time, 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 I'm gonna trust you. Time, 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 I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. So I clean out the closet, paint over the scars, open the window, fill the cracks in my heart. I'm all out of answers.
Yeah,
But I think I've got
that's where I am too.
some hope left to give.
And we're back. We're so excited to have you here in the final hour of Longmont Startup Week. Leading an entrepreneurial startup is no easy task. Mark Ward, CEO of the family-owned and operated Ward Electric, knows that all too well. In this session, the seasoned leader, right by my side here, will share with attendees what he has learned and the hard realities he has had to face along the way. We will discuss the role of the entrepreneurial leader in having hard conversations, in creating a culture that people want to work in delegating, strategically growing the business, and what we can all learn from Gates, Bezos, and Buffett. That's at the end, so you have to stay tuned. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, Lori. Thanks. It's an honor to be here and be a part of the Reimagine Longmont Startup Week.
Well, I tell you, we're thrilled. I need to let everyone know, Mark and I, our kids have gone to school together. They've grown up together. We've known one another a very, very long time. And when I was thinking about this leadership series, because we've been on the basketball court so many times, just, talking about situations that happened that day at work or whatever it might be, I knew that we needed to have you here to really share some of the wisdom that you've gained, and a family business to boot. Tell us about the history of the business.
Well, again, we're honored to be here. Ward Electric Company was started in 2005 by my mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
My dad had been in the power line construction industry for a long time. And finally, at the ripe age of 53, 55, something in that area, he decided to do it on his own. And they started it. I got into it with them around October of 2008, I believe, in that area. And then my brother and I bought majority ownership of it in 2012.
Wow.
And since then, we have grown enormous amount. And not only with volume, but customer base, our geographic areas, and just our ability to service the entire electrical industry. We do everything from high voltage power line construction to commercial, residential, and industrial work. And
so there are a lot of moving parts day in and day out.
Yes.
And one of the concepts that you brought to the table is this idea of 24/7 management. Explain that to our, or not 24/7 management, 24/7 leadership. Explain that to our team.
Well, it's one of the things that's out there, you own your own business, so you can kind of come and go as you please. And, you come in after you get up at 6 or 7 a.m. and you go yoga and go have coffee and your phone never rings. And
Do you do yoga?
No,
I didn't think so.
absolutely not. And that's, everybody's like, oh, it's so great. Well, yeah, there's awesome perks, but there's a lot of the 24/7 that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting at your daughter's basketball game or your son's golf match or a baseball game, and you're coaching and your phone's in your back pocket and it's just blowing up on you and you're like, golly, what's going on? What am I missing? It's Friday at 6 o'clock. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
And it's all the time. And so your role in that is you're constantly a cheerleader.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're always cheerleading. You're always helping everybody, making sure that you have to be able to have the answers for all the questions.
Yeah.
And
it never stops.
It never stops.
Yeah.
Absolutely never stops.
This is a little tidbit for all of you tuning in right now. So while Mark was, frantically answering phones during those basketball games, I was not. And I took email off my phone during that time period because I was missing so much. And our team and our clients just knew, we referred to it as the 911. Just send me a 911 if you have to talk. And here is what a 911 means. And it really helped ultimately, empower people to help make some of those decisions on their own, but also really realize, is this a crisis or not? Because I think everything is a crisis to people who really care,
Mm-hmm.
and they're really trying to meet the need of our internal team members or our clients. So that need to ultimately, call you right away can sometimes be pushed aside in these situations.
It is. And my brother, him and I own the company together. And one of the things we complement each other really, really well.
Yeah.
He spends the majority of his time in the field. I spend a lot of my time in the office and then some special projects, but
He looks better than you too.
way better.
Yeah.
Way better. And if he calls me and I don't answer, then I know I'll call him back and he knows I'll call him back. But if you get that second or third phone call, boom, 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 then I know it's like, all right, I'm gonna step out and take this. And our management staff and our senior leadership teams, they understand that as well. And they know that if we don't answer, we'll always call them back. But we also know that if you call once or twice, then we know it's an emergency. And the funny thing is, like you mentioned, right? What is a high priority and what's not? There's things that they'll call us twice on and we'll be like, great, we'll take care of that Monday.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Thanks for the heads
Right.
up. Go home, enjoy your weekend. And to us, it's not a big deal, but to the person in that role, it is a big deal, which we love. Right? We love that passion. We love the fact that they consider that a very, very big deal and a hot item that they want to let you know about. And as you grow your business and as you bring in more people, giving them and empowering them to make that decision is the whole purpose of why they're in that role.
It's the only way you can scale.
Exactly.
Is to empower people.
Yeah.
Do you remember conversations or recall conversations you've had, not only as a senior leadership team, but even with some of the team members that you just said, just do it.
Yeah. We've had, as we've grown a lot over the years. When we first took over in 2012, when we bought the business from my parents, we had about 70 total employees, 75, and now we're over 350.
Wow.
With offices in Texas, Iowa, and then Colorado. Some other yard locations and shop locations where we're at. So one of them, we've been looking at some different ways for IT and technology on how to track some of our safety items. And we're always involved with safety and we're always involved with equipment and everything. And one of the things my brother and I have gotten really, really good at is like, look, this is our end goal. This is what we want. You guys handle it. You are in the trenches every day. You deal with it every day. Put it together, come present a plan to us.
Right.
And then say, hey, this is what it is. It's A, B, and C. Long term, it takes a lot right now, but long term, it's a great deal. And finding those people to empower them, I think that's so incredible. One thing with for entrepreneurship and leadership is you got to find the right people. The right people is so important to everything that you do with your business. And when you get those right people, is make sure that you take care of them and you allow them to make those decisions.
Right.
Because we both we don't hire people to make those decisions for them.
We had a question come in. One of the last panels that was about hiring slow, firing fast. We have no option right now but to hire fast, hire fast, hire fast. Not only because of turnover and the Great Resignation, but with fast growth, you really do need to look at that way. What have you done to make sure that you do have the right team members within the company and build a culture that's real sticky that keeps them there?
We've hired, fired, interviewed, and spoke to lots and lots of people over our years, and we've been pretty spot on. We've made some bad choices that we've had to deal with, and down the road we've corrected those. But a lot of it would be the first 5 to 10 minutes we can tell of just having a simple conversation of, will they fit our culture? Will they fit our brand? And do we think they have what it takes? We're not so set up as far as, well, you make this check mark, you meet that check mark, and you have a 4-year degree, and you went here and you did this, and this, and this. We've had people that have the greatest resumes and all the experience, but they just don't fit our need and our want.
Right.
And, for us, we're not real formal on an interview, like here's 25 set questions. We like to sit and have a conversation and get to have a conversation. What do you do outside of work? Because that's really important to us, right? If you spend a lot of time with family, that fits our culture really well. We're a family business, and we're very animate that, if you have kids, don't miss the kids' event. I've had some very one-sided conversations when I find out from employees that have missed a family event because they wanted to do this. I'm like, look, the work will always be there. We trust you. You'll get it done, whether that's 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. or on a Friday or Saturday. Don't miss those moments with your kids unless you absolutely have to.
Right.
And take that. So it is right now hire fast, and sometimes you hit on the mark. Yeah. Sometimes you hit it, and sometimes it's just, we missed that one.
Yeah, and that, that's just par for course, right? And it's just owning it and moving forward. I think the leadership team at Ward, are definitely incredibly high quality people that walk the walk and talk the talk. And what you've just said about family time is something that is so critical, especially today. We're coming out of COVID, maybe going back into it, but we're coming out of COVID. And what we have gained, one of the gifts of COVID that I've talked about is all the family time that we had. You are out in the field. How do you juxtapose that need for family time and the fact that you've got a lot of people in the field day in and day out that aren't necessarily able to realize work from home and all those components? They still had to get the job done. How do you balance that?
It's tough. It's really tough with our industry, with what we do with electricity and power is, when you walk into a room, you want to flip a switch and you want power, you want your lights on, and that has to happen. So with what we provide is a lot of it's communication. With our people in the field, if you just communicate and talk, 99% of the time we can adjust schedules or move people around to cover so you can have that time. The COVID was tough. It really was, because we had people that worked from home, and then we had people that, when you're in the field, you couldn't work from home. You had to have your spacing, and it was a really tough juggernaut to really juggle. And we struggled with it at first.
Everyone did.
Yeah.
Everyone struggled with what to do.
And once we embraced the simple fact that this is the way it's going to be for a while, let's deal with it, and we can't change it. So let's tackle it and run with it and figure out what works best with our company. And we figured a lot of it we staggered some start times. We did we let the internal staff say, hey, what works for you? All right, I have a babysitter that can do this day or this day, or my husband can be home this day or this day, or my wife can be home here. And we worked it around because we knew that when you went to families that had kids in school all the time to now they're home all the time, it would put a lot of stress. And in our industry, you know, when you're not dialed in and focused on what you're doing, that's when accidents happen. And that's never usually good when you're
It's
dealing with
very
electricity.
serious, yeah.
Very. And so we were like, look, if you need to adjust your schedule, or we got to work, you know, work a Saturday and you know, work Tuesday through Friday or Wednesday through Saturday, let us know. Let's make this work as a group, so that way you can keep the home life in a good spot. Because if you're not really focused on what you're doing, and you know, you're worried about at home, or you're worried about the kids, and your wife is going nuts, or your husband's going nuts because the kids are home all the time. It was eye opening. I mean, there was times when I would go home and help out at the house more, and it was busy.
Right.
Like, I don't, you know, teaching and I don't envy them at all. It is not an easy task.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Terry
Without-
even cooked dinner one night.
Hey, it's better than no.
Yeah, I know. So skilled labor is something that's on the mindset of a lot of leaders today, and finding it is very, very difficult. Retaining it, as we've established, is not easy as well. And your type of labor, are you finding that, I mean, what typically you were able to find right here in Colorado, at least for the Colorado location, you're having to reach outside of the state now to get people here to help you get the job done?
Yeah, so the labor pool in our industry is very shallow right now. There's not a lot out there. And being a union contractor, there's certain rules that we have to follow when it comes to hiring. You know, we have apprentices, and then we have linemen, and then, you know, and journeyman wiremen. And even that pool, the trade schools. So we can use trade schools, but they still got to follow different rules when they come into the union. And it is a really tough labor market.
Right.
We have guys that work in Colorado, but they live in Nebraska, or they live in Iowa. And we've got guys that live in Colorado that work in Texas.
So remote working has a whole new meaning for
it
you.
does. A lot of our staff is, unless we're right here in the Front Range corridor up and down I-25, a lot of our staff is been used to being on the road and working in different relations in different areas. But the service industry itself, you know, essentially what we would fall under, is hurting for labor. It really is. You know, our industry is you can make a really good living.
Yeah.
You know, with the benefits and the health insurance, we're very fortunate that we can offer they're great packages. And that's a big thing. But when you're 21, 22 years old, how often do you ever look at health and benefits?
Right.
All you look at is that far right number on your paycheck and what's going into your bank account. You don't look at that thing. And that's one of the things where, you know, we fight against some of the other contractors is, well, they're paying them, you know, $20 an hour, you're only paying 18, but I'm not charging you for health insurance. I'm not charging you for that. So those are things when you start a business that are very big, right? Health insurance and retirement is straight money that comes out of your profits that you put in for your employees. So you got to make that decision from day one. Do I pay them more money right off the get-go and not worry about their health? They're young, they can figure it out. Or do we try to attract somebody that's concerned about what their health may be down the road, what they're going to have in their pension and their benefits and their retirement after 4 or 5 or 6 years, and they don't get as much upfront.
Right.
You know, so it's really tough right now. And right now in this market, the employee is driving those costs, unfortunately, to where we don't really get a say in it. This is what this is what you got to pay in the market right now.
Yeah. And I think, you know, taking the time to educate them, I've known of a lot of businesses that, you know, just create a one sheet. You can see, you know, what the salary is. You can see what you pay in Social Security, what you pay in healthcare, you know, so that they see the full package, you know, what a possible bonus might look like, you know, what overtime looks like, all of that, so that they've got more of a well-rounded look at what the true package is. And I think, you know, especially with some of the, you know, the younger 21-year-olds entering the business, it's important for we as leaders to really educate them about what that looks like, so that when they do get that phone call from the guy down, you know, the street, they can say, wait a minute, you know, my package is better. It's a better culture. It's a better fit. They've got this family culture. I'm not even going to consider, moving on or leaving the company.
100%. We do that. We break it down and say, okay, this is what it is. This is what you save on the health insurance because we pay that 100%. This is your retirement. And then we break it down. So after 3 years, and we say, hey, that's just straight time at 40 hours. And right now, we have very few people that are just running 40 hours because they're just the volume of work that needs to be completed is astronomical.
Massive, yeah.
It's huge. And so we break that down for them. Say, okay, now with this retirement, this is what you would have in that retirement in 3 years, 7 years, 12 years, and they see that money. And when they see that, and how
it's real.
It's real. Yeah, exactly. It's cash. It's accessible. Yeah, you pay a little tax on it if you pull it out early and all that other fun stuff, right? But it's real money that they see that's theirs, and it's sitting there and it's in an account for them. And when they see that, and you kind of lay it all out, and then when we say, all right, here's your health insurance, this is what's covered. And with that being covered, and you have an expense, the only thing you got to cover is that deductible. Other than that, it doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah.
So say, you're a weekend warrior and you're 21, you're in a pickup basketball league and you break your ankle. Okay. Not a work comp claim. And now I'm out of work and I'm out of this. I'm out for 2 weeks. I go to the hospital, I get surgery, all that other jazz. You can see that and say, hey, it's only going to cost me X amount out of pocket.
Yeah.
Everything else is covered. Plus I have some HRA money in there. So we try to really break that out when we get into our employees to get them to understand that on our non-bargaining side.
We're constantly educating, which is key.
Yeah.
And it's very, very valuable. This next session I love. It's the realities of it all: cash flow, bills, employees, customers, growth, and the economy. I think everyone out there would agree that the hardest thing is cash and money.
It is 100%. One of the things that my brother and I have learned is that cash is king. You got to have it, and you got to have it. And when you have it, you'll have people that'll want to offer it to you to invest and produce more capital at a low rate. When you don't have it, they'll give it to you, but it's going to cost you a lot, right? So how do you balance that? And that's one of our hardest things. One of the things that we've done is that we've really put a lot of emphasis with our cash flow and our budgeting and our projections. And we put that emphasis in there with our management team, and we trust them with that. One of the things when you own a business is we're type of people, we like to keep our personal stuff personal and private. Sometimes as you grow, you just can't do that. Our branding is really expanded over the last 3 to 5 years with adding somebody that specifically does our direct marketing and our business development. And if you want to do it, you got to get it out there. So it is really hard, but I can tell you that, is it doable? Yes. There's going to be the ups and downs, and the peaks and valleys are huge, but that's when you have to have those hard conversations with yourself and say, okay, I'm only going to save $30, but is it worth going out for supper tonight as opposed to just having another sandwich?
Right.
And that's at the early days when you first start that. And then you sit there and say, you want to make sure, one of the hardest things is when your employees that are working for you lose the trust factor that there's enough money coming in to pay them and pay the bills.
Right.
Because ultimately at the end of the day, if I asked somebody to work for free for 2, 3, 4 weeks because I had no money to pay them, that answer is probably going to be no.
Right.
Because they have to look out for themselves and their family and their own well-being. So not only are you looking out for your business, you're also looking out for every single one of your employees to make sure that they have that peace of mind when they're come to work, that's like, oh man, I hope I get paid today. I hope my check clears. I hope there's money. And when they don't have that peace of mind, how are they expected to focus and do a really good job with what they're doing?
Well, and the fiscal management is key. And I remember, having a KPI and a goal of having 3 months operating in the book, in the bank. And then we met that, and then we had 6 months. And, so and as the company's growing, you've got to scale all that, that 3 months, that 6 months operating, and tuck it away. But, and scale that and just replenish it, or continue to build it as you scale, because your expenses go up. And that's one thing very early for us that was really important. And I just, when we hit those milestones, it was such a relief. And I would for those listening in today, I would say that that's something that I'd really have your eye on as well, is It's what a lot of companies, why they survived during COVID.
Yes.
I mean, we still had to get the work done. The income wasn't coming in. We were literally working for free.
Yep.
And the only reason that we were able to do that until PPP did come in was because of that single KPI.
100%.
No, the team didn't know about it. They just knew that we were going to be okay.
Yes. And that's a huge peace of mind that you
Yeah.
can provide, right? If they're
Yeah.
if they're worried about, I hope we pay the bills so we can go to work. I hope this and that. When they're doing that, they can't focus on the continued job of what they're supposed to do. It is
Right.
really difficult. And we've been through times, I tell you, we've had times with our business where we literally sat around and said, okay, my brother and I like, all right, we're not taking a paycheck for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I've been
Cash
there
flow is
too.
really bad.
Yeah,
And
we all have.
growing, right?
Yeah.
And so who takes that cut? And you've done that and it's worked out, but you have to have that hard conversation with
Yeah.
yourself, and you have to face those realities. If, oh, it'll just be okay, or we'll catch up, or we'll catch up, or we'll catch up. A good analogy with it is go put, $5,000 on a credit card expense and tell me how quick you can pay that off.
Right.
Right. That's,
Yeah. That's never a good thing to do.
No. No, it's
Yeah.
not. So if you have that cash, and it's hard to manage that, right? Because, okay, now I have extra cash and I want to grow. Do I spend that cash? Or do I go out and do I go out and finance it? Or do I say, hey, maybe I can go find some outside funding to do this on a quick basis? So there's so many things, and to me, there's really no right answer.
Right.
There's been times when, you hear of people that have exceptional growth and non-controlled growth. A lot of times it'll lead to failure. That was one of our missteps. We had some enormous growth years on volume revenue wise, where we were just like double and triple digits.
Yeah.
And it almost buried us a couple of times. It was very difficult. But then our mentality was like, look, I've been at rock bottom. When my wife and I were in college and we were getting our masters, we ended up filing our taxes one year and we made a combined like $9,000.
Yeah.
And still got hit with an $800 tax bill. And I was like, how is that even
Massive
possible?
amount of money.
Right? Back then, like, there's no way I'm going to pay this
Yeah.
off. We walk out and we're just standing there looking at each other like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Right? So we've been at that area where you've been at rock bottom and you know how to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I think when you experience those really, really, really difficult times and the failures, those are what will lead you to be successful and have great growth.
Yeah. Every economic downturn, every fired client, every lost client, COVID only made us stronger. And I think anyone out there listening today could definitely relate to that. And I mean, the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs, the complete sorrow on some days and sheer happiness on others is just something, that we work through each and every day.
Without question. It's
so-
how to manage those, right? How to manage
yeah.
your peaks and valleys.
And how to just come off as level-headed with the team so that fear doesn't
Yeah.
set in with them.
That's the other point of it, right? You have X amount of people in your office, whether it's one person or 100 people, they feed off of you.
Right.
If you walk in and you're having a miserable day and you're mad, like that's an instant, like people are like, oh, just they bury and get a little lower in their cubicle or where they're at. They feed off that. But when you're, good morning, how you doing? You're bubbly, you're bouncing, you're talking to everybody, regardless of what they know behind the scenes. That is such a huge feed for your entire staff.
It is.
And they feed off that so much, and that goes right back to always being that daily cheerleader.
It
Right.
does. Yeah, I want to go back to the comment that you made about controlled growth, or just, let's do it without the explorative. And, it's interesting if I reflect back on pre-COVID, where there were several opportunities to get great team members. And it was easier to scale because you could bring in an account and hire to meet the need. Now, post-COVID, the growth that I'm seeing has got to be so much more controlled because of the employment issue that we're seeing. Would you just reflect on that and provide us your POV, if you would?
It's so the controlled growth, like I said, we haven't really had it experienced that we've constantly grown. And the constant changes, not just with the state of Colorado,
Yeah.
those different laws and rules
It's
that
nuts.
are coming down, you need to know that, right? We have some outside resources that we really rely upon when that stuff changes, but you know, is there a right answer? A lot of times it's just what feels right.
Yeah.
What feels right and your projections on the market. I mean, if you would have told me last year that lumber pricing right now would be where it was, I mean, it's come back down, but where it went, if you would have told me that last September, October, I said, no way.
Yeah.
You know, we just don't know that. And
I think for a lot of people, we can backfill with contract
yeah,
support. Are you able to do that in your?
we do a little bit of that,
Yeah.
depending on the size of the project and the volume. It's tough to hire from some of our specialty areas, like a safety personnel. It's really tough to hire somebody to go on a project for 6-7 months. And then once that project ends, can we fill him and bring him into the need here? A lot of times over the years, we've been able to do that because we've been growing. So we have outsourced some of that, and sometimes in the aspect of safety has worked really, really well for us. We tried outsourcing it with some other items, and it was a train wreck.
Yeah.
It was an absolute train wreck. So
Yeah,
then what do we do?
I think it's definitely for those organizations that are more IP based, you're selling a solution that is mind delivered. It's probably easier to find those contract laborers. We've got a huge pool of them versus someone who's got to be in the field.
Yeah.
And
to find the highly skilled labor with what we're looking at is it's tougher.
Yeah.
I mean, we get a lot of different things all the time for, hey, you can outsource your payroll. Some businesses it works really, really well. With ours, it doesn't, because when we work in so many different states, so many different unions and different contracts, we tried it once and just as kind of a trial, and it didn't go well.
Yeah.
And so my brother and I are really big believers that we like to be able to control our own destiny. And there's times where we jumped in both feet, and we used to have a traffic control company, and there was my brother and I and another owner in it, and it started out well, and then three was too many. We gave it a whirl, it was good, then we went ahead and we sold that portion off to the other gentleman. It's been going great for him.
Yeah.
So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We used to have Ward Engineering, and it was going well, and it was just, we're not engineers. So we sold that portion to some of the employees that used to work for us at that time on the engineering side. And we've my brother and I were like, we're really good at the power line, construction, electrical contracting.
Yeah.
Let's really continue to focus on that.
Well, and it ties into, not going too broad ultimately with your product or your solution mix, and really honing in on where you can be successful, where you can, please the clients, where you can make money, where you can retain employees. And, sometimes that diversification can just go, off the rails. What is the biggest OS moment that you've had in running your business?
Just one?
Well, we've got some time.
Man, there's a lot. And I would personally, my largest growth has come from all of our failures. Right? And people ask me, what drives you? They're constantly chasing that carrot, right? Just like the cartoon, the rabbit's always chasing the carrot. And that to me is awesome. I love the challenge of developing new customers and new relationships.
Yeah.
One of our largest accounts, our largest customers, I received an email one morning, and it was about a 4-sentence email. And when I read it, I literally went white, and I was like, this will be catastrophic.
Yeah.
And you get, and like your whole body kind of goes numb and cold, and you're like, and you open it. I read it a second time. I'm like, I just read that. And so, I was out and in my truck and down to that customer, and met him, got it handled, got it covered, and still to this day, we're still there doing the work.
Yeah.
And that was one of those things where do what you're really good at and stick to it. And be honest. And if you can't do it, then don't do it.
Yeah.
there's been times where we've said no. It doesn't really happen a lot with my brother and I. There's very little that we will say no to when it comes to electrical work. You know, sometimes we might not have that experience, but we'll get it and we'll figure it out. That, you know, I think that's one of the things that's
the kind of the fun of owning the business, right? I mean, it's the ever-changing climate.
Yep.
That's really cool. Taking care of the customer, back to the example that you just shared with us, I think sometimes when you're solving the problem and the way in which you do solve it, you actually can retain that customer even for a longer time period. They want to see how you're going to react when something doesn't go well, because things don't always go well. I mean, mistakes are made, issues happen. It's about how you attack the issue
100%.
that creates that retention.
100%. You know, if you've got something going on with the customer or client, handle it. Don't let it explode and go even farther and farther out. And be honest, sometimes, you know, the customer is always right. And sometimes you have to find a way to present it to them like, I know you want to be right, but this is just not a fair situation.
Yeah.
This is not right now.
It's how you remind them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I can't think of any one time in our history that we haven't been able to work out any situation. And it might cost us money, it might cost them money, but when you sit down and you put it in front of them, and everybody wants to do us right. I'm a firm believer that, you know, people want to do us right and do the right thing.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think a lot of people wake up and say, I'm just going to be the biggest jerk today and just piss off everybody. Right. That doesn't, I mean, if you do
most of the time,
whatever, right? Like most of the time people want to do us right and they want to do us
do.
good. And if you talk to your customers about that, that's a lot of it is. But when you don't address it, when it comes up and you just kind of let it hang out there, it'll get worse.
Right.
And that's one of the things my brother and I are very, very good at is something comes up, we handle it right away. It's boom, it's done, it's buried, gone, go to the next one and move on.
Yeah.
But again, that's a very difficult conversation to have, right? I mean, if you have a customer who comes to you and says, hey, Lori, I want you to I want to keep the same amount of marketing, but I'm going to pay you 10% less this year. Can we do that?
No. Yeah, it depends, but you find a way to deliver it at, you know, a less cost, or, you know, you make the hard decision.
Yeah, or the hard decision.
It depends on where, you know, you are profitability with that account already. I mean, you've got to look at those things.
There's so many factors.
Yeah, there are so many factors.
So many.
One of the other realities that I love here is that you want to talk about is that the best plans change. And we're constantly talking about that with our clients, with their marketing plans is, you know, if we're changing something out, it means that it's not working. And guess what? We know it, or it is working and we want to do more of that. So it's a great thing to be able to test and scale in our situation and make those pivots.
You know, we do some of our safety stuff is plan your plan, work your plan. But you also got to realize that plan can change instantly. A good example is we're out on a project. We had a plan this way. We had a planned outage. We did this, and this. Well, all of a sudden down the line on a different circuit, a car hits a pole.
Yeah.
And now we got to switch things around.
That wasn't in Timnath a few weeks ago,
No,
was it?
No. And we have to switch things around and make it work. So now that plan that we just planned and we're working, it's got to change right away. But as we've grown as a company, one of the things we've gotten better at is planning and forecasting. When you first start out, if somebody's, you know, you can sit down and put together a 3 month, 6 month, 9 month, 12 month, and then get into a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 7 year business plan and work that, right? The odds that thing hasn't changed 20 times after the first 3 months are slim.
I know.
It's going to change all the time, right? It's constantly changing. But you still got to have an idea where you want to go and what you want to do. Do you just want to be, you know, one of our goals is we want to continue to grow and be one of the largest power line contractors, electrical contractors west of the Mississippi.
That's a great goal.
That's a ginormous goal.
Yeah.
And stay private. That's really, really, really hard to do.
Yeah.
Especially this day and age with all the M&As going on right now, right? So to do that, how do you plan to do that? Where strategically can you locate? Right, if you want to, and is that growth really possible in that area? You know, I mean, for us to go growth, to say we wanted to go down and grow in the Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia area. That's not really typical for us
Mm-hmm.
right now. Could we grow in other regions? Most definitely.
And
So-
what sort of data points are you looking at that you could share with our viewers today that would help them, like maybe correlate to their own business, what they need to look at when they're expanding into new locations?
So one of the big ones is workforce, right? In the area you want to grow and expand to, is that workforce qualified to be able to meet what you need for your needs? And is it available? If it's not, and you got to bring in your own people, then you got a lot more additional costs with that, with living expensive. Are you going to do it on per diems? Or are you going to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and give you X amount and you can go live there, do whatever you want? That's a big item. For us, with us being a union contractor, we look and see where is the predominant work? Is it non-union work? Is it union work? Who is that contractor there? How long have they been working there? For us to go in an area where somebody's been doing that work for one customer for 50 years and get that contract, that is incredibly difficult.
Right.
Really difficult.
Yeah.
Now, if it's had a different contractor, a different customer every year for the last 10 years, now my odds have really gone up. So really, you got to know your customer base, right? Whenever we get into meeting new customers and go out and give them our pitch for what we can do, man, I'll spend hours Googling, Facebook, Instagram. I don't Snapchat. I don't know how to do that.
I'm just impressed that you know what it is.
Yeah, and I've done that just because of our marketing guy has kind of put us more on that area. But try to find anything and everything you can about that customer, and just to know them, know their leadership team, know what they do, where they've come from, where they've worked at. Because when you can start developing that relationship and say, hey, yeah, we worked here, and I work with this guy, and then or this gal, and they're sitting at the table, and they're like, oh, I know him. I would, oh yeah, and you can start creating that talk. That gives them such a huge comfort feeling.
Yeah.
But if you walk in and you have no idea who you're talking to, who your customers are, even what they do, and we've had some vendors come into our office and well, hey, we want you to use this product, and I'm like, we don't even do that.
Yeah.
Well,
and I think it's, charting. There's a great book out there called Whale Hunting, and it talks about, it's written by Barbara Weaver Smith, and it talks about, the metaphor is, going after the big business instead of the small, the big business instead of the small business, and that a whale can feed a village for a year. So the larger the client, the more profit, the more team members, so on and so forth, all those things that we aspire to. And one of the things that Barbara talks about in her book are the whale signs. So you basically develop a sheet on the client, their likes, their dislikes, how they like to prospect, what the size project is that they typically need someone for, is there anything in the news about them, do they have a lot of OSHA situations, whatever those things might be, and it really helps you track where this potential prospect might be in the sales life cycle, then ultimately determine, is it worthy of our time or is it not? And to the point that you just made, when you go to meet with them, when you get to the buyer's table, you know, and you have all these details at your fingertips that make you sound and present yourself as someone who really, is worthy of working with them.
Well, you've done your research, and you know them,
Exactly.
right? And one a saying we use a lot is, we would much rather sit down for a pig roast that lasts 30 years as opposed to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We've got into some contracts where we've sacrificed and lost money for a couple years, knowing that we can create a long-term relationship that'll be better long-term. And those are things that you have, can you withstand that?
Right.
Do I have the cash flows to withstand taking some losses, knowing that I can create a relationship and build a brand and culture with this customer and keep them for a long time, to where they don't even want to entertain anybody else because, your pricing's always been great. There's always going to be somebody that's going to be cheaper. There's always going to be somebody that's going to be more expensive. What we've found over the years is that when you can stay historically open and keep that open train of open thought and communication with your customers and say, hey, look, this is what it is, and this is where we'd like to be, and talk about it. And they can say, hey, look, we don't need to make 500% on every job, right?
Right.
Sometimes you can be content with 3, sometimes it's 7, sometimes 10, whatever that number might be. You need to know your number on that end. But we would rather develop and build that relationship years as opposed to one and done, I'm out the door.
Yeah.
Because for us, that's a lot harder work than what it is, right? For us to go out and do a 1-week project, it takes so many more moving parts than a 1 year or even a month or 2-month project. And those are things that you learn, right?
Right.
And one of the things we do is our C&I guys give me a hard time because like, why do you want me to constantly bid changing a ceiling fan? And I said, the reason why you're going to constantly bid it is we might be more expensive. That's not for you to judge. That's for the customer to determine. But how do you know that customer
Doesn't know someone who knows someone.
exactly?
Right.
How do you know that customer doesn't own X amount of properties, or is this and this, or that customer might know somebody who's on this board that we would like to get in and do some more work with.
Right.
And now they just say, hey, they were out, they did a great job, they were phenomenal, very professional, clean, neat, and took care of everything I needed. And that's what we really instill into all of our superintendents and our senior leadership is that you don't know who you're going to meet, right? I mean, your branding and your culture. One of the things people recognize with Ward Electric is blue, and our name Ward is on everything. And you run a risk with that, right? Our biggest complaints that we get is driving. We have over 400 vehicles on the road at any given time. You're
That's
going to
a
get the
lot
driver's
of-
complaints.
A lot of vehicles and
A
people
lot.
you expect to be doing the right thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
right? So that's what we say. You never know who your next customer, that person you just cut off could be going to the same meeting you are, and it could be the guy that you have to sit down and talk to.
Yeah.
So remember that when you're driving. And
I
those
think
are,
there's a meme in there someplace.
yeah, I'm sure there is.
So this next section, I've got to ask you about the inspiration behind it. Diversity, flexibility, fairness, compromise, supportive, and understanding.
As I've gotten older, I realized that you have to allow your employees, they got to have a life outside of work. You know, you get a vacation request form. Well, where are you going? What are you doing? Honestly, we don't even ask that.
Yeah.
That's your vacation. You've earned it as short. I don't care what you do with it. If you just want to sit at home,
Yeah.
have at it.
Go for it.
You know, and we tell them, take some time and do that. It's very, very important. You know, you got to recharge the batteries and just get a chance to go away. You know, so we're very flexible. We have a lot of, in our office staff and our field staff, there's a lot of people with kids. If you got to cut out early to go catch a game, we're fine with that.
Yeah.
Just let somebody know and communicate that. That's probably one of our biggest pet peeves is mine, especially if I come into our office and I pull up the calendar and so-and-so's gone and it's not on the calendar. I'm like, well, they had to run out for it. That's fine. We've all got emails. You've all got the text change. Just send it out, let somebody know where they're at. And it's not because I want to, say, oh, what are you doing? But how do I know that if you haven't come back for 3 or 4 hours that you weren't in a car accident?
Yeah.
You get sick, you didn't fall. We've
And
had
that's
that.
and that's what, I think is a really important point. People don't realize that. That's why PTO, is documented.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And because we've had that before. We had somebody that didn't show up to work and they did not have vacation time. I'm like, where are they at? And I couldn't get a hold of them for half the morning. So then we started calling the emergency contact, and then finally we found them, and it was some miscommunication somewhere or whatnot. But that's part of our flexibility, our fairness, and being supportive, right? And we're understanding everybody has issues. Everybody has going to have a sick kid or a sick dog or a fish, whatever it might be. Just because if it's a fish, to me, all right, it's a fish, right? That might be your prized possession. That's fine. But that's where the support and the flexibility and the understanding comes in, that just because I don't value it as high as you do, that doesn't mean I have to be any disrespectful toward you. That's life. And so, all right, take care of it. That's fine. Go from it.
Yeah.
On our diversity side, we try to get a wide variety, right, of individuals. Our field with what we do historically is very, very male dominant. And anytime we have an opportunity in this industry to continue to get more females into it, we take full advantage of that.
Right.
It adds a whole different aspect. One of the things that we have noticed in the trucking industry is you start to see a lot more female drivers. Historically, female drivers are way easier on equipment than men.
Hey, there's a cost savings
Yes,
there.
they might hit more. I have a sister-in-law that can't go around anywhere without bumping into something.
I think I know her.
Yes, I love her to death. Love her to death. She'll kill me for telling everybody that, but it is what it is. right? But so, and I don't care if you're 80, 70, 60, 50, if you can do the job, it's yours.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is you'll pay for that experience. You know, there's an old saying going around where the ship was out of commission for X amount of days, and they paid all these experts to come do it. And they finally found this old ship maker who had 60 years of experience. And he came in, took his hammer, hit it in 2 spots, and boom, it fired up. It ran beautifully. Sent him a bill for, you know, some huge amount of money. And the guy called back and said, "Hey, you were only here for 5 minutes." He goes, "You're right, and that's my price."
Yeah.
He goes, "That's absurd." He goes, "Well, yeah, it is absurd, but that 5 minutes was over 50 years of experience that I built to know exactly where to tap."
Yeah.
Right, and so that's what you pay for. So we're always looking for anyone and everybody, regardless, and the more diverse backgrounds or locations you've lived in. To us, it just adds it gives us another asset. It gives us another set of, you know, I never looked at it from that point of view, but yeah, let's take a look at it that way.
You've got this incredible company, over 300 employees. You've had the incredible gift of working with family. What is one of the biggest, if I had known, I would have done it different moments that you've had in your career?
That's a tough one. You know,
Because there are many?
No,
No.
it's just probably, with hindsight being 2020, it would probably be with some of our choices on where we wanted to go work,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I loved everybody we've ever worked with. My brother and I get along incredibly well. We complement each other really well.
Yeah.
He sends out something and I'm a lot more laid back than he is, and he's growing more patient over the years, you know, but it's boom, 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 boom. And you know exactly where everybody that works with us knows where you stand. I'll be a little bit more patient on, hey, you'll get back to us next day. You know, sometimes if he sends an email, he'll call me, "Hey, did you get that email?" I'm like, "Dude, it hasn't even updated yet. Relax." We compliment
It was
really
2
well.
seconds ago,
Yeah.
Matt.
But I don't know if there's it would probably be just a decision on where we want to grow to.
Yeah.
Or putting somebody in a situation where we didn't give them the tools and it kind of set them up for failure.
Yeah.
We've had a couple employees where we failed to do a good job on our end, training and giving them all the tools to do their job.
Yeah.
And those are harder. Those are really, really hard on me because of the simple fact that, you know, you trusted me to give you a job and then I didn't give you the tools that are needed. And that probably has a bigger effect on me than, you know, losing a bid or something.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's all about people and knowing the word family as well as so many people in this market knows all of you. I believe that is very real and true and something that you'll probably never forget and never let happen again.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Mark, so much. For your time today, for your wisdom. It's all about, you know, 24/7 management. It never leaves us.
No, it doesn't.
It's constantly with us. And we thank you so much for sharing your stories, again, your wisdom, and, you know, just you're an inspiration to many, many people out there, and we appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity to just be a part of this. And, you know, we've done some great things. We've done some not great things. And it's, you know, with entrepreneurship is sometimes you just throw your hat in and whatever happens, happens.
Let's see what sticks.
You know, that's kind of the way we rolled with it on some things. And it's to me, I love every bit of it. That's
well, it
the
shows.
passion, and
Yeah,
it is fun.
It shows, and we appreciate it. And we have got an incredibly exciting day tomorrow. I'll be hosting the panels again tomorrow. From garage to acquisition, we are going to tell the story about Rocor, how they started out in their garage, became an ESOP, and then ultimately was recently acquired. That is a fun, great story that we're going to share with you tomorrow. And then we're going to bring some incredible panelists together on focusing on the creativity in the era of remote work, a common theme that you're hearing a lot about. And then an incredible, great panel focused on creativity and how we'll grow that. And then how to get to retirement and survive once you're there. So I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And let's not forget that we have some happy hours happening right now. Copper Sky Distillery and quarters. And I think we're supposed to do something other. We're supposed to pass the baton on Go Girl Go or Fun Girl Run, something like that. Anyways, go ahead and in the chat box between now and tomorrow. Dave, are you going to help me out with that? Hey girl, hey. Hey girl, hey. There's so many ways of saying that, right? Hey girl, hey. Go ahead and put that into the chat box tomorrow, and we will make sure that you get a gift card from one of our great sponsors. It's all about recognizing word of mouth and the power behind that. Thanks so much, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. That was great.
If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. You can call it hope or greed, to seek something better when you've got all you need. Oh, but I can't stop. There's a better life for me, far from the lonely side of freedom. I've chased a dream far from home and left behind everything that I've known, for a love I don't know yet, for a life I ain't lived. All I know is the lonely side of freedom. I feel safe on the lonely side of freedom. Oh, I gotta leave the lonely side of freedom. If you've chased a dream far from home, or followed a dirt road to see where it goes, if you've seen the sunset on the mountains alone, then you know the lonely side of freedom. When tomorrow is all that you trust, and the road never seems to stretch far enough. If you've looked out the rear view and only seen dust, then you know the lonely side of freedom. I've come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down,